Did you guys hear none of that? I can't. Like, the Wavelink software is griefing me hard, man. I can't believe that. All right. We got to hype it up. We got to do them justice. I was just saying, is this not on par with what you would get out of an S tier event, right? Final day of our weekly, and it delivers every week to the caliber and standard you'd expect to see out of an EGC tournament or a LAN. Seriously, like, I am baffled, I'm impressed that I'm able to bring this to you so frequently. Shout out to the players who often sign up. I mean, this is a crazy day as well. Anatan versus B will be our opening set. Wham versus Vortex straight after that. And then grand final. So potentially 17 games in total played today. And anyone who knows their B versus Anatan, that alone is a series that statistically, I think 80% of the time it must be, goes all the way. Especially at best of 5 phase. These two rarely manage to end in less than 5 games. Wham versus Vortex, easily 4 games at least in my eyes. I mean, the way Vortex played earlier in the week looked really solid. Wham definitely not without jinx in the armor, as we saw with him dropping a game to MSN. So yes, a action-packed day, if you will. Reminder, by the way, guys, if you haven't signed up, I believe sign-ups are still open for the next week of KPMM until the end of today's finals. So you have got time to sign up. Get in there to be in with a chance of facing off against some of your favorite players. But we are going to get ready to roll. Beavers, I know, is such a classic. Yeah, dude. Like, and this is the other thing. I was just saying that we are on par in terms of like the caliber of players appearing here than what you get out of an ST Grand Finals day. Can we also just appreciate, and definitely no bias, right? Because like it's going to sound like bias because it's my tournament, I run it. But the caliber of games we've gotten in these grand finals, especially in season 2 so far, has been on par with what you would get out of a EGC tournament or like, you know, the Steel Series LAN or whatever else, right? And that's not shade at them. It's just to show you the caliber that these boys are turning up with. Like, a lot of people maybe would have looked at this at first of all, oh yeah, it's just experimentation. People aren't going to take that seriously. But the way these players have been playing, I mean, there may be experimentation in there. But by God, is it pure entertainment. Now, game number 1, we're hopping into Cliffside. It is going to be a Delhi versus Mongol matchup. So let's waste no further time because we've got a long day ahead of us. I could easily see this day being 7 hours long. And in we go. Welcome back, one and all, to the channel for B versus Anatan. An absolute classic, a pinnacle of our scene at this stage. It feels like we watched these two clash more than almost any other 2 players at this point. It's going to be a fun one. We're here in week number 3 of Midweek Muster Season 2, the $20,000 esports circuit, the go-to place for your weekday consumption of tournament action. In fact, I think you guys keep turning up like this, we'll be able to quickly brag that we will be by far the most successful weekly format you'll see in Age of Empires. You guys are what makes it possible, and these players are what makes it possible, man. These two play their heart out, and I think the thing we've said about these two is they always, without failure, feels like you're watching a performance, right? It's so elegant, so entertaining with the way that they play. You almost forget that they're competing, if that makes sense. It's just almost like someone's trying to find the funnest way to play the game. But this might not be so fun for Mongols. Yeah, Anatan picking Mongols here. I don't think he was expecting B to go for the Delhi pick. You know, looking at the draft, Ottomans could have been what he was a little bit suspicious of, or Byzantines has been known to be picked on this map. Even Malians, like, there's a lot of reasons why you think Mongols are good. But Delhi have been probably the least impacted Civ by early Dark Age rushes, which is what we're getting from Anatan. Yeah, a little bit surprising, actually, that he's going to be going for this. The reason is you have to remember the Delhi, they build a mosque, which means they already have a scholar. So the scholar can heal off any damage done by your spearman early on. Now, it does mean that B's tech timings would get slightly slowed, but it does also mean that the villagers can keep gathering gold or gathering berries. Like, you don't have to rush switch onto a different resource like other civs would when they get caught off guard by the Dark Rush. Is he going to try for the... I feel like the only reason this would make total sense is if Anatan is going to try for the golden spot between the berries and the gold. But if you do that, B can easily pull the villagers. Like, you'd have to be in range of the TC to do that. We'll find out. Villager sneaking around now. B is going to be aging up. I guess we'll do a little bit of 2x speed here. Because we are able to catch up. So 3 spears, and I believe, is that hidden? It's not. No, he's just going to jump straight in. Okay, so B, I mean, he's gathering extra gold, so better afford the second scholar. Preferably, you want to be up to, like, usually 3 scholars worth of gold. He might just have to settle for 2. Yeah, because, like, with only 2 villagers on gold, it's going to be difficult to get enough here together to just hit that timing of, like, you know, double scholar pump on tech up. Because remember, like, the Dome of Faith scholars, they're not cheapest anymore. You know, they keep getting reverted on the changes a bit. I think they're 80 gold now. They used to be 75 at one stage. I wonder if, were they as low as like 70? I think they were. Wait, no, when they at 60? I could have sworn they were at 60 at one stage. Honestly, Dome of Faith has been so back and forth with these scholar costs. I feel like they switched it probably at least 5 or 6 different times at this point in the history of the game. And it's always up and down where it's like, oh yeah, all anyone does is Tower of Victory. Let's, you know, buff the discount. Oh wow, now everyone just ignores Tower of Victory. Let's nerf the discount. But what about Zoidberg? Now, I mean, like, I feel like we're always just going around in circles on the same kind of element, though, as opposed to just changing something else about it. So outpost up for Anatan successfully. Tech up not too far behind. But he does have critical resources to work with here, right? Food and wood. Gold is going to be the lacking part, sure, which slows tech timings a bit. And I'm wondering if this is what Anatan wanted. He actually forces B to go into archery. It's interesting, actually, because like there's not many civs that can brag they can force Delhi off of a stable's opening. But a 5-spear beginning would do it. And you know, even when you do open spears with a lot of civs, with some Delhi players quite often still go for the stables. And the reason is that there's exposed economy. B, well, he never scouted the base, so maybe he just assumed that all the resources were bunched together, so he wouldn't be able to counter-harass with the Ghazi. Yeah, I mean, there was an opening on the gold. He could have easily forced an outpost there. But Archer's going to be here. That's going to force them away. Notice B is repairing the mining camp, which tells Anatan his full intent. He wants to get back on this gold, but that's tricky, man. Yeah, I think that this is ambitious from B. With the outpost up, I mean, how are you ever going to get back on the gold? It could be just done this to deny the resource gain from Anasan, because remember, if he burnt the building, he would have got some resources, but it doesn't mathematically make sense. Between the idle time of the villager and the cost of the wood, he spent just as much as B would have gotten, Anasan rather would have gotten, from burning it down and getting the bounty. So yeah, it's just going to shuffle out to the north side now. I wonder, maybe it was about this, like protecting the specialized pick timing. So that he could rush gold to catch up with the delays on his build. Because like he is delayed now from where he's meant to be. Having to move out for that gold. Archers are going to come back to camp this. Anasand has got the Keshik follow-up on the way. You know what? Actually, I want to give him credit. We talked about this like being the underwhelming Civ to outpost rush. But if he forces Archer's Spear opening from Delhi, I think you're over the moon as Mongols. Like, that is the dream. That is how you measure success, right? It would be a remarkable achievement. Double Keshik pump not available. So it would maybe give B time to react. The Rax is going to be coming in. How is he on food? 13 sheep's not too bad. He won't be able to access the berries soon, though. Yeah, this is going to be too far forward. It's going to be exposed. No. Ordering his way. Do you guys ever realize when you get the correct zoom level and the angle with the Keshik shields, it actually looks like it's got a smiley face on it. Look, you see it? You see it? You see the like little nose, the little... See, I can't show you by zooming in because that doesn't look like it anymore. Someone make me not crazy. We do at least have Blacksmith Tome for B. And he has got the gold initially to get those scholars, but whoa, uh-oh, wasn't looking there. First blood drawn. Easy slip in there by Anatan. He made it look easy anyway. Needs to be careful with the rally point there. Almost ends up losing a Keshik for it, which would have made it probably not worth. Props to him. Does get the worker kill, but he's still behind because of the amount he moved the TC at the beginning. Like, if you guys go back to the beginning of the recording, you would have seen me trying to select his TC to switch over to show his perspective. But I couldn't because it wasn't deployed. So yeah, he took ages to set that up. Textile's now complete by B. I think that's a smart choice here. A lot of players will like lose that first villager against Keshik aggro and kind of shrug and say, it won't happen again. And then it does happen again. And if it happens just once more, then Textiles is already justified. I don't like this for B right now. Play throwaway. I know he's trying to secure forward for the sacred sites, but you got to respect this Keshik opening. Like, Anatan has got a really good timing here. B. The other problem is he's kind of split on the defense, right? He was waiting for this outpost to go up. So the fact that he was trying to posture aggressively while defending means you're always going to be split on army force. Whereas Anatan is just pretty much piling it all in one direction, minus those spears. So yeah, just maybe B trying to run before he can walk. And I love this from Anno. Understanding that B is now going to be a bit paranoid map control-wise, he pulls for the boar. Yeah, only 5, but you don't need more than 5 when you've got the Keshiks to get the kill. And this also guarantees he only needs 1 outpost. Even if Ghazi show up, he'll have enough time to react. At least in the early game before that count gets too high. Speaking of those Ghazi. Okay, chasing spears is interesting here. But then again, he does have the scholars. And yeah, B, not taking any chances here. Just pulls all the scholars just in case those spears turned around for a fight. So we'll be feeling quite safe. But also feeling quite ambitious. He doesn't want those spearmen getting home, but I think it's just a foregone conclusion. They're too far out. He has resecured his goal, but feels a little bit weird in some ways. I mean, this is good for the berry follow-up, but you've already anchored yourself on the northern goal. You've got an outpost. So what did you really achieve by clearing the Mongol outpost? The main thing would be getting rid of the Yam. So it's harder for Anatan to outmaneuver you. So what is Anatan planning next? I think he's just been, and that almost confirms it, hiding the archer transition. He doesn't really want B to know how hard into it he is. Yeah, so he's baiting him with Keshiks, trying to force an overinvestment into spears. This is crafty, man. I mean, it becomes pretty obvious something is up if you ever scout towards the TC and see it's fully garrisoned, but you don't know exactly what's in there. You could make a fair guess, like looking at your comp and saying, oh, I thought I was up against, you know, Mass Cav. Also, point in the game, like this early on, 15 garrison slots, that's not going to be Keshik, right? Like, the numbers don't really support that. As a Keshik is, what, 2.5 archers? I don't know how Anna would ever afford that many this early. I mean, I guess if he hides the other 5 Keshiks at the same time, you maybe convince your opponent. But Ghazi? No, not able to complete the outpost. Just playing for the deer. There's a backstab on the way. Not many Keshiks, though. The villagers. Seriously, Yam wheelbarrow. Makes it look so trivial to try and get worker kills. Or rather, kite against worker raids. Still, despite the best efforts of that Yam, B does still secure a double kill. And this is looking a little bit more like what we were expecting out of Delhi, right? This big blob that's coming. Now, the archers do play well counter-wise, but B, he's getting a decent number of Ghazi in there. The scholar count also escalating really fast, so it could be an interesting detail in the fight to pull the scholars. Just do pseudo frontline as well as heal. I know. Nice find. Yeah, Sacred Site not captured. B now getting ready to commit. There's not that many spears from Anatan, though. And yeah, the Keshiks coming from the other side allows B to easily steer his spears. Still, the range department is problematic here. When you get into kind of a poke state, it's just favoring Anatan pretty heavily. So B, unless he wants to try and full switch archers, is looking more for a full commitment. He's going to go for the flash now. Newest speed activated. The Keshiks are going to be able to show up here to try and frontline and body block. Spears lead the way. I know. It's a lot more micro required than just A-click extravaganza from Melee Boy here as B jumps on in and Anatan looking overwhelmed. Yeah, the spear frontline's gone. A handful of Ghazi left alive. The Keshiks trying to hold on, but it's just so many spearmen that need to be cleared here. Maybe too many. Keshik count now down to just 3. Ghazi also play well into Keshiks. And the villagers are going to be forced off the dais. Anatan, the retreat continues, but this is exactly the type of outcome we were expecting. Delhi off to a shaky start, courtesy of Anatan's weak curveball. But in the end, the outcome is always the same. Delhi love playing against Mongols. Even without Sacred Sites. I mean, keep in mind, he only just took the first Sacred Site, but despite that, able to completely overwhelm Anatan. And props to B for the strategy of just massing up on Scholars, even without the Sacred Site control. Valuing their healing in those fights. On the chase, and most definitely afterwards. Nano, kind of in shambles here. He's thinking about going castle, but now with being able to rush those Sacred Sites, he can think about it too. Difference is he's going to have a standing army on your doorstep. Oh, not just your doorstep. On your nice little extended house. Yeah, he's found him, the boar. On the north side, now onto the deer, actually. Oh, that's a lot of economy. Yeah, 14 on the north. The Ghazi can snipe that tower. He knows it as well. Gets the torches out. That's going to force the small army of Anatan to respond, and small does a disservice to dwarves. Yeah, this is barely registering on the height compared to the Delhi might. Ghazi are just going to poke trade there, just absorbing the shots as the archers win the fight. The scholars will dive in, and he has convinced him it is over. GG called. Be able to dominate with the Delhi. Yeah, that was, I mean, game one. Props to Anatan for throwing a little bit of a curveball in the way he opened. I say curveball because although outpost rushing isn't a rare sight for the Mongols, it does feel so against Delhi. But in the end, Mongols... Wait, have I switched the right way around? I'm an idiot. Delhi on the right side, Mongols on the left. In the end, Mongols can't hold a torch to the Delhi. So, right side win, 1 point on the board. Game number 2. We are going to be going into Danube Divide. And it's going to be Ottoman versus Japanese. I usually really like this for Otto. I'm just not so sure with this type of map design, if it is better or not, though. I think it should be fine. All right, let's get ready. Let me flip score around as well. Okay, so B, we are on good old Danube Divide, a new map created by Kavayu in conjunction with Corvinus. One that is a little bit like Mongolian Heights to look at, but lacks the fishing. Instead, the focus on a split of gold to the north and food to the south. On the north side, we are going to be having B on his signature Ottomans, and Anatan has picked the Japanese. An interesting pick here, actually. Japan, I see the credence of it. Like, the stone gen is very useful early on from the Forgotten Ruins between the two bases. The tricky part is you picked it into Otto. Ottomans is actually a really good pick into Japan. They have a lot of upsides. So, for example, while you have budgeted archers, they have premium cavalry, light cavalry. On top of that, the meta power is incredible. The melee armor is a very big deal through most phases of the game, and the ranged armor, phenomenal against Yumi. So, you know, I'm a little bit worried for Anatan's plan here beyond Dark Age, because one of the big concerns you have to have in your mind is once you get in Feudal, one of the things that's been making Japan look really good at the moment is the variability of play, where they can use Yumi, and they use them well. Problem, however, is in this particular matchup, I feel like Yumi is the last thing you ever want to be building until you see your opponent go Janissary, which should happen much later. Yeah, B hasn't played into the Dark Age aggro at all. I don't mind that. I think just spamming spears here is actually more beneficial to Japan's win condition than your own. It's much better just to age up, get Archer, get Sapahi, which is going to be your #1 big boy priority. Does mean that Anno is going to be getting a lot of stone, and he is gathering it, which is great for Daimyo timings. Remember, you need to upgrade your TC with stone to get your hands on the Bannerman. And this Forgotten Ruins is going to be generating 60 stone a minute. Pretty damn good. Probably like double what you get out of a villager at this stage. And you also save on the requirement of getting a stone outcropping mining camp up. And I remember Dresser coming in from B. I wonder, does he pull the second villager? Probably not. Without wheelbarrow, it's very far. B. Madrasa now coming up. So, what? He actually went for the back goal. Okay, that's interesting. It's kind of smart, actually, because Anatan, because he went for the capture on the Forgotten Ruins, his timing with spears are going to be delayed anyway. And then you add on to the fact it's a back spawn. It's really, really far away, as you can see the difference there. But he got everything he wanted, right? Like, B, believe. Did he get everything he wanted? What would he need 69 gold for other than memes? A very weird number. Might just be that he thought he had more time and then had to bail. I know Kura is on the way now himself. How does he want to react to the Ottomans aggro? Because I'm expecting Ottoman aggro here, right? Like, we've got 5 on wood, 190 wood already gathered. This seems like an archery beginning just to reacquire the gold. But then you usually follow up into Sapahi almost straight away. Also, by reacquiring the gold, you would get the option of going into the outcropping as well. Yeah, there we go. Archery range being dropped. Use 69 gold to upgrade spears and that one weird lumber camp upgrade. You mean forestry? Ain't no way he's getting forestry. Double archery. Okay. That I wasn't entirely expecting. I think what B's doing is he's using the logical expectations against Anatan. It's like the next logical expectation is you want to be seeing Sapahi. So he's kind of using that against Anatan, holding it over him, saying, well, you wouldn't really go horseman if I have better horsemen. And what is up, Yannick? Thank you very much. Appreciate the prime sub and welcome on board. Remember, guys, get those subs in. We're almost at the end of the month. We've got a sub goal to hit. We've got a plus goal to hit. McRooster, legend. Appreciate the prime. Thank you very much. Keep them rolling, and we'll keep the games coming. It's finals Thursday after all. It's going to be a long and amazing day. This is only the first of 3 series in total, all featuring well-known top-level players. Okay, so archers show up. He did bail on the Forgotten Ruins early, so there's no villager exposed there. I wonder, does B try and capture this to get his own stone gen? Because that is a very nice way of getting into military schools without feeling forced. The cool thing is, like, you can kind of decap on the way when you have enough production. Like, units should always be walking over. Okay, it's going to prio decap the other side. Anatan did get the Daimyo upgrade already. So it's got to be happy with that. And we will be seeing Horseman Uma Bannerman, which, guys, has me really worried. Yeah, B. He has to react into Spearman instead. I think the issue here with Sapahi now is, one, because you went double archery, you're already too slow. But the other issue is that you won't have a meta for a while. Whereas Uma Bannerman plus the Horseman means they get, like, what, 1.5 extra damage, which brings them close to Sapahi levels of damage. End up at, like, 10.5-ish damage. Then there's the Uma Bannerman who hits much harder. So I think B is just understanding that between the outpost, the double archery opening, he just can't afford the premium cav. And I don't think he can afford this outpost either. He's completely misread the situation. Archer's going to be a big fat L here. The villager, just one hit from death, and no doubt about it, is going to be going down. Okay, like, this is a bit wacky. Like the way that Ottoman versus Japan's meant to normally play, you would heavily favor Ottomans, but this is a big game changer. Imam point comes out from B. So he will better stabilize now with the spearman. But that was shaky, man. Ends up losing a worker. We'll need to pull another. Yeah, gonna make it too. Now, props to B. That was about to completely unravel, but the Imam's arrival has clutched it up for now. The good news is your opponent is not going Yumi. It's just cavalry. That means that the Imams, the healers, should be very hard to kill. Funnily enough, I feel like Anno could actually do Yumi, and it would give him a clear win con. But I think he's worried, like he's seen this Imam timing, and we talked about the next step, which will be the meta with the ranged armor. If that happens and you go Yumi, you're just dead. You don't do any damage. I don't think he wants to take that risk. Outpost up. Cool thing as well. Yeah, I was about to say, you can afford the emplacements because he's got the villager inside. Because he pulled 2. And he is capturing his own. So it looks like we're going to be focusing on Stone Gen for B, which will allow him to get into those military schools very easily. And there are no Yumi coming. Yeah, but very delayed. You know, we saw double archery range responded with by double stables. Does mean in the meantime that B gets the poke and prod. The archers will have a little go at it. Not quite able to get the healing off there. I know, just lurking in the neighborhood. Fishing for some sort of entry point. Double archery now. B is... I think he wants to try and get into those military schools, but easier said than done. You have to wait it out. You know, the whole value play of going for Forgotten Runes is kind of lost if you walk out onto the stone. So we'll just have to take a chill pill. Wait and see. Now the burn comes. Yeah, B. Well, he actually did just get enough for fortification, but it's going to be way too late. He hasn't lost more units either. Yes, Anatan like has done a good job of blocking these raid attempts. And now B is going to be the one losing a worker for it. Yeah, it tries to build on the Forgotten Runes. Isn't going to work. That's now 2 worker kills for Anno. 0 for B. Color me impressed, man. Really impressed. I did not expect this. I really thought that we were looking at just like Ottoman steamrolling. I mean, they still look good militarily. But the problem now is, you know, for you to realize an advantage with this, you have to find a way of attacking, right? Like, you're just falling behind on economy. More and more. Might be even more here if he's not careful. The spearmen need to get home, but they are close by. Yeah, horsemen just jump in. That was a cool idea there because Anatan was fishing for the worker kill. You know, if he bails on the site, he captures it in like 5 seconds, and then this worker's dead. I know. Careful the rotation there, buddy. Archers versus spear archer here. I mean, it's the fight that Yumi most definitely can win. I think he's looking for the more beneficial engagement where he can just kind of bait B a bit wide with those spears and then re-engage. Yumi are now going to go in for the trade. They can just clear the spears quick enough. The horsemen can win this fight. Difficult. Count not there for Anno. Has to back up. Once again, into the breach. B. He loves this outpost. Second time. Oh, third time, right? He lost the first villager, had to double commit, and now he loses another villager. Anatan showing you the value of this movement speed. Snatches 1 for 3 there. And B's pulling again. Okay, guys, this is definition of insanity. Yeah, at this point, you're just headbutting the wall over and over again. Like, this is getting to be a little bit crazy at this stage. I know. This is the other nice thing. Like, guys, when you play cavalry, you know, if you're playing horsemen and finding that you're not winning, it's because you need to be a bit more dynamic, right? Like, don't look for the direct fight. Look for everything else. Your advantage is movement speed, so use it. Well used there. Does end up losing. Oh, actually, lost 2, so not so much. Yeah, a bit greedy going on the spears. I thought he actually got the 2 kills, which would have made it worth it. It is, however, slowing B down, which is good for Anatan because with this slight worker lead, the more time that passes, the better off he is. Outpost still not complete. I mean, you don't even want to try and pull a villager anymore, right? Like, this many Yumi, he'll just jump in, lose 3 Yumi to your archers, and then kill the villager. And also, because the villager movement speed, like, you won't get away. B hasn't gone wheelbarrow. Even if he had wheelbarrow, the Yumi is still quicker. Uma? Oh, I love that from Anno. Yeah, this is crafty. So, guys, not only is he getting kills, there's something more important, something nefarious about this. He wants this guy to die. Because now that he's dead, Anatan can queue up a Yumi bannerman. He has 30 archers. This is the perfect time. So, great little raid. Get some additional worker kills out of it. Only 1, I believe. Yeah, but, like, you know, he forces idle on top of that. Yes, Umas are expensive, but what's even more expensive is missing out on that increase in DPS, which is now on the way. Yep, Yumi Bannerman here to play. Stilled Arrow soon to complete. So Anatan is going full power spike here. And B, he's missing the drummer. Yeah, he just queued it up. It's going to take time to arrive. Yumi, start to poke at this. And the imams are already gone. Yeah, so B does not have healing anymore. And this looks bad. 38 Yumi to 22 archers. Spearmen are going to overcommit now. The horsemen also drawing fire, so that's just a DPS absorber. And now the Yumi go in for the killing blow. Villagers rush the outpost up, but it's not going to work. It's a 7-worker lead. An absolute destruction to be had. Now, the meta has arrived with the ranged armor, but it may be too little too late. Anatan knows he can kill this, and so does B. The GG gets called. And look at that. Japan getting a win against Ottomans. A rare, rare thing. Well played, Anatan. Able to answer back. I mean, I'm impressed, man. I thought that was going to be just a classic Otto grinded up, but I guess the detail around the outpost obsession with the Forgotten Ruins maybe just kind of baited B into non-standardized play, which was going to happen either way, because if you don't get the stone, your opponent does, right? But all the same, great work there. Does get him on the board and gets us a deeper series. What a rare statement to make of Anatan and B. We rarely ever see them go into a deeper state of gameplay, right? Wait a second. That's kind of like what we always get from them. Yeah, these two just go, go, go. Okay, so let's get ready for game 3. We are heading into Dry Arabia. It's gonna be Rus versus Mali. One and all, this is a series that always delivers, and it's already doing exactly that. 1-1 apiece between Anatan and B. We head into Dry Arabia to break the tiebreaker between these two. Last time we saw Malians between these two when they clashed, it was Anatan with a wild 2TC mass ambush build. Now it's B's turn to stick the boot on the other foot. He'll be on the Malians, and Anatan in the west will be on the Rus. We're here in semi-finals of our $20,000 esports circuit, and it has always delivered with these two. You know, I think maybe I can count on one hand the amount of times where it didn't deliver, and that's impressive considering they've clashed, I believe, over 10 times in the history of KPMM. Here in Season 2. Anatan, the one who's got it a little bit better so far, right? Able to win out week number 2. B, yet to get a win under his belt. And this would just be for a chance of getting there, to get to that grand finals, to get to that showdown in a week where the stakes are even higher, with Vortex now in attendance. So far, it's been Anatan, B, and Wham as the main dictators. Good things change today. And I love this. Pro Scouts overrated. B, this is not the first time we've seen this. I believe it was him up against Numidan in the Shushi versus Rus matchup that completely ignored Pro Scouts and instead played onto the food. It gave him a great aggressive timing and actually served him very well in that game. Definitely recommend checking the VODs for that. Anatan, on the other hand, playing Rus, you're always thinking Pro Scouts. I think like now we're probably going to see this develop even further into more and more Rus losses. Is this style, the no Pro Scouts, just go for the food? I think it's something that Rus are going to hate. Because Rus always want to do Pro Scouts. It's very rare that we see them not. The opening almost just encourages it by default. The good news is Anatan should at least get the news early of what's happened here. Yes, his scout is rotating around now. A game where he is winning on sheep rotation. Just by a little bit, though. It's going to be 12 sheep to 15. And Anu does get the news. Now, the question mark, does he ignore Pro Scouts himself? Because here's one tricky thing about that. Like, technically, to ignore Pro Scouts as well, you probably want to mirror the deer play. But your deer play would now be later, right? You don't have wheelbarrow. You haven't started to pull yet. You also have more expensive mills in the forms of hunting cabins. Although he has got a great spawn for it. You could drop a hunting cabin here and then push the deer in just once to kill them. It doesn't seem like he's interested. So now it's just going to be your standard Pro Scout play. You can tell by the fact that he's got 6 on wood. He's gathering up what he'd need. You just sell food ticket here. Might be worth it just to get the Pro Scout timing quicker. Because he is now very much on the clock. We'll go with 2 XP just for them to complete the age up. What we got on this spawn for B? It is a bit of a rough one, actually, with the pit mines being forward. But the good news is B already is intending to play map. So the reason that's good news here is like the deer and the gold are all on one location. This concept that B's running is actually perfect for this spawn. If he was deer and gold split, it'd be a bit more worrisome because you'd have to anchor yourself on the food one at a time. But this actually has a lot of potency to pay off. Love the creativity of these two. I know, we're going to have to see how he reacts to this. Outpost is on the way up right now. Spearmen are coming, though. And B, a bit greedy about this. He only put 1 villager on the outpost. That's going to end up biting him in the ass. Maybe? I mean, it's only 1 spear, right? Hardened status isn't there yet. Nah, I think he's got this. The spearman would take way too many hits. So if he just pulls the extra villagers now, it's going to go up. And there we go. He does react. Shifts away just to be safe. Outpost will complete. Anatan has at least forced an investment, and the deer aren't fully safe yet. No, because he can steer wider into the closer pack. I believe Pro Scouts has been ignored. Yeah, so we will not be seeing it rush by Anatan. This is cool. So he puts the gold gen to use here elsewhere. He's gone for the wheelbarrow. I believe he also... Did he buy a ticket, maybe? Feels like he might have here. I mean, buying food would make sense just to keep this spearman timing going aggressively. The bee is reacting now with archers. Okay, is this what Anatan wanted? Like, going spears, you got to assume there's going to be an archer reaction. Normally, forcing Malian players off of onto archers instead of jabs feels good. As long as you counterplay it. Because the other problem is, like, if you don't counterplay the Malian archer play, they'll eventually tech up. And the thing about Malians and castles, they actually want archers. It's the closest thing they've got, really, to a crossbowman. Well, at least for range. This is weird, man. Neither side doing Pro Scouts. I am intrigued to see if this is going to be the way the meta develops, because the thing is, like, you know, for a lot of civs, fast castling isn't really an option anymore if your opponent's playing aggressive. So in matchups, like, it used to be you just fast castle, what the hell. But now, you know, quite often we see people try to FC against all-ins and they just die for it. And I'm wondering if we're now seeing the same meta develop around Pro Scouts, where going for Pro Scouts versus pocketed resources just isn't worth it. Would be a cool adaptation. You know, it means that Pro Scouts would still keep its identity. For example, being 2TC would be one of the big ones where Pro Scouts has always looked good. Wow, Anatan's going to level up. Yeah, he one-ups him. Remember, B cannot gather boar. Yeah, Malians is one of those civs that will not eat it. So this is a huge edge for Anatan. Even pulls the hunt cam back a little bit more just to generate some gold off of the more expensive building. I wonder what's the next move here? You know, do we expect follow up aggression, or is there a world in which we just see B, for example, start to prep the cows? But now it is going to be additional production. I don't know. I feel like he's kind of anchoring down. Like, this is the second wooden fortress. Right, the first one to buff the tree line, the second one to protect the boar. Kind of feels like he's planning to play defender here. Because it was archery instead of stables, right? Like, if it had been stables, I think you're looking to just raid your opponent to death. And B's now going for some bold wolves. Huh. Describing a situation where greedy strats gets punished. Yeah, it took our game a while to get there, really, didn't it? But, like, I think it's fair to say we have finally arrived. Yeah, like, I'm thinking about it more and more. And this new no scouts meta will be pretty impressive. Like, is that the appropriate name? Like, calling it no pro scouts sounds pretty lame. Yeah, no scout meta. Come into your screens now. It's just so much better as well when the game is played this way. Like, I actually think that if this is the way that Age of Empires 4 continues to develop, so that people are always coming out for resources, it's the best state of the game. You know, risk reward is always a very big part of RTSs. You know, StarCraft has on a, like, and sometimes a more basic level of, there's minerals in the center of the map that you can gather faster from. But obviously you're going to be in the center of the map, so that's the trade-off. And the new points of interest kind of tried that as well. But just seeing pro scouts not in every game, like now being seen as an inferior form compared to just standard deering, I think that's music to my ears. Like, that is the correct design and development you're looking for when it comes to these systems. And also, the other cool thing is, guys, it actually might welcome back 2TC meta. Not fully, but as an option. Which I know is something that has been sorely lacking. And, you know, in some ways, kind of happy about that. I think 2TC meta, when it was full meta, was one of the worst metas we've had. But as a variant option you see in maybe 10, 20% of games, love to hear that might be coming back on the menu. Both players currently bulking up. Anatan is mainly just archers, though. And B has been pivoting into javs. Yeah, the Donzo count is a little bit concerning. Like, the Donzo is actually going to get value now that Anatan's switching knights. But up to this point, it looked like a wasteful switch. And quite a slow game, actually. Yeah, it's because they've essentially mirrored strats, right? Like, this normally happens when civs mirror strats. And the most obvious one is in a literal mirror. Like, you see it where both sides hesitate to commit, because if we both go 2TC and then we both follow the same standard, neither player is stronger. The stronger player ends up being the one who's defending. But you've kind of got a similar splattering of that here. Even though Rus and Malians are fundamentally different civs, conceptually, they've gone for the same strat. So both of them playing pocket resources, both of them scaling full feudal. It means that first fight is crucial. One player likely to just die and lose the game because of it at this rate. Yeah, no cow scaling. We have got the hunting cabins. I love this. We mentioned it on the deer. So Anatan has been generating extra gold off of those. Helps with this night switch now. Do you have any predictions on how they will change JD? Yeah, they're going to make her a shinobi. So she'll just be able to, like, blink over walls now. She'll throw out kunai. And she'll be renamed to Japanese Dark. Yeah, I mean, Jean, there's like a few different ways they could go, right? I think one big thing I was crazy about was the idea of actually giving her premium horsemen and taking her knights away. truly making her feel different to play. Like, also, maybe having those John's champions very weak on armor in Age 2, but get the bonus against spears. You know, these are simple ways to change it. And then the other big one would be around landmarks. I really hope we see landmark diversification, not just reprints, still have School of Cavalry, etc. Hi, Trade House. Now coming in from the roost. So Anasan first to blink on the age up. Yeah, B lagging behind a little, actually. He has got the cow switch now starting to come through. It's not exactly quick. No. And correct me if I'm wrong. Is he producing them out of the wide mills? I believe so. He probably feeling like he overinvested now. 17 javelin. I think this is probably going to be Farimba. Like, what value do you get out of rushing Fulani here? Your opponent will be in your base by the time you're doing it. Farimba with javelins at least gives you a tech point against mass archers. Get your numbers in on that high trade house, folks. It's actually not too bad. He caught a fresh tree line. Archers on the approach. And we called it. It is indeed going to be Farimba. B. He needs to just try and keep these jabs alive now. So if we're going to start marching up, but this is going to get shaky fast. Anatan's veterancy is only 10 seconds away. At which point, these archers can contest all. He even has the damage 2 on the way in 30. The high trade house, 116 gold a minute. Not too bad. And on top of that, Anatan looking to get more passive gold. He's got the warrior monks down the way. And what's up, Milkdober? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. I appreciate you and welcome back to the Swarm. And it's swarming time for the vet archers. Jumps on in. Yeah, even just target firing down the javelins willingly. We'll just trade out against the archers because they're going to die a lot faster. Swimmen have to pull away. Anatan forcing the idol on the deer workers. Sofa's try to go for the backstab. Not going to be great into upgraded archers. He needs a bit more time, but with the outpost defense and the age up complete, Anatan does admit that this is getting shaky. Yeah, B now with the military lead. And Javelineers just got upgraded. Yep, they've got the Mantis Javelineer effect. The veterancy's coming in 10 seconds. Remember, just by going Mansa, they are already quicker than archers. I know, needs a lot of knights and he needs them fast. The problem is, we already see B with 12 Donzos, so not easy to shift here. And also playing into the imams himself, going for those relics. I mean, he actually has good positioning to potentially get, what, 4 here? Bano is snatching one from the deep side. To make a villager form of Jean more viable for advanced farms, etc. I mean, like, I think that had been discussed in the early days, the idea of like a builder Jean, but I'm not entirely convinced by it. I think there's better ways to make her unique. But this is not a unique sight. Javelins beating archers. Not so unique these days is the fact that the poison slowly kills you too. So great fight for B. Sofa are also now upgraded, so they're much harder to kill. He has got the ranged armor 2 on the way. So yeah, I know he's kind of stuck producing archers because that's what he's got right now, but this doesn't look great. No, Javelineers is going to just love that. It's a great counterplay for them. Even the Knights trickling is a bad idea for Anno, right? Because these Mansa Javelineers have got poison. Look at the cover fire B, able to start pulling that relic back. He's got Sofa held in reserve. Really wants to commit them because the Javelineers aren't as good at kiting against Cav anymore. They got nerfed there. They used to be much faster. Now down to 1.31 from the 1.38 movement speed. Nice buff there. The Saint's Blessing is going to be enough to clear the Sofa. Tug of war continues, but we've also got a Warrior Scout cheekily sneaking in. He realizes he could actually waste a lot of time. Yep. Let the run begin. And the annoying part about this is look at the health bar. Warrior Scouts heal really fast. Not just that, he's got a Sofa on the way. This area is about to be really unsafe for Anatan. He's trying to bring the army down there. And actually, weirdly enough, B's going to be sending it in the same direction too. Yeah, I thought he might try to play north and bait. Instead, he does condense the fight to the same location. More Sofa now turning up. Villagers do not have textiles. Javelins in position to start the poke. Knights are going to jump on top of them, though. And the other time is achieved. So Anatan missing a lot of income right now with the 14 workers running. Javelins will eventually get rid of the Knights, but several of them going down for it. The Sofa are doing a good job of continuously harassing this. And finally, Anatan says, what the hell are we doing here? Goes for the Wooden Fortress. Yeah, army's still big enough to contest the Javelins at the moment. Or at least, I say contest, waste their time might be more accurate. The Javs are just going to go in for the snipes. They go after the workers there. A little bit risky. B needs to be careful not to lose too many. Javelin here is all about scaling. It's not a comp that you recover. It's one that if you lose, you tend to just switch out of it. For now, it's at least still working out. B, more so for following this. Anatan doesn't have many archers left. He's trying to gradually scale knights, but the way he's been forced to fight, he hasn't been able to get the number up. He just keeps sacking them. Yeah, it's the Javelins. They just keep forcing them at her. They get the kills in like, what, 3 volleys maybe? So, yeah, a lot of time wasted, but the problem is if Anatan isn't able to hard commit with the archers, the time wasted doesn't matter. It's not like B's losing anything additional, right? And I lost like 5 villages. Yeah, it was actually free. Because he needs the deer, yes. Right now, the big problem for Anatan is he's running out of food. His only other option is Northside Berries, which is really open anyway. And obviously, deer's a better gathering rate. The problem he has here is like B is just going to keep infinite fooding because he has cow, and you don't. So like Anatan at some point needs to solve this food issue in a more reliable fashion. And I mean, that down the line would do it, but that's going to require time. We've got 2 TC Roos. Not an unheard of play for Roos. Something they usually like to do after the relic game has been finished, and it has indeed been finished with a win for B. He's securing Sacred Sites. He's got 3 relics. That's going to allow him to afford a lot of cow, by the way, just to eat if need be. For the time being, though, they're at least going to be thrown into the ranches. B is on the berries in the back, so almost out of finite food. Anno's Knights are now hunting. I think B's thinking similarly here. Sofa circling the base. Did B actually glimpse the 2 TC? I don't think so. I don't think he actually dove deep enough. He'll see it now, though. We should anyway. He will scout the crossbow switch. Okay, so like that's not too bad for B. It's annoying for your Sofa, sure, but you do have javelins to contest that. And you kind of had to assume this was coming eventually, so to idea early on is pretty nice. Man, props to Anatan. Finding some worker kills. However, it goes both ways. B, able to strike in. An extra 7 worker kills off of this Sofa raid. Eclipsing the efforts of Anatan, who was only able to achieve 3 for the knights that are meant to be better at raiding. It's not a good look right now for the Belarusian. B just continues to hunt in multiple locations. Sofa very good at doing that due to their movement speed. Direct raid, sure, the knights will like be better, but Sofa slightly cheaper, moving faster, can be in more locations. And there's so many more of them, in fact. You know, talking 15 Sofa compared to just 7 knights in total. The walls are now going up. Yeah, so I think Anno understands that, like, he doesn't win in a cav spam game because he's so far behind. So instead, he's going to try to prep the full counterplay of crossbows. But that does mean you can't really attack. You're going to be defensive. Good news is, because you went 2 TC, being defensive isn't a bad thing. Right? And if B doesn't realize what's truly happening here, it means that Anno will be able to just scale into farms with 2 TC and get ahead. B, never want to be caught sleeping. Keeps poking. We'll catch the wallers. Yeah, another 2 workers going to be going down. He's not done there. He's going to keep diving past this, right? No, actually does pull away. How many ranches are we talking about here? Yeah, 5th one coming in. So B, definitely feels like he's ahead, right? Like, you see that the gold, the wood's a little bit better for Anno, sure. But the gold is miles and miles apart. Food is pretty competitive, though. Like, props to Anatan. He actually has been making that transition work quite well. He's been using the limited deer that spawned on the high trade house. I think he's up to, like, what, 20 farms? Yeah, 16. Slowly but surely getting there. Bulls are already up, so B. Is there ever a stage where he stops building javelins, is what I'm wondering. Probably not. We talked about it as a scale comp, and it's the type that you switch off of when it gets wiped. The danger of doing that, though, is like you're not going to be prepping things like veterancy archers and poison arrows ahead of time, right? So what it creates is this weird dynamic where, you know, you are aware there's a realistic possibility your javelineers will get wiped, and you'll need a switch. But if that happens, you won't have anything in place to achieve that switch quickly. I think this is also a big part of why most people switched off of javelineers. You know, it's a pressure-based build that requires that you constantly pressure. It's very punishing of people who slow down. Nano. How's he benefiting on this slowdown? Has he got enough gold to do this approach? It looks like it, with the walls going up on the south side, actually. Like 8k gold plus the hunting cabins, high trade house, 2 relics. You know, he's playing knight crossbow. That's my only real concern. But now that he's locking in this 4k on the north side, which is bloody impressive, by the way, I think he has everything he needs to just camp down and play late. Even in Imp versus Strokes, you can use javelins. Yeah, but like the damage, their attack point is not that great. Usually slower attacking units, unless they have overwhelmingly high damage, don't feel that great in late game fights. You know, if you ask most people about javelins, javelins tend to peak in feudal age, and then they start to fall off. Because like as you get up in age, the idea is the damage reduction isn't as high anymore compared to the damage you take. And on top of that, the other problem you run into is when you talk about counter units, like if I have javelins and I counter archers, because my damage is so high, I'm going to overkill a lot, right? And if I overkill, that means that a slower attack speed is bad for me. It means I'm being wasteful of damage. Whereas like archers, yes, they have lower damage, but because they attack notably quicker, like we're talking 33% quicker, they tend to be able to actually trade out well in Castle and beyond. And we have seen that a lot in the past. Yeah, especially when you talk about ranged units. Melee units' attack speed is not as important because of the way they move around a lot and how you can micro. But with ranged units, attack speed is very important. The reason why Javelineers did work in the past, and sometimes still can, is the chase element. It's not just the poison damage, it's the movement speed. So you hit, you run, you hit, you run. We've got a hit and run moment here. B. Whoa! Anatan gets caught going for the stone. The keep on the gold is not going to work. Villagers go down, and that's a failed keep. Oh my god, and B, this is the fight he's been waiting for. Sofa spread out to block out any sort of reinforcements to build this up. Javelins need to be sniping onto those crossbows, though. The Sofa fitting out the Night Horde. What a timing there by B, an intercept at the perfect moment. And a pushback in entirety. Anatan has to get back behind the walls here. A bloodbath of cavalry, but at the tail end, the most important thing for B is the Javelin line stands strong. Yeah, it's going to be important to try and contest the remaining crossbows. Anno lacking knights now to try and actually frontline this at all. Sofa are going to rip around the back. B, he's trying to go for the cutoff. Anno needs to be careful because he's close to getting wedged here. Does retreat behind the gate just in time there. And cancels the castle. Realizes it's never going to go up. Outpost now being built by B. What a bloody fight there. B able to destroy the cavalry comp. One that Anatan probably will struggle to get back online. He's at 25 farms. This isn't your 40 plus. And also the gold cost of those knights is nothing to turn your nose up at. Especially now that a lot of his remaining golds are up against the walls he built, where javelins could hit him. But B's not done yet. No, he tries to deny the castle again! Jumps into the base. Body blocks are going to be there for the moment. Anatan, he knows if this castle fails, it's going to be a full dive and a GG. So he goes full divide to try and get it online. But the javelins now starting to target down the workers. It's a 10-worker lead plus for B. Castle is going to go up. But at what cost? 8 builders survived that process. Less people died trying to build a pyramid. Oh my god. B now with 50 worker kills in total. And a GG immediately because of it. What a game from start to finish. Let me know what you guys thought about this one. Sick timings, Javelineer paying off, which is rare these days. But even before that, the new no pro scouts meta has me deeply intrigued. Let me know what you think in the comments. And I'll catch you in the next one. Oh my god, dude. That was sick. What a cool game. I think that game will be about... the new No Scouts meta will be incredible, maybe? Something like that. Dude, I don't even have a shirt on that has a collar. You're a barbarian, Camion. Vile barbarian. And you know it. Alright, so next up, we head into Sunken Lands. A goddamn vile barbarian. Dude, my throat is so rough as well. So we're going to be having Abbasid versus Abbasid. Bear me one sec. IU versus Abba. Sunken Lands. And that means this side will be on Gorge. And there's still HRE. There's still Byzantines as well. Jean? B loves his Jean, so it wouldn't surprise me, actually. I'm struggling to find Sunken Lands here. There it is. Oh, and we need to put a point on the board, don't we? Alright, one sec. My fault for not wearing a shirt. Dude, the shirts weren't ready. Can't afford to wash clothes that regularly. Water bills. I don't have enough subs. Excuse me. That don't work. That thing's too red, right? I don't know about the blown red. Little cutesy match. Not crazy about that one either. Think this is the one? Oh. I don't know about this one. Alright. Oh, dude, it's skinny ties as well. Skinny ties are so annoying to do different knots with because you basically like have no options because they're too skinny. So normally you have to basically do like half Windsor and that's it. Oh. But I'm going to go full. We full Windsor. There we go. Ciao bello. Almost look like an air stewardess. If air stewardesses also looked like they were wearing skiing glasses. Alright. You guys ready? Let's Time for the water Saracens as we head into Sunken Lands to see whose hopes are going to sink in this one. Welcome back to the channel, folks. It's time for Anatan versus B, game number 4, and B is now in the lead. But Abbasid versus Abbasids, an interesting map for it, and Abbasid's Anatan is known to be creative with this civ in the past. Like, was one of the leaders when it came to the Dervish build that emerged about a year ago. Curious to see what B can do with a civ that has not emerged as a victor often here. Abbasids has been looking a little underwhelming recently, outside of 1 or 2 rare performances. But win here would secure it in 3, which doesn't really sound like Anatan and B. Anyone who has watched these two clash before knows that they are consistently the most regular 5 out of 5 game series matchup players we have in the midweek muster. So what do you do here is IU. It used to be that I feel like we used to see a lot of growth wing from Abbasid players, but I don't feel like you're very happy with that. Like that almost requires that you send it or your opponent can go 2TC. Normally when you're playing Abbasid, your number 1 focus is like, how do I get Castle Age? With Abbasids, they tend to kind of like a longer feudal age because usually they're thinking about how their army scales, like scaling archers is really nice for composite bow switches, or they've gone 2TC and they most definitely want a long feudal. Yeah, I think here though, like going 2TC opens the door for Abbasid's FC. So your 2-town center would invite Anno to do fast castle, which you don't really want to be allowing. It's just going to be very difficult to stop him though. Like this spawn is ridiculous for Anatan. Are you kidding me? Golds to the side, but kind of on the back. The deer as well, right next to them. Tree line's ahead of him. I mean, this is jackpot. Then you compare it on the other side. B, he gets full gold forward. Deer forward as well. Berries are forward. There's nothing that actually looks that good about B's spawn. And he is going to go eco wing. But Anatan's gone logistics, so that's intriguing. Yeah, because the funny thing here, guys, is if you're going to go 2TC, the thing that Ibis can do now is with Logistics Wing and 1 Desert Raider, they can poke at your villages in and out. It's very difficult for a second TC to get that kill because of the Dervish healing. So we'll keep an eye out for that. And, I mean, I guess this is B's response to the shoddy spawn we talked about. I don't know, it just feels weird, though, because if he's doing 2TC... most of the time, people kind of highlight that it's not great. You know, if you're going to do 2TC, you might as well not go Eco Wing because you don't really see a return on investment until you do 3TC. But the reason why you do 2TC here, the thing that usually gets slept on, that's important with that discount, is the timing. Like, when are you able to get this structure built? If you're able to build it sooner because you went Eco Wing, it can be worth it. Especially when you consider his spawn most definitely would require him to secure forward resources. And yeah, guys, careful with checking the bracket, or you might give yourself some spoilers. Stone gathering begins to be. Does Anno actually scout this though? Okay, he's coming back over now. He got a lot of sheep. 20 sheep. B was 16. Remember, neither one of these civs is going to eat the sheep early, so that's why the numbers look insane. It's not that Sunken Lands has like 50 sheep. It's just that these two civs don't tend to start on sheep. Although Anatan actually, weirdly enough, has. Now, that's surprising, yeah. It's not for growth wing, because you can see he's already eating the berries here. And by the way, guys, reminder, after this series, we are going to have Wham versus Vortex live. So, I'm sure both of them have already maybe researched, looked at these games, or are watching them right now, stroking their chins. There's one of these two. We'll be waiting for them in that grand finals. So, Anno, I thought he was going to go for a Desert Raider to poke. And actually, he would have had a good timing to make sure B couldn't get a TC out of the base. But instead, He's just going for a ridiculously fast castle. You find Desert Raider can usually get to Abba base before the TC is done. Yeah, but and that's the idea that like the thought is if you build the Desert Raider, like this can't happen, right? If a Desert Raider was coming, you can't place a TC like this. You'd have to place it here or here, which would be rough. But yeah, like if this is free TC, I'm actually pretty worried for B. Anno's going to have great timing into relics. Like he's already in position to pick up the 2 most aggressively located relics. Like he could go for this one and this one, which Anno does see, by the way. He's good. Whoa. Hold on a second. What? All right, guys. You know what beats free TC? 2 with 40% faster build speed on villagers. Yo. Anno is cooking. All right, I respect this. So he can immediately tech up, build a TC, grab relics. He's just out-greeding the greed. All right, so B is basically going to be stuck in survival mode for a good 10-15 minutes, I think. It's just the return on investment is so much better. The ROI is incredible for Anno. You know, he's going to be able to afford 1 TC straight away. He's going to build it a lot faster, right? Then eventually you get like the golden age effect down the line to produce quicker as well. Like, what was the maths on it? Because the TC is usually 2.5 minutes. So I think it goes down to about 1 minute 45 with 1 villager. But obviously you use more. Would he ever consider gathering the stone to go free TC? I don't think so. Like, that's not necessary, right? But yeah, he's already in position, man. And B, because he chose free TC instead of 2, hasn't got a single unit out to block those relics. This is looking like a 5 relic game. And that worries me, man. Like, 5 relics, you know, we're in an infant stage of the game. Free TC hasn't paid off at all. Good news for B is his TC is going to cost less than Anatan's to build and also sustain because of fresh foodstuffs. But I'm more concerned about like the attack timing here. Because also the other thought is the way that B has built these TCs, he's going to have to add in farms. He's got decent sheep count now, but he hasn't secured deer. He hasn't secured the other berry patch. So really, he's got his starting berries and sheep with free TC. Relics already on the way home for Anno. B, yeah, he's not even marching out, so he's just keeping spears at home, which is understandable. Now that Anno is teched up, if you rush these 2, 3, 4 spears out to defend relics, a camel lancer could be going in your base, but this is ridiculous. I'm sorry, what? Anno, I feel like he could just achieve his timing with 2 dervishes, but he adds in a 3rd. And there's that second town center. Comes up fast. Man, what a placement as well. This spawn really paying off. The deer back, double gold. I mean, it was almost like it was preordained that this needed to be industry wing. Yeah, the remaining 3 should be easy peasy. Like, I think Anna's probably going to be reviewing this VOD and going, 3rd dervish actually wasn't required at all. I just had everything for free. He probably didn't expect B just to forfeit 5 relics like that. He has now got, what, 13 worker lead? But Sacred Site's now to be locked in, and this is the other thing that's interesting. We talked about B needing to transition. He already is, even though he's still got lots of sheep. Yeah, he's got 16 sheep. We've got farms coming in early. Now, there's a cool idea here, which is if you scale farms quickly, agriculture becomes worthwhile sooner. And it kind of balances out where you can get agriculture as the final sheep disappear, and it's a super valuable tech. Remember, agriculture is the one that gives you an extra 15% gathering on farms. Which in conjunction with your golden age tier is pretty bloody powerful, right? 30%, then you can get 2 levels of eco-tech. You can be 50% more efficient on farms with Abbasids. Camel Lancer? Oh, God, that's a horrible start for the spears. Luckily for him, Anatan is going to back away. Unluckily, Anatan has got the dervishes completing their task in the next few moments, at which stage they can come over to heal. This is ridiculous amounts of gold. And Nano is queuing up archers. That's the only thing that's a little bit dangerous is that, you know, when B techs up and goes for military wing, which is what I expect him to do here, composite bow archers can shred. The other interesting thing is, like, this looks shaky right now for B, but Anno's weakness is going to be Camel Lancer plus Archer into Abbasids. It's kind of actually what Abbasids want to be able to handle. If they're able to scale their economy and afford the Camel Rider Archer comp, they win. Because their archers have more health, they have better attack speed. And Camel Riders, folks, little fun fact for you, destroy... Camel Riders, rather, destroy Camel Lancers. Yeah, so Camel Lancers, they have 22 base damage on a strike, and they have 210 health. Whereas Camel Riders have, I believe it's 60 more HP, but they have no armor, but you can get them armor with attack easily. And they do 26 damage per strike into cap. So what that means is when you equate for melee armor, etc., Camel Riders and Camel Lancers are doing the same damage to each other, but fun little fact for you guys, Camel Riders have a slightly quicker attack speed, as well as more health. Oh, sorry, you're right, yeah, it's 28 damage, not 26. 26 is Desert Raiders. So yeah, 28 damage, so it means you're actually ahead on damage over Camel Lancers per strike, but as I mentioned, you attack quicker anyway. So you have more health, you have better DPS, like... Camels just suck compared to riders. Like the advantage is everywhere else, right? Is that they're a generic unit, whereas camel riders are a specific counter. But after all this talk about them, I think we're just getting spears, man. So B, like what? Probably spears into archer switch. I mean, he needs to build spears now. He can't get camel riders until age 3. But now you're so far in the hole on this is your anti-cap solution. I'd be very surprised if he switches camels. Especially considering his farm count isn't that good. Yeah, barely any sheep left alive, only 11 farms. Villagers are actually going to get shivs out. Almost got baited to hanging around there. But the camel riders come out. He almost got the body block with the villagers. That would have been huge. Anatan able to dodge death. Gets most of them out alive. There you go. 270 HP. 28 damage. And B, what? He's actually still reacting to the lancers. We've got crossbows. Okay, I'm a bit surprised. Considering what we just mentioned about Abbasid's advantage against archers. With archers. And archers are, what, 2/3 the cost of a crossbow, so you scale them quicker. So there's going to be a push up. The dervish is actually proving quite annoying here. Yeah, that little AoE heal, making the few archers last a lot longer. I'm going to rejoin the main formation. Clash comes in, and B, this is way too soon. He doesn't have Veteran C. What? It's an absolute wipe. Their archers into feudal spearmen. And maybe it's a good idea that B is going for crossbows, as he does not have a standing army anymore. Anatan now able to commit fully. Mind, body, and soul. Double Sacred Site is still locked in. Manjanique's now being built. Aye, this looks over. I mean, what has B really got at this stage? You know, he's slowly getting to more farms. Slowly is the key word, though. Going to be up to 24 with that new cluster. He doesn't have agriculture, doesn't have food tech 2. Why he would do that? I don't think he expected the army to be that big. Probably just thought that he'd be able to chase the camels, get the camel kills, and get back. Dead wrong, though, and now likely just dead. Triple Dervish is going to be moving in, just so they sustain the heal. Maybe a little bit too deep. But remember, the Manjanique has now been built. Yeah, so ability to siege this down. And we have got Anatan playing the corner. That's the other thing. Like, if Anno was farm switching, B's game would start to look really good. But Anatan understands, like many a high-level player do these days, playing the map is far too valuable to ignore. So, you guys know what that means. Game 5? Game 5? Game 5? You want a game? Game 5? Game 5? Game 5? Game 5? It's definitely looking like it. Ram will be knocking at the door. Boot camp coming through for B. Problem is he's just losing in the archer game, which is wild. Like, what Anatan is doing should be very hard and scary to do. But B's been so late getting into archers, it does not look like Abbasids will be able to man the defense quick enough. He's got 4 archers soon to come out to bring him up to a total of 6. B just has nowhere near enough spear crossbows to deal with 20 camel lancers either. And the horseman idea is cool. Is it quick enough, though? It has been seen. Okay, yeah, I know. That was key. He got the info early. And it is going to be rack switch. Triple racks, in fact. This can still work for B, though. If you keep scaling the archer numbers with horsemen, if you can actually afford that, then your opponent's then going to be countered upon arrival. You need a bit of time here. And the camel lancers trying to not give that. And it starts to poke in. We have got the scud launchers. The Maginique's now hitting onto the farms. Maybe just more siege. Spear plus siege is pretty interesting for IU here, actually. Maginiques will burn down all the buildings, and then when you have to fight, that can test the archers. It's scary because your opponent's building horsemen. Do you really want to build mangoes? But, you know, if you have enough spears, it's easily done. B. I'm a bit threatened, actually. He's going to start posturing here. Angeniques versus farms is beautiful. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know what they're loading in those things that is so effective against the plant, but... I mean, you're basically just launching tiny rocks at dirt at that point, you know? Oh, not so tiny rocks, but... By the way, Sacred Side time is down to 2.5 minutes. So, you know, we talked about B going for this counterplay. He actually might not have time to wait for full bulk. My, oh my, indeed, he feels that way. He rushes out with the horsemen. Remember, spearmen are being rallied forward now. Veterancy's been queued up. Eastside Stab's going to be successful as B looks to secure some food, some gold. Sacred Site isn't too far away from that location. Walls going up in the corner, so Anatan, he is fully committed to this, right? We have 0 farm transition intentions. He lives or dies by the sacred sites. Right now, life is looking good. Even better when this happens. B, no. Did not notice. Horsemen fighting camel lancers, a disaster. And now the archers emerging on the east side. Composite bow archers upgrade is there. But the numbers most definitely not. It's 11 archers versus 50. The crossbow spears aren't going to fare much better into that either. Clash comes through. Camel Lancers being held back for the moment, but Manginique's moving up. The Camel Lancers start to move in. The army is out of the base. B is exposed at home and on the farms. And Anatan realizes it. Not just that, Anatan is holding firm the main engagement. He's got Sultan's Mamelukes, which is providing that gradual snowball buff. B just gets split the wrong way, man. The horseman, a bit too wide for that decap, puts him in an untenable position. As Anatan will destroy B before that economy could ever truly take over. So, that means one thing. Well, apparently it means we get subs! Yo, what's up, Nihi? Thank you very much. Appreciate you, buddy. Thank you for the Prime. Remember, guys, that's a smart move by Nihi. The Primes cost you nothing. You already paid for it. You already gave Bezos the money. So drop on the Prime here. Just make sure you don't have to worry about ads. Gets you some of the best and most possible. And supports us as a content creator. So consider doing it. And reminder, you do need to do those Primes every month. They do not auto-renew. So almost make it a habit. You come in here, you drop the sub, boom, done. But thank you very much, mate. Enjoy the perks of being subscribed and part of the swarm. 1 second. Because now we get ready for game number 5. Yes, that's right. All the way to a deciding game. And we will be going to Gorge. On vacation at Atlantis, Bahamas with the wife and still made sure to go watch finals day. Dude, that's the commitment we look for. What the hell is a holiday? I mean, like, I shouldn't say that. I'm actually taking a Furulzi's holiday at the end of September. Yeah, so, like, I think it's from the 23rd to the 30th. I'll be out of country. In fact, let me check the calendar. Yeah, so that means we won't have a midweek muster from the 18th to the 25th. Oh, sorry, 19th to the 25th. But I'll activate the next midweek muster on that Friday, even though I won't get back to... dude, do I want to do that? 23rd to 30th is actually kind of weird, because I go on a Tuesday, come back on a Tuesday. Maybe it's worth it when we stream Wednesday. Bit different for us. I'll figure it out. But final game, Gorge. It's going to be H3 versus Jean. We called him, man. Dude, he loves his Jean pick so much. The weird part is you had Byzantines as well as an alternative. One sec, guys. I need to get a drink. I was told to hydrate, so hydrate I must. Gotta get some melons in the mouth. It always smells so good. That's the good stuff. In fact, I need to figure out when my monitor is arriving, actually, now that I think about it. I don't think I've had a ping through. Let me double check. Yeah, I'll send a message to my guy, find out. Also, I need to bump my gunner person, don't I? I'm gonna bump them again. Because you guys keep asking about the glasses. Actually, I'll do that later today. Yeah, I'll do it after stream. So I need to send across my new prescription anyway. I'm probably going to request like 2 or 3 different pairs of glasses. I've gotten blinder. All right, you guys ready? This man is not sane. Look at this draw from B. Look at the funnel 2 picks. You all say Byzantines. I know you do. But not B. No. B is obsessed with Jeanne d'Arc. He's been one of few players making it work in competitive Age of Empires 4 right now. And his tournament life in midweek muster relies upon it wholly. Welcome back to the channel, folks, for the deciding game between B and Anatan. And not only is B gone for a comfort pick for him in Jean, but Anatan has a powerful response in general. The Holy Roman Empire has been picked by Anatan. Map is going to be Gorge. A good map for some pro scout shenanigans, and admittedly, 2 civs that are capable of it. But the last time these 2 players picked 2 civs that do pro scouts, neither one of them done said pro scouts. So don't be surprised if instead we see them playing out onto the deer and onto the boar, especially B, who, by the way, that boar positioning is incredible. It's so close to his base, right? Like, normally these boar get kind of pushed further back towards the corner. You can't even see the corner from here. So he could pull, like, back towards here, which is only a screen away from the gold. Yeah, deer is split, though, for him. Meanwhile, Anatan got a really good deer spawn on the north side, both of them leaning that way. Curious to see if Anno is going to be going Minework or Archon. On Gorge, Archon is still more popular, and also against Jean/French, usually you lean more towards Archon, because Minework loses some of its flavor for its melee value with all pikes. You don't really want to be building horsemen into knights. And the other thing is that the archer timing, which is usually the best use of Minework, doesn't make as much sense against knight openings. So wouldn't be surprised, but you got to remember that Anatan is a big lover of Minework. Yeah, I think he actually might be the player at pro level building mine work most consistently currently. Why biz against HRE Dark Age Spears, though? Maybe just don't want to hang it all on the Spear Micro? But then again, we've been seeing these Hippodrome builds, right? And I think Hippodrome isn't a bad shot against HRE necessarily, especially when you know it's a map that is Pro Scout worthy. Mine work for archers, the irony. But it does make sense if you think about it. Like, mine work, the thing that actually makes mine work so good, you know, when all pikes first got introduced, it was broken because it was, like, way too strong, and then they patched it. And then you realize as time goes on, all pikes is irrelevant. Like, the bigger deal is usually barded armor and castle. But even bigger than that is just the standard fact of a blacksmith's. Like, a blacksmith that works 50% quicker. The reason why blacksmiths is most impactful with archers is because it gives the biggest increase in damage. And also, range damage is more easily realized in fights than melee damage. Because you engage, you're straight away ranging. But with melee, you have to get close enough. So yeah. Mine work, if anyone wants to try it, if you want to actually get some easy wins on the ladder, like HRE mine work with archer opening, pretty bloody good. Archon can also work just because of all the wood that you eat up. But mine work is surprisingly effective with archers because of how quickly you can get to 10 with the +1 damage already. Especially if you're not playing at conk level, you'll probably just roll over people with that type of strategy. Other side of it, B. Probably be happy to see Darken. Skull of Cavalry is going to be coming through. Yeah, the reason why he's going to be happy is, like, the other reason that you do these type of Archons is usually because you want to pro scouts. So if B scouts that, what you could try to do is ignore pro scouts and just attack. But looking at the macro here, I think he's not ignoring pro scouts at all. Yeah, he actually was paranoid that he was going to get outburst rushed with the Dark Age Spears. So that's why you see the rubble of the outpost. But yeah, if you look at B's income, you know, by the time he techs up, it's probably going to be around 300-ish gold, which will give him enough to get one night out, as well as get pro scouts, which you already know is going to do when you've got the mill set up like this. I mean, normally you do it for wheelbarrow, right? But, like, there's no reason to keep 3 on gold. A reminder, the reason that this build is done so often by Jean and French, most civs doing wheelbarrow and pro scouts is heretical. Because they contradict each other. The idea is that if you have pro scouts, your villagers shouldn't have to move. So why would you need wheelbarrow? But the thing is, it's always still nice to have because there is some movement that has to occur when villagers spawn, when you move them to wood, etc. And the cool thing is, with French and Jean, the price of pro scouts plus wheelbarrow is basically what other civs pay. Other civs would pay 450 resources for pro scouts alone. But between wheelbarrow and pro scouts, you basically pay, I think, like 440, right? So you're basically an entire tech better off than other civs by default. Need a 2v2 tourney? Yeah, but the problem with those is always you need a lot more funding often to make it desirable for the prize pool splits. Also, just I feel like anyone who wants to set up a team-based circuit and then run it to success will be burning through money for a very long time to do so. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe people would just play for, like, small prize pools, but I think most players' perspective is, like, the time investment is not worth it compared to just practicing 1v1s, and that was a bit of a blunder. B, now playing blind. I mean, he did at least scout the pro scouts, so he knows what's up. And the cool thing, at least with Jean and French, is you already have a School of Cavalry, so you can build another scout. My god, actually, wait. No, he didn't go pro scouts. Wait, so what's all this gold about? Yeah, he pulled for the food so late that it looks a little bit weird now. It could have just been night spam, but his food income hasn't kept up because of the walkout. I have, however, got a smile on my face because once again, B is middle fingering pro scouts. That's crazy. We went for the gold upgrade? Yeah, but that makes it even weirder. Is like the macro is a little bit off. I mean, he will catch up on a delay, right? But especially losing that scout feels more painful now because all of a sudden, as you're starting to balance out your food again to be able to produce knights, you're now going to have to spend an extra 65 into the scout. Yeah, I mean, I guess Anatan just couldn't resist it with that juicy spawn on the north side, but this is good for B. The counter to these type of spawns is aggro. Like, when your opponent gets double deer on one side, pushing into them is really strong. But yeah, props to this board move. We did talk about it being close to his base, and B seems to have been in agreement. Maybe he just didn't realize it at first. I don't know if he scouted this corner last. Oh, wait. Did he actually send the sheep back? What is it with these two, man? They're both like this all the time. It's brilliant. For those that don't know, B is known to just donate sheep. So we've had, for example... We've had ladder games where B has seen that the opponent got no sheep, and he's such a good guy about it. He'll just drop off 4 or 5. We've even like witnessed this. I remember watching Wham stream once, and he was moaning about getting no sheep, and then I think it was B who's up against just turned up in his base and dropped off 5 sheep. Shout out to the boys for that, by the way. Like, I think they understand that if you're in a pro game, I mean, this is a weird thing they're doing in a pro game, but like, especially in a pub game, you know, if you want to practice to be better in pro games. Yeah, sure. Like, if you get 90% sheep, of course you can win. Anyone can win, right? If you're on, like, similar skill level. So it doesn't really teach you much. So they rather just actually make that good matchmaking experience worthwhile by balancing it out. Okay, I got another thought process on this. Anatan is like, why would I want that terrible gathering rate? Take your sheep back, all right? I've got deer. I can't believe he just gave the sheep back. I mean, it was only two, right? Like, he didn't give extra. He gave exactly what was lost. Oh, these two. Always a joy to watch. And props to them. Like, you know, that would have been pretty painful for B. Just like 2 extra sheep does go a long way. Because when you play Pocket Eco like this, if you get shoved off, you're going to need a stopgap. You're going to need something to sustain you in between, right? So what is the game plan now? Anno is building quite a lot of archers actually into knights, which is very surprising. Maybe he got baited by the spin in the beginning to try and block the pro scouts. He's also snatching deer from the other side, so we have got him creeping up the goodies that belong to his opponent. He might actually know, though. And I think, yeah, he's moving spears out now. They're friends after all? I mean, it's like, part of it could be that, but it's also just... KPMM has got good money in it, right? Like, you know, if you're committing especially, there's a lot of money to be made. But it's also, like, it's very, very good practice. High value practice. So, you know... Sometimes, I mean, 2 sheep isn't going to completely break the game the other way, but it's at least going to make it a bit more competitive. It's not like he dropped off 15 sheep. It's like, I don't need these. Pull into the board now for B. And besides, you know, like, it's Jean tax. Your opponent picks Jean, you have to be nice to them because they pick Jean. Because, you know, like, Jean's not considered very good right now. Oh, is he hiding it? Is he? Yeah, but it's like the angle doesn't really support it. I think he needed to come a little bit deeper here, and then it maybe gets hidden in the tree line. But there's just this weird little crack there, unfortunately. Guildhall now on the way, by the way. I can't believe this. We've got Archery versus Jean, and Jean's fast castling. That's kind of wacky. Not really what I would have been expecting, but the cool thing about this for B is it just starts pumping that Guildhall earlier for an eventual imp timing here. Yeah, it's kind of wacky to be like racing. Oh wait, no, I'm an idiot. I'm blind. He did a really good castle. Dude, sorry. I'm like trying to keep notes for the thumbnail and titling. I'm trying to get better at doing that, and I glanced away. Although this is kind of the BS of HRE, isn't it? You're like, oh wow, wait, he does have a bigger army and is also fast castled. Huh? It's pro scouts, folks. When you get pro scouts underneath an Archon, it's absolutely absurd. So the Archon buff 35%, You know, with Pro Scouts plus the survival techniques, your gathering rate on deer is almost 1. So you got up to about 1.3 food per second. For reference, a shoreline fish gatherer villager will give you 1 food per second by default. It is wild just how good Archon is with Pro Scouts. In fact, I feel like whenever you go Archon these days, if you're not going Pro Scouts, like it's such a big mistrick. Yeah, like there's no civ that actually uses deer better when you think about it that way. Speaking of the dip, B was at least able to deny the other ones, right? So like Anasand has got this burst timing, but now you're seeing him slow down. And the reason, folks, is that he just doesn't have food anymore. Because although you do get this ridiculous gathering rate we talked about, you're also going to eat through the deer just ridiculously quick. Like, I think he's got like 2 deer left, maybe? And the others should be hard to reach. But now with the arrival of knights, he fishes for it. B is steering back towards the center of the map. It's kind of weird, actually, because B fully backed up, which is essentially given access to the relics for Anatand with a HRE Regnants. Pro Scouts are now creeping in. Night Flash. It's going to run into crossbow spears, though, so backs away before it becomes truly problematic. B has to be careful, actually. He went melee Jean, and there's now crossbows in play. It's a very fragile state here, and still a long way to go. 281 of 500 XP. Yeah, and that's why he's trying to creep sacred sites, but Anatan reads that perfectly. Like, getting up in his face here. Anno has multiple reasons this is so beneficial. So one thing is he wants relics. That's obvious. But the other is those sacred sites are the way that B loses this liability. Just a double whammy of effectivity. And the deer continues to get absorbed. That's now 4 deer that Anatan has taken from B's side of the map. Doesn't sound like a lot until you remember that B is reliant on these deer as well. He's not playing a civ that does farm transitions easily. Guildhall is at least going to be stockpiling, but we've got some ways to go. Outpost early from Anno. Yeah, he's aware. That's actually quite smart. Not many people place outposts in this tree line like this, but if a raid comes in, it can be the difference between getting all villagers out. Need to be careful, seek shelter, because it can actually grief you sometimes with that. Yeah, because the idea is if you click seek shelter and your villagers all here, they'll all run over first, it will get garrisoned, and then they'll run back, and the knights will already be on top of them, so it can backfire. Does also set him up for cannon placements or springalds down the line for the eventually fleshed out farm area. Gotta say his farm placements feel a little bit odd though. Wait, what happened? Ah, oh, dude, the gorge tree line. Yeah, he wanted it central instead of off. If he staggered it off, he'd have the gap for farms here. Also, he placed the regnants, like, once again, a weird half a tile, like 1 tile off, half tile off. So you can't place farms there either. This is a pretty rough Archon to build farms around. B. Just going to start stockpiling the knights more and more, right? We've got Archer Switch coming in, which makes sense. Like, archers do essentially counter all of Anatan's army. Because he hasn't gone for a single heavy unit, which I think is the normal way you'd expect this to play out. You know, when you're up against the knights of Jean, your knights aren't going to do better without mine work. You know, men-at-arms are going to be redundant, even with heavy maces against French knights. Do you have the walls up? Starts to feel like we're heading for a long game here. Because this is kind of what Jean does to you. You know, you're reluctant to fight because you understand that one big fight is all it can take. You know, level 3 is soon to be upon him, and if you had to math up the cost of this, like army value-wise, if you lost your whole army right now, Jean would be halfway to level 4. Right? Because she gets 1 XP for every 10 resources worth. This is the scary thing. So, like, that's also another reason why the crossbow count needs to be really healthy. Because even when Jean goes up into 3rd level, because she now has the heavy tag, you essentially offset the range reduction. So remember, she gets 45% less damage taken from ranged attacks in level 3. But because you're double damaging with crossbows, it rebalances it, so you're actually still pretty good at killing melee Jean. What is absolutely horrible is trying to kill range Jean. Anyone who's tried to kill range Jean with crossbows knows exactly what I'm talking about. She just doesn't die. Ordnance company in the way. Has he been... Yeah, he has. I was about to say, has he been actually archery range dropping? This is pretty big. Arbitrary is kind of the bread and butter of the late game for you. So he's already anticipating that and playing into it. Like, sure, it's archers for now, but that's so he can afford the farms. And the reason why Anno hasn't gone for the Fort Relic is he hasn't actually scouted it. Oops. Gonna be a flash in the base here. Melee Jean is ready to level up, though. There we go. Much harder to kill now. I say much harder. It's going to be free hit kill if we can get it. Divine Restoration comes out. Jean not being target fired down anymore. A bit of a panic here as Anatan realizes an overextension. Does get the kill on the Maiden. The Knights are going to keep pressing here. Yeah, it's the Spearman. The Spearman lit it in is actually wasting a lot of Anno's shots. He doesn't have many archers left, so no clean, quick way of getting rid of them. Remember, crossbows will kill spears in mass, but the problem is they overkill, and they have a worse attack speed than archers, so it's just a not great trade. It's a horrible trade, in fact. And there's Jean with the buyback. But, like, once again, we talked about how crossbows still soft counter her. As we're realizing on our screen here. Anno, a bit greedy there, did give chase, ends up feeding XP over. And look at the progress already. We're talking about 500 XP out of the 1500 required. This is what I meant by the size of these fights and the speed at which it happens. Anatan lost half of his army. And it means that B is just one big fight away from level 4. Scary, though. Difference is going to be in the farming. Anatan should, in theory, be a lot deeper. Okay, yeah, he's building more farms over here. I hate these farms. The other side B, he's got 13 farms. The reason why I hate these farms, guys, is that you are playing HRE. You need to have some self-respect. Cistercian Abbeys is very powerful. Remember, Cistercian Abbeys turns monasteries into drop-off buildings, and it also lets you function with them as mini Archons. So the weird part about this for Anno is that he's building mill farms, 50 wood per mill, instead of spending 200 wood for a monastery, plus 1 prelate of popcap, to buff up, 12 farms by 35%. Like, this is horrible to watch. I think he maybe just forgot about it. Because it's not like he's anywhere near population max, right? So it's not like, oh man, that 1 prelate is going to make the difference. And he has got 3 Regnit's relics, so you can definitely afford the gold of a prelate. I mean, hell, he's even using prelates walking around buffing his economy. So yeah, it does feel a little bit weird that we aren't seeing monasteries. Remember, Cistercian Abbeys is a more recent thing, so at the pro level even, we see these type of newer additions easily forgotten about. Because when you've played hundreds and hundreds of games at HRE across the course of the game, and they add in Cistercian Abbeys, it's not instinctively on your mind. It's almost like you need someone yelling at you saying Cistercian. I guess you're saying shame. Shame, shame would achieve the same. Red Pulse drop now coming through. Not on the 8k, but that makes sense. He got a back corner spawn. This achieves the same. It will protect that corner. Anno. 37 crossbowmen's cool and all, but how are we getting in quick enough to do something? Yeah, because once this red pulse goes up, remember the TC also gets an Arbalest emplacement, so that becomes dangerous to dive as well. Yeah, it has enough damage without even being garrisoned to 2-hit kill crossbows. Alright, what do you think, guys? 1's if you think B is going to win this game. 2's if you think Anatan is. Because we're clearly going late game, right? Like, Anno's saving up now, probably Palace with Schwabia. Which is a bit rough. I mean, I don't know. Is Elsbach good into Jean and French late game? It sounds okay, but not crazy. Because, you get these powerful horseback gunpowder units. the Black Riders, but the trade-off is you're fighting into mass cavalry and arbitrary. Crossbows do counterplay Black Riders. Like, maybe it's not that big of a deal that he's going to miss out on the efficiency of Elsbach. Especially considering the huge eco lead he can still build. John? Just talking about the spears of the champion. Divine Restoration is going to be required. I guess you're kind of happy with that if you're Anno. Like, forcing Divine Restoration on such a small skirmish is pretty pathetic for Jean. Because the idea is, like, if she runs away, she'll heal over time anyway. We'll bait him, clear him out. Knights are circling around the back, but army's mirroring. Remember, B can afford to be like this now because the Red Palace protects the east side. You favor JD a lot in late game? I feel like I'm the type of person that would usually resort to Bailey's instead. Hot, get it? Because, like, late game could be a slog and you feel like you need a drink. And JD's an alcohol. And I over-explained it. Knights! Still trying to sneak in the back, but Jean's going to be there. Yeah, I like that B is just finding these small raids and mirroring it with Jean. It's really smart, actually. Because it's allowing him to just slowly gain the XP. And what? He actually did go for Elsbach. Alright, props to Anatan for resisting the dark side, man. I feel like so many players at 60 to 70 eco would look and go, well, Schwabi is still too good. But this gives him longer term presence in the game, and he is just setting up a second TC on the north. Yeah, and also an Elsbach that will be able to protect the sacred site. Very difficult to breach this. Remember, Elsbach's not only take an absurd 25% less damage, it used to be 33%. They also, for some unknown reason, come with 50% more HP than any other defensive landmark you get in Age 4. Now, we won't focus on this one too much because it's actually fair that this one doesn't have that much health. But yeah, like a Berkshire, for example, is 5k, right? But for some unknown reason, the Elsbach has 7,500. By the way, B did get that Northern Relic. Oh, man. I can already imagine Anna reviewing the game and going, wait, what? I should have had 4 relics. Why didn't I see that? Still to this day, so often at the high level, we see people just not scouting the entire map, especially Sinful with relic-focused civs like HRE. John now on the approach. Crossbows are elited up already, and notice he's holding John really far back so she can milk the XP. Should be the last knight to arrive, so last to go down. I know with the stagger. Jean, slight overcommitment there. Realizes the error, backs up. And jumps back on board. This is an XP farm right now, guys. You ever play Minecraft? You set up the little blocks, you set up the water, and the zombies come down. Same thing. Archers. I'm just going to brute force on the choke point. Have you ever heard of a Spaskaya? What is a Spaskaya? Wait. Oh, yes. Thank you, Kilyadi. I forgot. We call those a misclick. Actually, you're right. Spaskaya has 10,000, doesn't it? I forgot about that. I remember that it gets all on placements. We never talk about stone walls being built for Roost because no one cares. And somehow, Spaskaya having 10,000 health seems less broken than this. You know, until you watch that Marine Lord Beastie game. I know now with a Horseman switch. I mean, B done a good job on that press for the archers. Especially considering that entire push. And this is shocking. He did not have elite on knights. No, he's queued it up after the fight. XP-wise, 2/3 of the way to the level up. I can't believe I forgot Spaskaya has 10k HP. Now that I say it out loud, like I don't know how I don't know. It just still doesn't feel broken to me. I think it's because mathematically this is like almost as tanky. But also has E repairs that you can chain in. Because the Spaskaya has 7,500 HP and it takes 25% less damage. When it used to take 33% less damage, it was literally as tanky as a Spaskaya. But then you've also got the fire armor. those techs that can make it a lot more tanky. Like, yeah, I think there's just a lot of elements around the Elsbach that makes it much more infuriating to take down than a Spitskaya. See? Quick reactions. Should be able to minimize the losses here. Still, Elite Horseman, pretty frustrating. Might be that B wants to consider a full wall in soon. Templar Fortress with Anger and a full T4 upgrades is the same. True, but that's like basically, if you're playing Knights Templar late game, that's the only way you can play, right? Maybe it's just because Elsbach was the original ridiculous one. Right? Because even like Spitskaya people weren't really doing, right? But depending on if you're doing like 2TC HRE, like Elsbach could make a lot of sense. And because the thing is, like, the comparison is if you have HRE 2TC, you don't need Swabia, so you get Elsbach. But with Roost for the longest time, you could have High Armory, which discounts Siege or Spitskaya. And Siege, especially in the early days, like, of course you're going to get the discount. Like, you just want it every time. So I think that was the other thing where, like, occasionally when we saw the Elsbach build, it was ridiculous, not just for itself, but because of that aura it would exude, where all the buildings nearby would take 33% less damage. It meant even killing outposts was stupid as all hell. Yeah, especially when you consider 1750 HP on an outpost, but then you'd reinforce defenses to get even more. I don't know, I feel like the more I describe all these defensive elements of HRE's buildings, the more it's kind of hair-ripping, you know what I mean? Where it's like, why? Why do we need this many things? In fairness to them, they have struggled with their late-game identity, I feel. HRE, for the longest time, has been about tempo for late game to win. It wasn't about when we're in the hyper late game, we're better. Like, if you look at Jean and HRE right now, the idea is the later this game goes, the better Jean should be. Because Jean will provide all these giga buffs with the attack speed, with the healing. But even outside that, even if Jean didn't exist, you know, Royal Knights, incredible per pop in late game. And Arbitrier, especially with things like crossbow stirrups with the quicker attack speed, also easily considered the best or second best crossbowman in the game. Well, that's interesting. Anatand switches into hand cannoneers. He's got the gold for it, right? 3 Regnet's relics. His 8k is already gone, though. Like, he's definitely tapping through stuff fast here. The awkward thing, though, is, like, you're building hand cannoneers into archers, right? I guess it's more about how does Anatan enable the horsemen to win the fight for him. The reason why archers count as hand cannoneers is because of the range. So if you get silk bowstrings, these bad boys, they go up to 6.5 tower range. They'll attack probably about 3 times before hand cannoneers can reach them. And that's marching through hand cannoneers. Horseman down to the farms. B, he never... No! Oh, no! The mini-map. If you just looked at the mini-map, you're like, this is safe. Talk about the most casual walk-in. What? I know, just chasing him down now. Textiles to minimize the losses, but B, feeling the pain. What an entrance. The casual walk-in by Anatan there. B in full panic mode, scrambling around his base to stay alive. Down by 30 workers. Cost drops now coming in. So Anatan, he's inflating that possibility of a Black Rider switch. I mean, to be honest with you, if you can afford Black Riders, like, over hand cannoneers, why not, actually, is the weird part. Because Black Riders are just better hand cannoneers. Knights are going to club down quite a few workers. But it's 2 TC, so Anna doesn't really care that much. Main army will eventually be cleared up from their raiding duties. And we have got 2 TC now from B. So he realized the damage taken was too heavy there. This is also going to secure the gold. And reminder, Arbalest placement in this thing. So a decent little defensive structure. Archer also has bonus damage against gunpowder? No. Don't get confused by that. It gets bonus against light gunpowder infantry. These are ranged gunpowder infantry. So specifically, archers, they have that tag for Janice. Because remember, a while back, they changed Janissaries so that they don't get countered by crossbows anymore. How many farms has Anna now got? I like how he just went for poor man's monasteries, by the way. Like, just slap the prelate on each one of them. Outpost? What on earth is happening over here, Anatan? He does get the fortification. At some point, B will just kill the workers, though. Oh my god, no, the cannon, the cannon! There's a cannon emplacement over here. Like, what the hell has happened in this corner? He just wants his stone, but Anatan somehow crept back here with an outpost line. Yeah, dude, he's just been working his way upfield. Workers will get intercepted, but the other one, like B, just build a cannon, man. Like, the next one ain't worth it. No, especially considering he did go for that extra 25% HP, so just look at the obnoxiousness of this. Almost 2,300 HP on an outpost. And now the Treb's coming in. Red Palace. This has been the thing that's been making it a bit harder for Anatan to freely dive this area. Then again, like a giant gap in the tree line doesn't make it look harder. So once that Red Palace goes down, I mean, is B that exposed? Mainly farms. I think B's big issue at this pacing is where is he getting his gold? The guild hall, okay, he did switch it over. I think it was on food before that. Yeah, now the slate and stone construction. So fire armor going to be coming in soon. Why doesn't Anatan want to do Black Riders? I guess it is just the crossbowmen, really. Yeah, because, like, so I said that Black Riders are better hand cannoneers, and they are. As long as you're not running them to a spear line or mass crossbow. Because crossbows will kill Black Riders due to the fact they have the heavy tag. Still, if Anna wants to keep raiding, that's where the Black Riders would feel better. Might be good he went hand cannoneers considering we're getting a direct clash. However, Jean de Blas is about to be coming in. She's not being target fired down. Level 4 is ready to rock and roll, and it's in. B able to break through. Valorous Inspiration activated, and the Gatling gun mode begins. Look at the speed. Anatan needs to use his own speed, the retreat speed. It's a ridiculous amount of firepower from that back line. Anno, he's getting broken through here. He's got the cannon emplacements to maybe reset this afterwards. Valorous Inspiration just ran out, so that 35% attack speed boost is now gone. Anno done a great job of at least keeping the bulk of the hand cannons alive for now, but the Silk Bowstrings is annihilating him here. It's making it so damn difficult. You see what we mean now about archers counter hand cannoneers. And by the way, these are better hand cannoneers. They have great timing to run around with. Like the 1.24 movement speed means that they should be very capable of getting in and out. But this is the type of fight that Anna was desperately trying to avoid. Jean de freaking Blast. Mecha Jean even summoning the cannon now. Anno down to just 25 hand cannoneers with a lack of gold access because this shouldn't last long. Down to just 1.4k left. It's like he may need to slow down a bit. He's living beyond his means here. Yeah, the cannon emplacements are actually killing him a little. Love that though. Remember Jean, she does siege damage, so pulls her across to start bringing down the building. And Anatan, of course, does not have E-repairs out here, so that's an expensive loss. Now you start to see what we're talking about in the late game. And like the interesting part to think about here, folks, is the quality of army. Yes, B had knights in there, but the range line was mainly archers, some arbitraire versus mass hand cannoneer. And yet still, with the raw DPS, you're able to compete. Yeah, especially considering what we talked about, you know, earlier today in the Malian game about the kill point. You know, if you are definitely going to kill a unit, you just want more attack speed. And B had enough archers to insta-kill hand cannoneers. So at that point, increasing your attack speed is more desirable than simply having more of X or Y unit. We're not going to slow down now, though. The problem for B is his income just isn't as good. So after a big fight like that, his rebulk is going to be slower. That's why he needs the better quality of the fight. Castle drop coming in from Anno, who is now up to 24 Black Rider population slots with 0 being used. Yeah, he doesn't really seem to want to take a nibble at horseback hand cannoneers. It's breaking my heart. And no, if the red pass goes down, the TC emplacements still work. The Arbiter's shot's still there. A lot of people have begged for that change because it just seems like it would make sense and also would make ending the game easier against John and French. Oh, Valorous Inspiration, but this castle, I mean, it's in a choke point. Anatan gets it up. Divine Restoration pumped early here. B's going to be charging in. Remember, he's still got a few seconds left of that attack speed, but this was wasteful. Nowhere near as good as his last one, no. Just wasn't able to exert his power in that fight. Right, the attack speed barely mattering, so will be a retreat. That gives Anatan a stay of execution now for 60 seconds. Wait, the squirrels are broken into my cube? Ah, nuts. Siege now coming up. So B, he's just trying to address the sacred sites. It's not just a ticking time bomb. Anatan's been spamming hand cannoneers, and really, the only reason he's able to keep affording it is a combination of the relics and the sacred sites, because this is all gone. But he's going to get something more reliable here. It's happening again on Gorge. Late gamers arriving, and HRE are the ones thinking about trade. Are we missing any key techs from B? Bio. He's already got the incendiary as well as the bowstrings. Yeah, both players actually just getting elite army tactics at the same time. I know, these kind of placements. It's not just them helping him defensively, it's also offensively. I just love the fact that B's just... from earlier on when he tried to aggro this area to reclaim it, he's like, nah, dude, it's not worth it. It's not worth the effort of taking those things down. Love to see some stone walls. I mean, both players could do with some stone walls, if we're being totally real here. Like, it's actually kind of wild that there's been no stone wall attempts even at 40 minutes in. Yeah, B is... like, what is he doing with all this stone, actually? Is he trying to keep drop the sacred sites? I think that's the idea, is he wants to contest each of them. Arms getting torched down. Red Palace try and keep them safe. The horsemen don't need to dive there. They just need to idle this area. The castle drop in. Anatan is going to get baited underneath it. Let's be careful. Respect the Arbison placements there. Okay, props to him. That's a really smart way of finally dealing with the outpost. Guys, Jean takes less damage from ranged attacks. Little fun detail for you. Cannons, the emplacements aren't sieged. They're ranged. Yeah, so that's why she barely took any beating at all from that. For attempt on the castle here, by the way. Culverin's spawning out. Yeah, B's investing pretty heavily in this as well with the cannon emplacements, funerals as well. So we'll need to step up because that Culverin is going to get the kill soon. Village is now being pulled. Tricky to dive for either player here. Especially now that we've got cannon emplacements on the way from Anatan. Culverin has got it low and on fire. Villagers are in range, B. He didn't click them to the corner first. Yeah, so that's going to be a bail. Castle goes down. Anatan keeps that time bomb ticking. 6.5 minutes away from a victory for the HRE in this game. He has massed the bigger army, and remember, he's got that button. The press to win button. Valorous Inspiration will make this very difficult for Anatan. I think he knows it as well. This is so difficult to win in an open area. You almost just want a choke point, especially now that B has gone heavy-handed into melee. You know, 60% of his army is melee. That's a big problem, actually, because Valorous Inspiration is best used with range mass. The attack speed ability Valorous Inspiration for Jean looks best when we see Arbitrary or hand cannon near mass. Or archers in that last fight. You just want something that isn't moving. If it's not moving, and then it's getting maximum value out of the attack speed. And the problem with melee is melee's constantly moving. You know, unit dies, and then they try to pathfind, and they scramble over each other. Body block, body block, body block, and then, oh, I'm ready to attack again. But all of a sudden, I missed out on 2 intervals of attacks because of that movement. Cannons now onto the keep. I really like cannons actually over culverins for their ability to kind of flex in the fights. Culverins will win at maximum range for sure, but cannons, they are quicker than culvs. They're really good at chasing. And they're also able to insta-deploy and shoot. Right? So they kind of, you have to think of them as a mid-ground between bombards and culverins. But I think they bring the best from both in a lot of ways. Like, bombards suffer from a very long deploy time, whereas culves and cannons are instant. But then cannons have higher damage closer to a bombard standard. Yeah, like the only trade-off, as we highlight, is the 0.5 difference in range. And oh, like this is the thing. Yeah, B just moves forward after the shot straight away. He can get kills. But cannon coming in soon. It's just a repair rush between the 2 of them, but it's smart. Like, just target down the castle. E-repairs is going to be forced out of Anatan. Crossbow's now diving in. Wasting a lot of shots here. Attack speed is getting activated. John, it's just a full blast and charge. Essentially just exposing the cannons, though. Wait, what? The culverins are going to get sniped down, but he's going to lose both cannons for it. Repair crew not good enough. Castle stays alive. Comes in clutch with the E-repairs and the relic. And the timer continues on. B, that valorous inspiration achieved next to nothing. Anatan able to just dictate and dominate. Keeps all hand cannoneers going. The push is on. Another cannon soon to fall, and this is fast falling apart for B. Even tries to decap in the center, but good mirroring. Anatan just sending him one. And I just love that, man. Like, Anatan confidently understanding his position is powerful. Forces B into this weird overcommitment with Jean. Meaning that B, you know, he activates the ability, but half his army wastes over half the duration running instead of fighting. Remember, it's an attack speed increase, not a movement speed increase. I know. He'll just slow himself down. Remember, he's got that clock. He doesn't need to dive the base to rush the end. He can take a chill pill. I know. We've been here before. He's about to walk back. He's like, wait a second. Horseman. Farms. Horseman. Farms. Horseman. Farms. That's right. I keep raiding those. How does B get a decap? You try and dive the L's back, but yeah, actually, it doesn't have cannon placements. South side is getting cannons now, so he's already away. He's also got a wall up. Like, the awkward thing for B here is we just saw him incapable of winning a direct fight. So you can't go for the central sacred site because Anatan's army's on the north. You have to go for the southern one, but the wall's going to give a lot of tip off of what you're doing. It's very difficult right now for B. Yeah, like little tip, when you play Gorge and you're up against sacred sites, you always want to play wide and then alternate wide. The idea being your opponent will anchor their army and can't move. Unfortunately for B, it's actually HRE army, so marching drills means they can move a lot quicker. But for most infantry armies, if they start up here and you go here, they should not be able to arrive in time. Like, they'll have to sacrifice something to block the decap. And B, he just heads straight into the same place again. Opens up some of the walls to give him options. Cannon counters up to 3, and that is a sick transition. Mangonels. Adjustable crossbars, mangonels. Like, this actually would be a good answer to hand cannoneers. Even with marching drills, difficult to get out of the way, the blasts. Castle drop's going to be an L. B tries to go deeper instead. The villagers are actually just running right past, realize the mistake, pulls them back. Mangos are getting sniped by the culverins, though. So far, they haven't been able to touch the gunners. Mongols are now squaring up against those culves. B trying for brute force, but it's looking undeniable here. We're down to a minute left on the clock, and I just don't see the way to victory for him. His army's small. Anno able to defend because the front line might be dead, but that hand cannoneer line never ceases to exist. Fair crew coming in. Bombards just trying to get rid of the castle. Emergency repairs is available. The relic also gives extra armor here, making your life harder. Comes the Divine Restoration. Valorous Inspiration is on cooldown for 40. But the Mangos, they're working here. The castle's down. Is this actually happening? We're down to 22 seconds. And the Mangos, they're doing it. B! He's got barely any hand cannoneers left. Jean's going to go for the sneak in now. He knows if he wants to stop it, he's going to have to move across, and that's going to expose him. And she's far too tanky against ranged attacks at this point. So the decap is actually happening. 12 seconds from victory. Anatan is getting denied. Getting teased as well. B just keeps shifting off, but he's actually done it. The Mad Lad has achieved it. The Maiden of the Orleans will make sure that the kingdom lives to fight another day. And not just that, Anatan has been trading here. 24 traders that are about to get blocked out, which means gold is not going to be desirable. It's not going to be fat as this in the coming minutes. Difficult to keep those hand cannoneer counts up if that's the case. He has got the shorter distance gathering, but it's going to be 19 gold as opposed to the previous 86 gold. 25% as effective as it was. That is a huge haircut. And a crazy opening. B. 11 seconds from defeat. 11 minutes from a grand final. I know. Knows he's going to have to step up. He's got a lot of farms up here. Farms he cannot afford to lose right now. And the mangonel count. Look, guys, reminder, like, Valorous Inspiration works on them too. Gatling Gun Mangos is a thing. Seriously. This is the thing about Jean. She is applicable to basically any army in the late game, and if it's ranged, even better. Siege is ranged. I'm still waiting for the days where College of Artillery becomes viable, just for the Reboldequins Gatling gun moding. But now we'll always have to settle for the Red Palace, the thing that allows them to exist this late in the game. Gold has just been pulled. B. Love this. He's thinking about doing the forward encampment. Yep. He's going to make it harder for Anatan to do anything. Just look at the amount of farms getting deleted. I know he's on standby, but with only 3 culverins, he doesn't have quick clear. And B. The yoinking is real, man. He snatched it away, so he took that relic from the castle. Stripped some of the regnants, which is important here. Yeah, Anatan, that relic on the front side may end up being a facepalmer for him. We talked about his gold. We talked about how bad it gets when you trade this way. He has switched it up, though, right? Yeah, there we go. Anno, he's pivoted. That's another reason why B needed to keep pushing, by the way. He needed to stretch this corner to guarantee that the trade sucked. But this is going to be coming in clutch. Oh, most definitely. About 20 traders at 88 a pop. That's about to be 1,600 gold drop-off. Which he needs, considering Anatan has chosen to go mass knights. Dive into the base again from Anatan. Just trying to draw attention back home. Elsbach is next on the hit list, though. At B, he's just trying to go piece to piece. Completely cutting down central control. Anatan. It's almost a 10k HP structure with damage reduction. So it can take a bit of a beating, but it definitely has its limitations. Horseman raids are at least being mirrored, so B's shutting that down. For the most, he's got castle drops back here to make it easier. Actually, quite a lot of castles coming in from B. I mean, we noticed he had that ridiculous amount of stone, like 2.4k. It's finally been put into action in good locations as well. Culverin is going to look to snipe this down, but the Horseman now with the charge in. And I know he's not in position to protect, so the Culverins will be taken out. Great grab, and a crucial one here. Because now B, his siege is no longer contested. Anno has to queue up a fresh 3. We talked about that big 1,600 gold drop-off, though. That's basically all of that gold reinvested straight away in the Colves alone. Fragile state of being right now for Anatan. He's on the cusp of starving the HRE out. Making sure they got no gold to fill their bellies. Problem is, reaching to that east side is challenging with this Elsbach. It did slow him down. At least now it's gone. But it has bought time for this. Anatan, a quality army, 28 knights, 22 hand cannoneers against siege. And now they get in. The knights on top of them here from both sides. It's a scramble. There's no front line. B! He overextended! The Mongols just trying to smash what they can, but no doubt about it, they're going down. Anatan, he finds the opening. He shoots the goal. An absolute devastation here, B. A siege army that was built into the 40s of PopCap. Thousands of investment down the drain for a man who only has 300 gold in reserve income per minute. And a guild hall that's only at 1,300. What a move out of Anatan. B just trying to creep in to maybe deny the gold to slow Anno down. But even if he does that now, Anatan has got healthy reserves. The castle gets dropped on the north side. He'll look for the recap soon. He can also try to block this west side. B tries to switch into his own knights, but does so from behind, slowly escalating. And with limited gold now, I don't see how you really keep up with HRE knights. Like, your knights are substantially better, right? French knights will win on even numbers. But this goes back to that 15 toddlers taken on a team. No, let's do it more fairly. 40 toddlers taken on a team, all armed with knives. I don't back the team to win that fight. Unless winning involves just running away. No, I mean, you can already see it. It's 13 to 27 knights. Charge is going to be coming in. As B has now actually got the bigger army. Valorous Inspiration gets activated. Okay, here we go. The meat grinder is going to work fast here. Anatan doesn't try to back away. No, he commits. He realizes the error of his ways towards the end there. B, despite the shaky position right now, down to 76 eco, he's using it to flex a bigger army. John moving in. Culverin's trying to snipe her down because siege damage is pure against her. But she does stay alive, gets out of range. That's important because B cannot afford a buyback. And now the Culves, once again, overextended and underguarded. The knights are in. Anno is going to lose the siege again. No way of sniping Jean now. On top of that, B, he's getting closer and closer to indefinitely blocking out trade and even farms here. Anno on the cusp of feeling true pain. The cannon emplacements are also now starting to come in, so traders will gradually fall here. And that's it. He doesn't see a way. The blocker on the trade, the size of the army, he's actually done it. B, 11 seconds away from defeat, turns it into a glorious victory. Wow. Well played to B. That was an insane game out of the two of them. Unbelievable. I mean, like, you feel like you need to go watch it again to figure out how the hell he done that. These are the ones where it's always annoying because I want to have something in there that, like, highlights the epicness of the late game. But, you know, no one's going to wait around that long to see that. What would we call that? I guess... late game sacred fights are god tier? I don't know. Where's the Black Riders? I mean, I've kind of gone with late game sacred fights make AoE special. Maybe. Probably only 2 sheep's difference there. That's true. Anatan now has, like, that was the true reason. He's like, I only lost because ... Okay, but up next, we've got a really fun one. We've got Vortex versus Wham. I believe the boys are just about to draft. Let me check if they've actually started. They have indeed. Thank you, lads. Perfectly timed. There we go. So maps have been drafted up. Let me reset this. And this is our second semi-final. So winner of this will go up against B. And draft has almost complete. Final picks coming through. Wham on the left side. Vortex on the right. Opening map is going to be cliffside as well. Let me go ahead and I can actually update our Futu shot bracket as well. How did Pete pull that back? Like, we watched it and we're still not sure. That was ridiculous. That was absurd. I mean, it's also, we talked about the idea of, like, the tug of war. Like, you pull your opponent left to right on the map, and he didn't even do that. He just brute forced him. It's, like, ridiculous. Hi, Finn. Hey, Mum. You know, like, the all caps. Oh, wait, Mum, you're pretty old. The reason I say that is, like, isn't the all caps type chat thing something like kids do? Come on. Alright, so, let's get the scores in and updated. So, B is now sitting in grand finals for week number 3. He is yet to get a win. Right? He's been in grand finals once out of 2. He fell victim to Wham. If you guys remember, week number 1, it was a reverse sweep. Wham was 3 games down and he came back against B. So it's got to be a bitter taste in the mouth. And it could theoretically happen again, considering Wham, I'd say, like, he seems a bit favored of Vortex to make it with the way that Wham's been playing these weeklies, but obviously Vortex hasn't been as present, so this is going to be a really big test to see if he's up to scratch, because I think Wham has been playing some of his best Age of Empires of late. But let's get confirmation on Game 1's picks. So, Vortex, you're talking about Cliffside Beginner. Ottomans, Lancaster seem very desirable. Japan's not too bad sometimes. Wham does have Delhi, and you have to be aware of that, so it's a little bit dangerous. Maybe Otto? Oh, no, dude, they go in very different directions. So Vortex goes for the Rus. I guess, like, I don't know, because people don't do Kremlin builds on this map anymore, I don't know if I'd say that the Rus pick is that good in the current meta. It's not bad, right? It can work on most maps, but, like, I don't think it has much bite in on Cliffside anymore. Shushi is a pretty cool one by Wham, though. We saw that backfire really badly for him. Was it Wham? No, I think it was someone else. We saw Shushi versus, like, Ottomans, where Voldemar was able to beat Shushi with his Otto pick against Core. And we've seen, like, the Shushi with a mixed result. I believe it was people like me and Micah were picking Lancaster against them and found great success. Haven't really been seeing the Rus here as much, though. I feel like Shushi has a really good timing maybe around Chug, because usually Rus want to try and FC and go into, like, Horse Archers. And if they do that and you've got Chug plus Lancers you can contest, need to be very careful with those timings. We've seen Chug and you actually get overwhelmed by Horse Archers if you don't position well. But the nice thing about Cliffside is you get pushed really close to each other. Like, your starting positions are close to each other. So you can technically use slower moving units better. Double for instance, who would have thought? He's got to make up for his bro. Lucifron ain't here, you know? China's not even OP, but at this point I'll accept a nerf, so it isn't banned every single series. Okay. Like, see, this is the thing where sometimes saying less is more. It is better. You just revealed yourself as not maybe understanding anything about China. China is the most busted civ in Age of Empires 4 right now. It's like, the thing as well is I think people sometimes, because they don't see a giant alarm bell of broken, like, oh my god, look at this unit, they don't think a civ is necessarily busted. But, like, mark my words, China is broken. Like, they are... Yeah, okay, at 2K Elo asterisk, like, if you play China well, but, like, by that logic, right, like, that's the same, like, I almost feel like it should be, maybe it isn't, but, like, I feel like it should also already be kind of, like, to a certain degree obvious that we're talking at the high level. It reminds me of when people would have discussions in Overwatch about Bastion being OP. And it's like, anyone who played Overwatch at release remembers Bastion was the worst character possible. The only reason he was OP is because people didn't pay any attention and ran headfirst into his cannon, you know? He's spitting fake news about China needs to be stopped. I mean, you know what you know, there's like a button to stop him, right? Lowest win rate on the ladder on average in every season. I think it's like a combination of people just like experimenting and then people who don't know what they're doing with it playing it. Like, didn't Delhi have this for a while? Not so much these days, but I remember Delhi used to have this when Delhi was like the Tower of Victory meta, when Delhi was like one of the best picks. The win rate on ladder was trash. Because I think also what happens is a lot of people hear that they're broken and they see that they're broken, they try to play it themselves and then they suck with it, right? All right, Boyos should be setting up now, by the way. I think we've got 4 minutes until we're in game. Top 3 things that make China OP. I think like the Imperial Academy is way too good. Like if you want to talk about obvious things you can nerf, that plus blacksmith supervision, in general research supervision is ridiculous on China. Like I actually think like the number one thing, like a lot of the things I'd list can all be summarized into one because they all come back to the Imperial official. Like taxes, supervision speed, the Imperial Academy itself. And like when you look at all those problems, they're all Imperial official. The Imperial official does way too much. Am I remembering wrong? Imperial Academy didn't used to be able to train IOs? I'm pretty sure it always did, but the difference is for some unknown reason they decided to make it cheaper. So if you guys remember, like it kind of got glazed over because people were more focused at the time with the Ottomans getting... Oh, sorry, were you not able to train? Oh, you're right. It was just a double tax building. You're right. That was a long, long time ago though, right? They made, yeah, long, long time ago. The more recent thing that changed it was a year ago, about a year and a half ago, when Ottomans finally got their late game nerfed. And at the same time, they decided to make the Imperial Academy IOs cheaper to produce. And it was illogical. Like, we were already at that stage with China. Most games should be Imperial Academy. And they buffed Imperial Academy, which made no sense. What they done, like the thing you have to keep in mind is like China's only weak point used to be early game, and then they buffed it. With that Imperial Academy change, they essentially buffed it in a really big way. And then you talk about like Pro Scouts, the Pro Scouts meta just amplified the issues of China even further. Like there is no Civ that feels more powerful on their timings into Pro Scouts than Shushi and China. Like maybe Rus, but the difference is I think Shushi and China have more versatility than Rus on openings. Training IO was season 2. Okay, yeah, so it was practically always there. Yeah. That's why I felt. It's like maybe very, very early days. I was like, it's been there a long time. But the other thing as well is like I could not fathom people's obsession with HRE being OP, and then the same like not understanding why China's OP. HRE, we're getting a 40% gathering speed buff, which is double what China and Shushi get with supervision. So yeah, it sounds pretty broken, right? However, the thing that's easy to forget is that HRE is gathering 40%, or used to be 40%, now 35% faster, but they're gathering a limited resource faster, which means they aren't getting more, they're going for it quicker. Now that does have timing attack values with it, but essentially what's happening there is you're moving off of safe resources quicker to more dangerous resources. But with Imperial officials, you aren't. You're getting half the gathering bonus of what HRE are, but the difference is you are not moving out quicker at all, right? You're actually camping longer because take starting berries, for example. Starting berries have got 1,500 food. HRE will go through those 35% faster. Let's just speculate it takes you 4 minutes to get through, or 3 minutes to get through for easy math. HRE will get through them in like 2 minutes, 2 minutes 15. But China, Shushi, will get through them in the 3 minutes. But at the end of that 3 minutes, they would have, instead of getting 1,500 food out of that, got 1,800 food. Now, it doesn't sound like the biggest number until you start escalating these things further. So like a tree line, a primary tree line will be like what? 8,000 wood or whatever, probably more. let's say 7,000 wood, whatever. An extra 20% there is an extra 1,400 wood. Or even your starting gold. With Imperial officials supervising, you get 4,800 gold instead of 4,000 gold. That's a lot of gold. Right? That's enough gold to go castle. But yeah, hopefully that kind of like explains it a bit. I think Imperial officials just need some negative. Like to me, Imperial officials, outside the fact you can only build 4, have no negative. And like if we're being honest, there's very rarely a situation where you want more than 4. Shushi maybe go 6, but let's get on with the action. It's time. "33 weeks ago, we started our midweek muster, our weekly tournament series. And I'm proud to say that it has developed and flourished to the point that these final days look akin to those you would see out of S-tier events. Look at this lineup. Anatan versus B in the grand finals, and now our second semi-finals. Wham up against Vortex in a best of 5. Man, do we deliver here. Welcome back to Midweek Muster, folks. Opening game between Vortex and Wham, and it is going to be a Rus versus Shushi showdown. Cliffside is going to be our starting map for this week, and it's going to be a fun one, actually. Shushi might have some options to be aggressive, as opposed to just being a little bit more focused on fast castling due to the short nature of this map, but that doesn't seem very reasonable. What? All right, Vortex. What the hell is that spawn? Are you kidding me? So we've got the double hunting cabin opening, but we've got a remarkably good one for Vortex. This is going to be important because if this is a pro scout on pro scout contest, having that type of inflation on gold this early on is going to allow him to get a much cleaner timing into pro scouts, probably like 10, 15 seconds at least sooner, which is important considering the difference in tech timing often between Shushi and Rus arriving at pro scouts is around 30 to 40 seconds. Yeah, so talk about a healthy situation. The reason why it's that tight, by the way, despite the fact Shushi researched pro scouts much quicker, is because Rus fix the scout issue sooner, right? They have scouts out much easier than Shushi that would have to spend an extra 150 wood to start producing them. Did we get anything broken for Wham? Nope. Maybe like this isn't too bad, the gold, the food, the wood, but no crazy meditation garden on offer. I don't think there's anywhere where you could get triple gold either. So yeah, we'll probably see him play it safe at home. Oh, wait. Oh. Okay, actually, props to him. I didn't notice this one. I was looking for gold because you normally think about pro scouts. That's actually a really good meditation garden. Yeah. Gets the full 1 tree line, so it gets 25 stone, 48 food, and probably about 30 wood. It is a bit sucky you don't get gold here, though, so like I'm wondering if Wham is considering not doing pro scouts. But we're free on gold this early on. The macros, has he taxed yet? Okay, he's taxed already. Possibly Juke? Just doesn't feel like it. KPMM is S tier in prize money, just spreading it across dozens of weeks. True. I mean, like, I think we said this in KPMM Season 1, that this format, like, we have better bang for buck than, like, any tournament that exists that I can think of in AoE4. And you guys proved it, by the way. Shout out to all you guys, the people who watch the videos full on YouTube. Make sure you watch all the way through, it helps. But also the ones that turn up live, YouTube, Twitch, everywhere else. Like, you guys make it possible to get that type of renewal. Like, we talked to Microsoft, and we managed to get them to come back and over double the prize pool compared to Season 1. So, by that math, if we keep bringing more and more people in to watch these and keep growing, double again? Double again? Wouldn't say no to it. Wouldn't say no to that. What, 45 gold a minute off of double hunting cabin? You're loving life. It means the hunting cabins pay for themselves just over 4 minutes into the game anyway. Yeah, at some point you have to admit this is not alchemy, this is heresy. We're taking like 100 wood and turning it into potentially infinite gold. Pro scouts for Wham, if he is going for it, it's going to feel quite slow. Yeah, I mean, it's already started for Vortex. We talked about that slightly better time with hunting cabin. Wham will be able to trigger his in about another, what, probably 20 seconds? Has he got a tax drop-off, maybe? No, he hasn't. Okay, so it's going to take him a little bit longer. This is really good for Vortex. It means by the time Wham starts prepping Pro Scouts, Vortex is probably going to be also about 24 seconds. No, there we go. Okay, boom. He got the final drop-off. So 27 versus 40. Guys, that's really good for Roos. You're within a 15-second timing of when Shushi's completes. But do you guys notice the difference? Wham is lacking the scouts. Vortex is already prepping more. And although Wham can fast produce these with the supervision, the really big cool difference here is that Vortex already has these scouts out in position. Yeah, so he's able to start snatching immediately. It's kind of funny. We just had the B versus Anatan series where when they had two civs that shoot pro scouts, they absolutely resisted. But then we go across to these two and it's the polar opposite of, nope, I want my deer. Bit weird from Vortex. I thought we'd be picking up a deer over here. But yet to do so. Instead, they're just going to be backing away. And we do have spear investment from both players. Who benefits from going archers more here? I think Roos is really happy if they now go archers because you eventually want rangers anyway for the horse archers, right? Better start putting aside those funds for KPM Season 3. Oh, yeah, baby. Almost 200 first place every week. Really decent. Well, thank you, Anatan. I'm glad you're happy about that. All right. Sounds like I need to decrease the prize pool and line my own pockets. It's time. Hey, I'm from the UK, and our esports scene loves to do that, so it's on brand. Sad face. I mean, you say 200 for first place is good, but like my dream is to try and attract some sponsors so that we can actually, maybe halfway through the season, increase it from 500 bucks a week to 1,000. I'm an ambitious guy. Vortex, dude, this is such a nice spawn, man. Like, holy crap. He's going to place the high trade house here, isn't he? Which is going to capture most of this tree line, all the backside, maybe even clip a bit. This is... I don't know, man. Is this like the best roost spawn I've seen all year on Cliffside? It's really high up. Wham. Has gone Chug. Okay, yeah. And Archer response was already prepped for Vortex, so... Wham is still aiming for Castle. I do wonder if he's going to be trying Chug Lancer when we get there. Like, in theory, it can be pretty good into Roost Horse Archer Knight combo. The idea being you just target the Horse Archer with the Chug. I say in theory, though, because, like, you need a static fight, right? Mobility is your enemy. The cool thing about Cliffside is it's a type of map where mobility can get discounted because of the choke points, which are also easily wallable. I'm on approach and actually aging up faster here. I wonder, does he go Shalom Monastery? I feel like Mount Lu Academy just makes a lot of sense if you're playing Lancers here. Yeah. So it's giving me Mount Lu Academy. Mount Lu Academy is really taken over, guys. The supervision, like we were talking before this game started about why Imperial officials are so busted, etc. You're going to see why here. Like, the obvious one is with China, but even with Shushi, their timing is definitely later, but there's no doubt about it. The regional inspection tech, which doubles your supervision production speed, has been taking over. Like, it is by far the Shushi's most steered towards technology that we've seen in the game. And the reason is that it takes Lancer production from every, I think it's 14 seconds down to about 8 seconds. That's crazy. Lancers at 8 seconds is usually something you can't afford at this stage in the game if you do the maths, but that doesn't matter. Quite often, it's not about whether you can afford constant production. It's about whether you can get something out sooner. If you guys remember, in the early days, Order of the Dragon, one of the big complaints from players is the fact that you had to spend all this time saving up a huge amount of resources to then start buying a unit, and then it took even longer to produce that unit. For example, Gilded Knights. You had to save 480 rather resources, and you had to wait 42 seconds. So imagine if you save up 240 resources, and then only wait 8 seconds to get that unit out. That's a pretty good deal. And yeah, I did want to spread the prize pool out to help a lot of upcoming players and make sure people got rewarded for the time. For the love of God, though, I hope they do not send me PayPals again. I got way too many PayPal requests. I feel bad. Like, there's like transparency on tournament organizing on the back end. If people ask for PayPal, like, I have to currency convert twice to get it onto PayPal, which means they lose out on money. So, wham. Answer spam coming. We are going to get standard horse archers, but Vortex already into the knights. High trade house, get your numbers in. It's exactly where we predicted. This is just a glorious spawn for Roos, man. The other scummy thing with PayPal is it shows you like the conversion rates on its platform, but then if you check on Google the conversion rates, you realize how bad they are from PayPal. Yeah, that platform has been going downhill for years. I'm sure, I don't know how many people are aware of the recent scandal involving, remember, was it Honey? Which is owned by PayPal. Oops. Answers. These are only feudal spears, actually. This is not a great fight for Vortex. Right? I mean, horse archers are like variable crossbows, but they're nowhere near as high as crossbows. And yeah, you're seeing the punishment of it. Lancer spam wins out. Vortex has to retreat. And he's already getting pressured elsewhere at the same time. Looks like it's just scouts around the back with a few spears. Wow, we have got to slow down, so presumably a switch up is on the way? Yeah, he's prepping archer ranges. Are we getting crossbows? Quite possibly. High trade house, 150 gold. Yeah, there you go, folks. 158 gold. 2 relics from this high trade house. This is actually the best high trade house we've seen all month. Easily. Damn. Might be one of the best ones we've seen since they nerfed its range. Will only get better. This is only tier 2 bounty. Yep, crossbow switch is now on the way. Another cool thing about this meditation garden, like prioritizing the food, this is the point in the game where it starts to really matter. It's going to make your runway a lot longer. On top of that, remember, Mountain Academy also allows you to tax and get some food in the process. So a lot of small details here that should give Wham an edge on food. And remember, they like, well, I think they did split the deer pretty much 50-50. So this is where supervision starts to look broken when you consider that Wham would have gotten an extra 20% food on that. So double deer stack is 4,900 food. So if you get an extra 20%, that's almost an extra 1,000 food worth compared to Roos. Now, Roos is different in that they get a deer every minute once they're in castle. So definitely not a civ that's going to fully fall behind. But there's timings here to keep in mind, right? That burst potential is huge for Shushi around 15 minutes. Lancers are on the prowl, so I think Wham is suspicious that Vortex will have to come out soon like we talked about, and he actually has. Yeah, he went on to the other berries, which should be Wham's next target. And a bit gluttonous here, Vortex, because the outposts of Roos are so expensive, he hasn't got vision. He's going to need to be careful. If he times a dive into the enemy base wrong, he won't notice being dove himself. Vortex. Lancer's about to reveal themselves. Wham. He gets in range. He hasn't charged, but now he's the body blocker. So there we go. Commits in. No textiles either. Vortex realizes too late. It's going to be 5 workers. Make it 6 going down. Now the dive comes in on the other side, though. Vortex looking for vengeance. A small army there to stand their ground. A mixture of Chug and crossbows. TC fully garrisoned. Wham, we'll just have to keep running. No wheelbarrow either, but luckily not too much target fire there. So Vortex claims a few lives, but nowhere near as many as the other side. Wham is still diving into the main. There's an additional 2 worker kills. Vortex, with only horse archers, can't really dive. Relic game, also a win for Wham, 3-2. The Chug, man, they're loving life. We talked about Chug and as a counterplay to horse archers. These are the type of situations when it's just pure unit versus pure unit, and you need to defend, it's easy. The problem with Vortex is he really needs his horse archers fishing for targets elsewhere. Multiple angles at once. When you make it just one angle, you make Wham's defense way too simple. So Vortex slightly behind now. Boy's Fortitude is on the way, so he's going to keep steering the same direction. If he can just get all of his horse archers in one location, he's actually a lot more powerful right now. Yeah, his army value is insane. Like, you can actually see it down here. 4920 to 2640. And this is also the difference that Pro Scouts makes, right? I think the other weird thing that probably negatively impacted Rus's win rate is Pro Scouts being so dominant for a long time and people getting good at adjusting around it, i.e. counterplaying it or playing it themselves in fluid ways. Because Rus benefit when you're exposed. You know, when horse archers are able to roam and find targets on the map, that's when Rus look like big bullies. But in the Pro Scouts meta, although they've done very well off the back of their own good Pro Scouts play, the raiding potential over time has just gone down. People have gone so good at avoiding this plague. Plague that is now trying to spread into the base of Wham. Horse archers go for the worker kills. Actually, maybe not. No, he's going for the crossbows. We'll turn on the villagers now. There's 6 crossbowmen left alive here, but most of the knights have been cleared. Only 2 are left standing. This dive from Vortex, I think it may have been mistimed. Yeah, no, he just maybe didn't expect that many crossbowmen. Lost way too many of the knights. He's got a reverse stab coming in here from just a few knights remaining. But it won't be enough to breach the TC. Vortex not able to find the damage he was looking for. To make matters worse, we've got Wham now just idling out the full eco again. More than that, he's actually committing. Oof. Okay, he decides against it in the end. Horse archers on the front side for Vortex, though. Hold on. Vortex about to take the worker lead because... Wait, Wham! Oh, no! No, he doesn't realize! The two-pronged assault. This is what we wanted from the horse archers. And my god, did it pay off. Wham realizes what just happened, but far too late. 9 villagers down. Vortex, the previous dive looked like it may have actually handed Wham the game, but he makes up for it in quick succession here with the multi-faceted raids. Vortex just so much safe at home still. Not easy for these lancers to dive in and find counter damage. I think the other thing to keep in mind here is Wham is lacking gold now. Yeah, the primary gold has ran out, so he's going to have to either go for this or over here. And Vortex, he has good map control to block both of those options. Goodness gracious. Not only that, Wham being on berries already tells you a lot about the state of his eco. I mean, we see he's out here, but from Vortex's perspective, just seeing this is a huge sigh of relief. Means your opponent's in a more uncomfortable position with his food than you are. Yeah, and I think what we're really seeing here is the high trade house now starting to pay off. Just that extra bountiful source of food. Making them last a lot longer. Lancers are going to go for a dive in. Quick fingers off of Vortex, though. Yeah, had that early vision. The problem here for Wham, he never burnt the hunting cabin, so he keeps getting seen really early. Lancers. Now, this is a small pocket raid that was keeping hope for Wham. That's not going to get blocked. And Knight's now showing up here with Saint's Blessing. It's just going to be an ugly affair. We'll just try to make his way out. Love that. Vortex the micro. He's body blocking and running alongside to keep them in range longer. So we'll be all but, what, 1 Lancer going down? Actually, somehow the second one gets away. But on the other side of it, the horse archers, they're in. And this is huge. Saint's Blessing activated. The extra armor with the boy's fortitude. Horse archer's going to stand their ground. They need to back away, though. Wham, caught in the middle of the Chug transition. Shows you how powerful they are when they can stand their ground, but this is where it gets scary. Like, if Vortex shows up with 2 or 3 knights with a warrior monk for Saint's Blessing, the +2 damage, the +1 armor, you know, Chug, they do 7 damage. If you get +1 armor with the knights, I mean, you're already, like, you've mitigated maximum. If he didn't have the ranged armor, it would make sure he definitely takes only 1. But even just the horse archers is a big deal. Because you're almost offsetting half of the Chug's damage when you get that Saint's Blessing. Yeah, good read there by Vortex, though. That was quite shaky. For a moment, it looked like he was going to hard commit. And if you do a stand ground fight against Chug in even numbers, you'd be surprised at the outcomes. Like, Chug are vicious creatures in those situations. So makes the correct judgment call, backs away. And now we have the Ford Siege Workshop, so Vortex. He goes defensive for a second, but not for long. And now those knights arrive again. We talked about this as the problem. Wow, not just that. Vortex's micro is impeccable. He's finding the crossbows. There's only one left alive. Horse archers now with a hard commitment. The knight is just absorbing so much. The second wave comes through. And that has to be it. He'll reset for the moment, but like, wham, at this stage, the army difference is getting untenable. Right, Chug, you know, before when there's maybe 1 or 2 knights, you see the way, but now at double-digit knights against 15 Chuganu? I mean, the only way this is going to work for Wham is if this guy is a miracle raider. Nope. I think if this was Race to World First, he'd be like that casual guild that's done a raid once in their life. Nope. He doesn't find anything. Barely walks away alive. And GG gets called. Vortex showing you exactly how horse archers can still bully an opponent into submission. We'll forgive the fact that he got one of the craziest respawns I think I've seen in a long time. Damn. Well played. Okay was wrong? Wow. I feel like if I do a search history of how many times that's been said. What do we call that one? Our weeklies feature the best. I don't know. It's not like it features the best. I mean, it was a decent game. I don't know if fully uploadable. It's kind of interesting. I'll think about that one. All right. So, game 2 is going to be Byzantine versus French on Dry Arabia. I don't get to see this one too often these days now, actually. I don't know. French just kind of pitted off into the Outlands and didn't come back, right? I'm glad that we're seeing it come back into play more frequently, though. I rate it pretty highly. I think French has kind of been being slept on at the moment. Dude, why are you making me change my tie? There's always a first. That's right, okay. You might be right one of these days. Why are you ruining the vibe, man? The tie was a good fit. Good color. You spit on people's hard work. Ugh. Reminder, by the way, guys, sign-ups are still open. They will be closing in a few hours. So get in there now if you want to be in with a chance of competing in KPMM S2 week number 4. Yeah, let's manifest a deli pick. You guys see why it's a deli pick? It's gotta manifest the deli. Hey, when we have the expansion and the first major tournament's done, I'm gonna be wearing this tie. I'll be channeling my deli variant. You know, manifesting them into existence. Yo, what is up, FaZe? Wait, why did the alert disappear? That's weird. The alert just, like, started and then stopped. Abruptly. But thank you very much. I see you and appreciate your face. Thank you for the sub, mate. Welcome back. Remember, guys, get those primes in. Get those normal subs in. Let's push for that plus goal. Also, keep in mind, we've still got week after week after week coming to this. So, like, if you want tournament action, we offer up more hours of entertainment than you'll get on any other AoE4 channel. The low price of a sub. It's an easy win. Oh. There we go. Mate, I look fabulous. It's like a scarf. What was the... I don't know why I never looked this up considering how much I wear ties. I wonder what the origin of the tie was, the logic behind it. In the savage old days, it just seems like a... It seems like a weak point, no? Like a quick way of just getting choked to death. How to take care of your beard like you do? Don't put soap in it. Soap the rest of your face, but like just wash the beard. Keep it well trimmed. One of the biggest things I think people make a mistake with when they're trying to figure out facial hair is they try to copy someone else's facial hair instead of playing to the pattern they have. Like for me, I would have loved to have been one of those, what's it called? Is it 11 o'clock shade or whatever? You know, the guys like the Gillette advert guys. I would have loved to have had that perfect shade, but I couldn't. So I shave these parts and then just follow a line that makes sense. That simple, baby. Is that a rhino? No, it's an elephant. It's just got little tusks. There's actually a lot of detail in that tire. Remind me and I'll show you afterwards. All right. Let's see. Ollie lead, predictions up. Let's get into it. It feels like something rare. Wait a second. Did I hear record? There we go. Here's a rare statement for you. French is underrated. I stand by it. And you know what? If I'm right about it, Vortex is going to be one game away from booting out one of our most accomplished players from the midweek muster, our $20,000 esports circuit. Welcome back to the channel, folks. It's Dry Arabia time. Wham! With his Byzantines going up against Vortex on the French. Yeah, this is a cool pick. I love watching French. I always have been a big fan of it. I think the thing that was most enjoyable, even in the early days, is they are pressure bound and they are present at all times. Even if you're just going pro scouts, you start off by throwing out a few knights to scare the crap out of your opponent. And I, for one, find that to make them such an enjoyable watch. And in the hands of someone like Vortex in particular, a man who's known for his aggression, who also scrims with a guy who always referenced French as his signature civ, that's of course being Lucifron, you know you're going to get something special when they turn up. But Byzantines for WAM has been a mixture this week. If you guys have a look at the bracket, the one game that he dropped against MSN was a Byzantine pick. He was very shocked with the outcome. Wasn't expecting the Abbasid all-in horseman play. But overall, WAM, I think he's benefited from the Byzantine's new playstyle. You know, WAM definitely a player who leans into aggression, but I think he likes, where possible, to have that breathing room in the opening to be a bit more greedy, where Byzantines, I think, does that well. And the cool thing is it complements this new aggressive form of WAM, especially at towards the end of that early and arrival of mid-game. I think that's where Byzantine have been thriving most. Because they may start off with greed, with these system builds, but they quickly use it and that extra economy they get to ramp up production and apply pressure around 10 minutes. Might be difficult to do against French, mind you. French tend to just be kings of pressure throughout. And the necktie, okay, that's interesting. The origins can be traced back to 17th century Croatia, where Croatian soldiers wore scarves tied around their necks to hold their shirts together. Ah, there you go. So just stop them looking like hussies. And they didn't have buttons yet. That was their solution. And then we just all took it over from there. I wouldn't say French is an S tier pick, but definitely I feel like they're in the A tier. Whereas at the moment, with the way that they're prioritizing drafts, it's almost like they've been steered towards a CB tier. It's just a powerful pick still, right? Their pro scout timing is still pretty reliable. Also, with more and more civs looking for ways of not playing pro scouts, like this is a king amongst peasants. French has always been that civ that organically plays out onto deer, etc. on map with no threat because they are assumed to be the aggressor. That's a big deal. I think you're going to see more and more French and Jean picks starting to emerge now that we look like we're maybe on the cusp of heading into a no scouts meta, i.e. no pro scouts required. Bam. Really good spawn, by the way. Backberries. Also, the northern corner ones. A little bit difficult to wall, but if you can move forward to do this, like, it's a nicely wallable area. It's just obviously, you know, usually when you're up against French civs, you want to have your wallable area leaning back so it's more easily attainable. But, like, there is a lot of feasible objectives here. And yeah, Wham's walls, man. I can't think of a guy who more consistently at pro level in the top 16 walls in the first 5 minutes. Wham loves his walls. He'll try to tell you he doesn't, but the statistics feel like they'll always say otherwise. You know, it's also like I need a statistical breakdown on walls built in the first 10 minutes. Because if you use statistics based on walls built in general, obviously Louis is going to win because he gets the late game. But early game, wham. I don't know what it is, man. He always seems to make these work. It's been a kind of constant presence for him for a very long time. You know, even after the nerfs to walling, because these days they take double the time they used to. Most players stopped walling, but wham, still they're doing it so early on. Makes it work, right? And a good spawn to make it work on. The berries he secures, also the backup gold, which is going to be important considering how exposed this one is. Curious to see if he's going to try to wall the east side, though. Ground winery is now complete. Vortex did go for the pro scouts, by the way, for good reason. Look at the placement. Double deer, forward of where Wham is. So we're looking at a game where Vortex could actually bring back almost 10,000 food worth of food. Don't know why I said it like that. 10,000 food worth of food. Like, yeah, 10,000 gold worth of gold, guys. Like, you know, 15 webcams worth of webcam. Like, what kind of measurement is that? I hate myself right now. Anyway. Does Vortex go super heavy-handed into it? Yeah, he's going up to 5. I wonder if you go, like, just maybe 8, 9 scouts here to rush the timing. This is also a very interesting matchup because French actually have some nice early feudal power spikes based on early villager production. Remember, they produce quicker. A long feudal, though, can be a really good thing for Byzantines with the cistern scaling as a percentage-based advantage. You do still have to be careful, however, because French have got one of the biggest benefits off of long feudal, which is a very easily scalable army, right? French knights are probably the single, actually easily the single best unit that you can start scaling from feudal age. Like, I'm trying to think what else is in contest for that. Is there anything else that comes close to French knights and scalability? And I love this from Vortex, man. He's just micro-kinging it. That is absolutely brilliant. He just wanted Wham to keep reacting, because if he's reacting, then he's not getting food, right? That was cool. I feel like it's rare to see people play that micro-oriented on the first night, just because of how taxing it is, but also because of like the input delay that AoE4 naturally has. It's like usually most people, I feel like they don't thread it that close. But there's a reason why we've referred to Vortex as one of the micro kings in the past. I think many people who've been there since the early days of Age of Empires 4 might recall, in particular, a specific Delhi Lancer game on Danube where he brutalized his opponent with animation cancelling. Desert Raiders are good too. I don't think Desert Raiders scale the same way, though. Like, Desert Raiders are good from the idea of scaling with the late, and they start in feudal. But I feel like Desert Raiders can be quite weak in castle, right? Whereas French Knights, really good in feudal, really good in castle, really good in imperial. Right? There's no negative. And good idea. Did we check the marks? It's going to be Sipahi and Arbitrier. Hate Sipahi. Love the idea of Arbitrier if he gets age free. Knight's now diving in, though. Vortex is going to get a kill. First blood drawn there. Good start. And Archer's following up. Yeah, the Javelins is 100% the right call. You're expecting French to try and dilute into Archers anyway. And this also sets you up if you go Castle. Camels are incredible against Mass Knights. The debuff is worth its weight in gold. You could say that it's 2 camels worth of camels. Why hate Sipahi? Because you're against French Knights. Why? The better question would be, why love Sipahi? The only way Sipahi would be worth it is if your opponent's playing pocket resources. He's not. He's playing pro scouts. He's going to be underneath his TC with 10,000 food. So what do you do with Sipahi? You can beat archers, sure, but like the problem is it's much safer to beat Javs. Use Javs rather to beat archers. Remember, guys, like #1 prerogative when you're scaling mercenary units in Age 2. How do I have to use them? How easily can I lose them? You can lose Sipahi a lot easier than you can lose Javelins when you're playing defensive. Same reason why we don't see Keshik very often. You know, majority of games we see Javelin Archers because you want to throw your trash unit away that you can replicate en masse, which would be Limitane. You cannot en masse Javelin throwers, Longbows, Keshik, Sipahi early on. Oh, Wham. Nice. Wham's Wolves continues, man. Pre-10 minutes, he's full walled his base. Well, where it matters anyway, right? There's the opening in the center, but who cares about that? Knights have crept in, but unfortunately, Vortex didn't keep them away. No, I think they were seen walking in anyway. Wham moved away early. Oh, this is a great start for Wham. Vortex is 6 villages up. Ish, 6 villages up. But with the 28% buffer to your economy, or 26% rather, like at this stage, Wham's got an extra 7 workers. So he's mirroring. The disadvantage, of course, is going to be in the food gained for your pro scouts. But right now, Vortex's number is weirdly low. Did he shift workers somewhere? I wonder if he was on sheep. Sometimes people just kind of forget to switch over onto deer. Against French, wall all the map. That's a quick way of losing. Guys, really just to emphasize, this is almost like one of those do not try this at home. It is not easy to wall against French, even like this. Wham definitely got a good spawn for it and played it well. Like, the mistake a lot of people make when they try to replicate these walls is they'll try to do these and these too close together. He delayed doing this until he felt confident to move out. Makes a world of difference. Knights. Oh, what a grab! What a grab! Vortex! From both sides! Wham! He realizes it's too late! Waste time on the gate instead of just running. And the kill count is adding up. Beautifully done by Vortex. 6 worker kills just like that. Essentially doubling his worker lead. And the Knights are still circling towards the north side where berries are being gathered. I mean, remember, we talked about the percentile advantage for Byzantines. If you crush their workers early on, that percentage never materializes. Vortex, it's only 1 Limitane. More are coming. But the villagers should be prime target. There's no Akratoy defense. And it only takes 2 hits to get a kill. He's going to back away now. Vortex just turning these small extra details on top of that big one into a resounding lead now. Up by 12 workers. Archer count only revealed itself once. And it got 6 worker kills for it. Vortex can take a bit of a chill pill moment here. He doesn't need to rush. Wham most definitely does. Golden Horn Tower now on the way. And this, by the way, is where Arbitrary is a cool idea. Arbitrary, a perfect counterplay into Royal Knights. Does mean you're very defensive, but with Wham's Wolves, he was always going to be defensive. Knights, another charge in. Sacks the one to get the kill. We do have berry gathering from Vortex. Yeah, he hasn't really been playing for the deer as much. I guess he was worried about the army guarding it. Kind of impressed that Wham was able to suffocate him this much on pro scouts. He's snatching east deer and just being close enough that you can't come in for the west. So yeah, we thought Vortex would have 10,000 food to work with. Instead, it's been 5,000. Vortex goes in for a dive. It's a good time. The tech up just came in. Wham hasn't queued up the upgrades yet. There they are finally. Veterans can take a little bit of time here. Especially considering Dialecticus. Okay, he does switch it over. Limitane upgrade 20 seconds away. Jav's going to get upgraded a lot quicker. Vortex, happy with that though, man. Gets more worker kills. It is now an 18 worker lead for the Spaniard. And boy, is the Canadian bleeding. Reminder that Wham, we talked about him playing some of his best AoE at the moment. We talked about him being probably the most consistent big threat in the weeklies at the moment. And yet Vortex, first sign up for Season 2, is on the cusp of tasting a 3-0 victory over Wham. Because this game looks close to done. Like, we're borderlining on it right now. Guildhall coming in with 20 building up. And yeah, you can already see Vortex is preempting the castle discount. Not just that, he has map control, Wham doesn't. So Relics also has to be on the mind, an important tool for French. And Wham is going to trust his fate to Cataphracts. The guys who don't even know how to charge. I mean, it's going to be his chunky backup here, but when I look at the state of the armies, like the veterans he's coming in, if this is your backup, it looks like it wouldn't be able to back up a phone. The javelins are diving deep, way too deep. Does realize it. They can hang around a TC for a little bit due to the 5 armor. You can see the pressure he's feeling, and he feels like he needs to punish this. Vortex is going to be hiding deeper in the base. It would be a hell of a pull-off here when you consider the worker lead. Citizens are at least softening that blow. You know, very big deal there that he's getting like an extra 8 workers worth of gathering. But even with that, Vortex is definitely ahead. I think we just don't see it because he's got gaps in gathering. Also, is he almost out of deer? I think he's running low. Vortex, veterancy's in. Limitane are just going to charge forward a bit too bold. That's the recommitment. We are getting close and uncomfortable here. Vortex, he's trying to inch the knights in there so the javelins don't get the premium hit. Vortex now just to target fire down on those remaining spearmen. Trample's going to try to come through to muddy things. Not going to be good enough. 8 spearmen remaining is not going to be strong against this. The knight count looks too high. Vortex able to break the assault. And Wham will be left tucked tail and running. I mean, there's just no running from knights, though, is the problem. Cataphracts try to get in the way to slow this down. Vortex, for a moment, looked shaky on the food income, but now back on the offensive and likely to never let up. Yeah, because Wham, he's out of food soon, right? He's got the deer, and then that's going to be it. No farm transition coming through whatsoever. This is make or break. And it looks like he might be broken here. The camels, the debuff just doesn't matter. Not lasting long enough. Archer sniped them down. Army to be wiped. And Vortex now 1 game away from 3-0 stomping Wham out of the midweek muster. Goodness gracious. That is impressive. Vortex 2-0 up now. 1 more game and he'll book himself a date in the grand finals up against B. I mean, impressive as well. Like Vortex, he started early. I think, you know, Wham will know as well. It was that 1 slip up. Those 6 workers going down already put him miles behind. From there, it was just a matter of just forcing little errors here or there because you know that Wham has to play a bit more desperate, a little bit more brazen. Otherwise, he's just raw behind. But next up, we are going to be heading to Pigeon's View. People love getting this through in a draft against Wham after he made his opinions clear on it. We are going to be getting Delhi versus Lancaster. And Delhi do have a good history up against the Brit Civs. Yeah, and also I really like them here in Pigeon's View. You know, 2 sacred sites, a quick capture point. You ride blind into that map with like Lancastrian troops, you tend to suffer. So we'll see what he's able to do. If only Wham had walled entirely. The problem is you don't usually wall the front side because the front side is meant to be protected anyway, right? Because usually that's where you stand your army. So like the way Wham walled wasn't necessarily a complete blunder. Like a lot of people will like that. Some people like to put in the tiny wall towards the TC, but not all the way to the TC. Maybe that would have helped him, but like Knights would have probably still dove. It's just he would have maybe had more time to react. Yeah, it just looked like he was distracted looking elsewhere was the big problem. Okay, 1 second. Let me have a look. Was I getting pinged? No, we're good to go. Results/earnings-wise, Vortex is the historic number 3 player, showing why. True, but he has taken breaks at times, right? Whereas like Wham has been non-stop grinding. It's fair to say that Wham's continuous commitment has allowed him to like close the gap on those guys, which is why when you're talking about the people that like haven't claimed a title that you see is most likely to claim a title next, Wham and Anatan, I'd say, are like chief amongst them right now. You know, Puppy Paw is definitely in the discussion there. Although I think, like, of the two, it's hard to fully gauge because Puppy Paw doesn't, like, play the weeklies, etc. But, like, what we've been seeing on the top tournaments, like, remember, it was Wham that was almost able to take down people like Marine Lord on that land. Like, 3-2 was crazy to think about as a result for him. But like, it's interesting because when you think about last year, it was all about Puppy Paw, right? He was second place runner-up in 2 out of the 4 S-tier tournaments, and then won the other one, which was a team tournament with his brother. But like, if we're talking 1v1s, like 3 S-tier events, and Puppy Paw was second in 2 of the 3. Does the YouTube side count towards the 750 average viewer goal? Maybe. I think we still got some way to go though. Like, it's great to see the growth, and I hope people keep tuning in and turning up on like just not just this Thursdays, but Mondays, Tuesdays, and Fridays, because we have amazing games there. Like, we had some incredible games on Monday. But yeah, like, for me to say, okay, let's try that content, we'd have to be like anchoring 750 reliably. Oh, you guys want to see the details of the tie? Oh, I can do it here. There you go. See the little... That right there is the beautiful 4K webcam, the new one from Elgato, by the way. You can use my code on the website if you want to get your hands on one of these. These things are really cool. I might switch this with a primary camera because these can have lenses like you put on a camera. So you can get all kinds of effects. But yeah, if you look really closely, you guys see that? They got little... We'll see, I can't point at it so close. They got little tusks. And that's its trunk going up. Perfect for a deli pick. Nearly 400 and 200 on YouTube, 400 here. But remember, that's deceptive. So we are 400. So it's like, to explain it, basically, like, remember, when I say average, I don't mean peak. I had to explain this to one of my influencers, like, I've got this many views. I'm like, yeah, but your average is half of it, which is what sponsors look at. So our average on today's stream currently is 234. And on YouTube, it's probably currently around maybe like 80. So that's the key thing, because like sponsors, etc., they all base their investment off of not peak, but concurrent, average concurrent. Yo, what's up, Diserpo? Thank you very much for Prime sub, mate. Appreciate you. Thank you, and welcome to Swarm. Remember, guys, get those Prime subs in. Let's go big. Let's go hard. And I just randomly pulled this off. Oops. Where did that come from? Fixed it. All right. Oh, let me get this up. Need to flip size, don't we? Here you go. This is how you begin a video. Oh yeah. Yeah. We're ready for that. It's deli time. We've got the deli tie on to see if maybe Wham can get closer to tying this series up. He is at risk of elimination as Vortex is looking to try and 3-0 him with a House of Lancaster pick. Can the House of L manifest a W here? Well, he's going to try with a Rax opening, something I would not expect to see up against the Deli, but a few more players have been experimenting with it, and I got to say, so far, it has not been that impactful. No, Deli, a Civ that typically doesn't care about these Dark Age rushes, courtesy of the fact they can heal off all the damage. Well, the Deli player in question is definitely no slouch, no pushover. It's going to be Wham. Wham with a great spawn, by the way. Back double deer? Berries close by. Oh, this is fantastic, man. All the food you need, and it fits on one screen. Could you ask for more? You could, but people would call you greedy for doing so. So let's see what Vortex can achieve here. Spear opening isn't necessarily atrocious against Deli. The logic being is your opponent's going to build Ghazi, right? So having spears is always a good thing, knowing that like the #1 unit Deli want is Ghazi. And where can we see the replays? You can catch the VODs across on YouTube. They're always available. You can actually catch the full VODs on the live section. Alternatively, a lot of these games do tend to get uploaded. Maybe this one will be one of them. I mean, House of Lancaster versus Deli, definitely one that could deliver. I mean, with the way that Vortex has been playing at the moment, you know, if he gets a win over Deli here with Lancaster, I'll be impressed. I don't feel like we see this matchup too much right now. Deli not that popular, but when we did see it, Deli seemed to just have Lancaster's number. It was a little bit reminiscent of the same reasons why English struggled. How's the Gamba going? Okay, so actually majority going to Wham this time around. People just believing the Delhi for good reason. Here on Pigeon's View, very powerful pick. You know, Ghazi play powerfully into this map because of the lack of vision. Also, double Sacred Sight gives you a really quick timing to just capture up and pressure your opponent. And there's that Scholar Pull we talked about. So yeah, just going to struggle to get that much damage in. What is up, worst case? Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Appreciate you, mate. Waving an Abbasid flag, rather, as if you're going to see one here. And what? Vortex! Oh my god, the pathing, the pin, he gets a worker kill. Guys, that's huge. Against Delhi, that is huge. The Scholar's meant to make that impossible, but he split them off. The Scholar can't reach them. Stabs coming in. Good reaction there by Wham. Didn't panic. Spearmen were close to getting another stab there, which would have locked a kill. So Vortex, with 3 Spearmen, able to get a kill, making it worthwhile. The Scholar being out of the garrison has also slowed down his tech timings. And Vortex just going to stab in again. He gets the pin for the second time. Worker goes down. And this is a pure disaster. He kills one of the spears, but he might end up losing another villager for it. Luckily, the charge runs out there. That's 2 worker kills now for Vortex. Pre-4 minutes. This is crazy, man. Vortex just looking on another level, and he's not done yet. It's Abbey of Kings time. No, he's not going greed. He's going full pressure. Balls against the walls here. Oh, this is sick, man. I think we might have a Spear Hobbler build. Abbey of Kings plays best with Hobbler for sure from what we've been seeing. I mean, you know, we're talking about a 2-worker lead at pre-20 workers, so Yeoman also might be justified for Vortex with spears. That's crazy. Vortex just looking like the boogeyman this week. I mean, this is impressive, you know, like Wham. It's not to say he doesn't bleed, but it feels like it's always close. But this series is looking anything but. You know, game 2 unraveled so quickly. Game 1, there's at least some competitive timings he had in mind, but Vortex read through them. Now, out the gates in game number 3, Wham on Delhi, a civ that is known for its aggressive timings, for its suffocating approach to blocking on the map, may be the ones blocked, stuck in their base, and unable to act. Even fights a sheep? Okay, what the hell? What is going on? And good question. Why does Lancaster have a good Dark Age aggro? They gather 20% faster from sheep. They have this right here. They have the wool industries. That's important because a 20% buffed gathering rate on sheep this early on, it affords the spearman. It gives you a really powerful timing. Yeah, it's kind of nuts because if you consider like the amount of civs that get good dark or feudal aggro off of playing deer, you need to remember that by just gathering sheep at the very start of the game without moving your villages at all, you are gathering from sheep quicker than people gather from deer by default. An archery beginning. Going to be happy with that revelation. King's already being queued up. And he has actually chosen to go for Yeoman. So we're not going to be seeing the Hobbler strat. Yeah, in fairness, the Hobbler strat's cool in theory, but like Ghazi can mirror out very well. Yeoman are expensive though. Remember guys, Yeoman, you do pay a massive premium. 80 resources is the normal price of an archer. Yeoman costs you 95. That's a 20% increase on cost, or 17.5 to be exact. Another thing to keep in mind here, the reason why this works with the Lord so well is those Yeomen that are expensive and feel very easy to lose sometimes, not so easy to lose when these Lords are buffing them by a total of 20% when capped out. That's big. 20% increase is going to give you more health than you have when your Yeomen are vetted up. Wow, it is going to be the Ghazi reaction. Wait, did he not? No, because he's not on the forward side. I don't think Vortex ever saw this. Oh, wow. Yeah, because he pulled the scout home to bring across with the Yeoman because you don't want to be running Yeoman blind through the forest. Wham does get the info. More spears now being produced. Vortex circling around the back like a shark. Yeomen are going to start stabbing in. Remember, they've got 6 tower range. Very good at just harassing economy like this. Love the scout placement. Vortex intentionally just getting enough vision there. Start poking them down. Interception on the reinforcements, though. Spearmen are on the way, but a Yeoman is going to drop. Other one will be able to reach towards the Abbey of Kings. More spears are coming, but wham, good micro there. I say micro, just chase. No micro required, just 8 noises and 8 clicks. Sometimes that's all it takes with Ghazi. Vortex. Now trying to intercept. It is double spearman. He's sending it into 4 archers. Gonna be challenging. Archers see it straight away. They get the spears. This is the vision of Wham. Kind of more limited now. The scout's showing up a bit better. Vortex, man. This is starting to look a bit shaky. This is reminding me why we don't really see Yeoman as an immediate at the beginning of Feudal often. Especially for attack. Just feels like a very expensive, easy to lose unit comp. This is cool, though. Like, if he doesn't lose them now, he can pull them all the way back home and heal. Both of these civs have got the ability to heal. The cool thing with Vortex is to have an easier time sniping out units due to the extra range and movement speed. Gotta be careful here. If he could just kill the scout, this would be huge. Yos? Oh my god. He's just teasing him right now. Archers are going to get chased away now by the Lords. Remember, these guys are tanky. 267 HP. Even the Ghazi don't feel that scary at that point. And the boys are getting healed up, right? Boo Boo's getting kissed better. Yeah, so he's just been peeling back and healing up. Really well played, Vortex. You know, the way he's playing this is very reminiscent of the Abbey of Kings build that Mr. discovered a long time ago. The Horseman mass build before you had the King. Similar concept of just peeling back the injured, but obviously Horseman a lot easier to do, which is why I thought you might see Hobbler. Yeoman is meant to be substantially more difficult, especially on a map like Pigeon's View, where you have to run home blind. Sacred Site cap now being attempted by Wham. Scout's going to go down for it just to try and block it. That's not good for Vortex. He's now blind in the forest. So critical that he gets his hands on these abandoned outposts. Lords are going to be ignored. The Ghazi jump in onto the Yeoman. Spear follow-up is going to be there, man. This extra health is just so obnoxious. Even the Yos, 85 HP, you can't snipe them. It takes too long. The spear's also taking longer, almost 100 HP. Ghazi count is a little bit low. The Yeomen are now getting sacked. No, just uses them to trade out up against the archers. The Ghazi... Wait, Wham? The Ghazi? No! They wasted all that time on the Lord! He might need to pray to his Lord here. That was ridiculous. They didn't even get the kill. Scout goes down. That's a big win. Scholar gets sniped as well. Vortex is completely outplaying Wham. Oh my god, what just happened in this game? Didn't even get the single Lord kill. For a moment, it looked like Wham was going to run away with victory there. The Yeoman just kind of out of position, but towards the end, there was 3 Ghazi left, and they just spent all their time attacking this one Lord instead of a Yeoman. I think maybe Wham thought it was an archer, but because it was behind a tree, maybe just didn't see it properly. Either way, puts Vortex in a pretty cool position here. Now, he has struggled elsewhere. It looks like we've been seeing a worker lead building, actually. Vortex, have you been skipping worker production? I think the Age of Mythology experience is coming back to bite him there, folks. Yeah, remember, Vortex is the one that got 2 worker kills. He should be up by 2, not down by 4. That is wild. Are you kidding me? 4 workers of production missing. No manners either. So despite that incredible fight from Vortex, this over-fixation on micro, which is what you got to call it when you're down 4 workers like this, could end up costing him dearly. Yeah, like, if you think about it this way, so we said he should be ahead by 2, right? 6 workers worth of Automa TC at this stage in the game. That's like 20% eco. That is absolutely wild. Might be a bug, he couldn't idle that much. You can, it's called just not producing villagers. Like, there's no bug here. It's 34 to 38 villagers. Not the first myth player we've seen in Season 2 of Midweek Muster suffer like this as well. I think the auto queue of Myth has like maybe built some really bad habits for them now that they're coming back. I mean, it's weird for Vortex though because he's been back for a while. Unusual behavior, and I think maybe it was this instead. Like this is actually even more possible. Look at the housing. That would make sense. Oh my god, Vortex, muscle memory logic, right? Of where you allocate your workers and how much wood you need. It would be very easy to overlook the fact that the yeomen are very, very pricey on food and wood. Actually, no, not on wood. They're just on food, right? Like on wood, normal archers are more. But the food would make sense. You know, you're spending additional food. Like, look at the cost here. 30 food versus 50. So that would eat at your early game economy to the point that you might just not have what you need for workers, and you think you do. We do now have textiles coming in, so that's an intentional choice to fall even further behind on worker count. B still plays AOM tournaments, doesn't fall behind. But does B actually use the auto queue or not, is what I wonder. Blocker for the Sacred Sites. Army's playing up here. Wham is completely blind on approach, though. Yeah, the scout, I don't know where. Is he over here? Yeah, he's going into the base. Oh, my. Ghazi onto the gold line. Yeoman to defend is not going to be a good look here for Vortex. He's about to fall even further behind. Yeah, only the one spearman to defend. Isn't going to last long enough, so Yeoman gets sniped down. Vortex, now that he's playing out into open fields, he doesn't have that vision advantage anymore. Ghazi will just drift off into the woodworks again. Vortex does have phenomenal vision. That's his big upside. Wham! He's talked about his hate for stealth maps before. And this is the type of game that's going to just reiterate that statement from him. So problematic for Vortex, though. Like, these yeomen, with the Ghazi bloke getting this big, they actually become a liability. You know, very fast moving, but the rest of your army is very slow. Positioning could get very difficult. Vortex does catch Wham blind, though. Ghazi are starting to jump in. We better cut the reinforcements. Main army's going to get here. And here the Lords. The extra health's going to kick in. Spearman lasting a little bit longer. Wham just getting target fired down. His archers have to retreat. He's got barely any of them left here. Vortex. 8 spearmen with extra HP. They've got an extra 20 HP here. Yeah, it takes 3 extra hits to kill. Oh, 2, sorry. Which on Ghazi, with their long attack speed, can be pretty painful. And also, keep in mind when you're fighting near the base, Vortex can just walk off and heal. And ballsy choice by Vortex when down by workers to go textiles. But in fairness, we have to remember that Vortex probably doesn't realize how far down on worker count he is. If this is like idle TC and housing being late, you know, it's not like when you lose workers. When you lose workers, you go, oh man, now I'm definitely behind. So for him, making the textile choice might not have been one from a position of like true weakness. He might have just assumed it's worth it because they're even and he just wants to try and play more aggressively. Now Pro Scout starting to pay off for Wham. This is the nature of Delhi. Eventually, it will kick in. The problem for Vortex is that he doesn't really have an easy way of playing on the deer or the boar. On a map like this, I mean, the boar actually might be a good shout due to the vision near the center. But no vision back here. This is huge. Vortex. Is this the final nail in the coffin? Wham, he jumps in. No reaction. Vortex. Too late. Wham, perfect surround there. One villager will slip by, but textiles counts for squat when you can't move. Now 12 worker lead for Wham. We'll sack the archers, but the Ghazi are the premium. Vortex pulls away early from the berries. Mana's now being built, but this is the thing. Wham now knows, like, why else would you be on stone? So he looks to dive. He looks to pressure. Wham intercepts. It's going to be a sandwich. Catches another 3. Now can just drift out the other side of the base. Happy and content with what's happened here. A 15 worker lead for Wham. In a game that began with Vortex killing a worker and then swiftly following up with a second in the first few minutes of play. Right, he had 2 worker kills at was it by the time they're at 15 villages? That is ridiculous. Now what? I mean, now you're just kind of scramble-brained. You have to take the bad fight. Commits up. If he doesn't get in the base, doesn't do some damage, he's dead anyway. But he is dead to rights here. There's no way out of this. The Ghazi, again, pin and kill. The Lord's an irrelevant factor in the end. A cool idea by Vortex. The micro intense, but it came at a toll. Queuing villagers beyond even his grasp. Good God. Wait, what were we saying? KP thinks he forgot to kill villagers. He either forgot to kill villagers or he forgot to build buildings. How else do you explain him being behind by that many workers in a 1TC and 1TC? One useful mechanic betrayed him this game. It was a bug, bro. Trust. Yeah, I mean, that was a bit of hoping from the person. It's like, maybe it's a bug. It's like, it's not a bug. Like, yes, AoE4 is not a perfect game. We have bugs. But it does for Delhi and Lancaster count workers correctly. It's only Ottomans that have that problem. So, Wham is on the board. Which is crazy, because the start of that game, like, I would have been crapping myself. I was like, wait, this feels like it's slipping. Up next, we've got Mongols versus Japan in Sunken Lands. That's right, Wham, not dead yet. Let me choose predictions as well. Wham, the comeback. We hop into game 4. Wait, Mongols was Japanese. Alright, this could end up being the series of the week after the comeback we just saw. Wham, 2 down, gets on the board in game number 3, and does so in a way that might have Vortex scrambling, trying to figure out what just happened. Welcome back to the channel, folks. We just witnessed a wild game number 3, where Vortex skimped and skipped on villager production time and time again to slowly fall behind. Could it happen again? Could it be the thing that unravels the plan for the aggressive man? That's what we're here to find out. Sunken Lands, welcome back to the channel where Wham has picked Mongols in game 4. All for a chance to see who's going to be through to that grand final showdown with B, a best of 7 awaiting these two. And I know B will be there stroking his chin and watching, looking for the weaknesses. Will it be his former Age of Mythology compadre, Vortex, or could it just be the Canadian making it back there again, where B might get a chance at vengeance after his suffering earlier in the midweek muster esports circuit? Oh, Mongol's definitely going to be an interesting pick on this map. Sunken Lands, if you get a good spawn, semi-fast imp is on the menu. And guys, what? That is a good spawn. Yes, he had to move the TC. The Uvu's a little bit of a liability, but the gold, the deer, you're happy with this. And he's deer shoving, isn't he, with the Gur? Yeah, guys, this does work. It's just obviously not something people do very often, because deer shoving takes about like 15 to 20 seconds to get a deer to move each time now. It's really slow. Let's check in Vortex's spawn by comparison. He got the golden grail. The one value forge, baby. Stone and gold. This is actually Usually seen as like a thing we meme about. It's like, oh, wow, look at the efficiency. Usually doesn't matter, right? This is probably the best civ for it. Because even if you're not going 2TC, you need stone for a lot of things. You need it for your melee attacks. You need it to access bannermen. So this is a cool little detail that could allow Vortex to get a very quick timing into his Uma bannerman. Instead, he has to cancel. Oh, yeah. I mean, the spearmen are coming, right? I found that interesting. Sometimes we have seen Japan contest on the racks. So yeah, just cancels it out. He got the gold he needed. He also got enough gold for additional. Yeah, because the problem here for WAM, I believe there was a slowdown on getting like the racks ready due to the placement of the Uvu. So upsides, downsides of a spawn. But I believe, did WAM get the bounty? It looked like it, right? He's got 25 gold, so he jackpotted. That was weird, actually. Did Vortex even tap his hammers properly? It almost looked like he just clicked and then immediately deleted anyway. So yeah, very wasteful and... Oh. That is a vile outpost. Are you kidding me? I mean, it's so obvious in hindsight, but also so subtle. Look at what happened here. Vortex didn't scout it. I mean, he must know something's up there, right? He's got racks coming. Dare I say Bugatia? Bugatia is a really cool idea. On a Bugatia counter spearman, and they'd also be quick enough to kill the worker. I just don't know if the time is going to be there. It's going to be tight. I mean, Vortex, like, that would also explain the extra gold gathered. He has enough gold for 4 on a Bugatia. I don't think this is going to be quick enough. He queues up a spear. Tech out complete. That's outpost up for sure. So that denies the deer, the gold, and the tree line, guys. Like, that's the other thing, remember. With the car nearby, you punt a falcon out, you see over the trees. Which means you can easily snipe the moment you have arrow slits. This is a rough spawn now for Vortex. Deer stone. Still got some way to go. So at least you don't have to worry about arrow slits straight away. But the deer shove, man. Oh. Is he actually going for the other? Of course he is. With a spawn like this, what else does the girl need to do? Yumi switch now. Vortex. Getting the second layer in there. But outpost is already locked in. And Villager will go for a stroll home. Is he... I wonder if he, like, plays into the corner. No, because you'd have to build a Gur, which is really expensive. Why only Mongol spearmen bulls? Have you ever tried, like, trying to kill someone when you're a spear? They just always run away from you. Would you not go bald from that as well? It's stressful, man. You'd 100% make another tower, and you would die. Your opponent just aged up, and Yumi's a really solid play for Japan. You already gave them reason to build them, right? It's like, it's actually a correct call for him to not go for a second outpost. Villages? It's only one Yumi. Yeah, so wow, that was the perfect reaction. If he sent one, this would have failed. But triple gets away because of the Yam. Yeah, so gets it quick enough, gets out. And double pump on the way. Vortex has got more Yumi coming. But he's still going to be at a disadvantage 2 Yumi versus 2 Archer. Spearman will be the game breaker, though. Yeah, just A-click onto him. Make monkey noises as you go. Yam is now activated. This is where it gets a bit more scramble-brained. Remember, guys, Yam is what makes Mongols really solid into Yumi massing from Japan. Yumi are cheaper, sure, but you lose all other advantages. Because if the Yam is there, then the Mongol Archer is quicker. Yeah, 1.44 versus 1.38. A split fight here. 1-1 trade, so good start by Vortex, and he still has the numbers. Yeah, like, Wham keeps getting body blocked in these choke points. Castrix are now going to be coming through. And that's going to be the tanky value he needs here. Still, Vortex. This is just full ham fist send it. I am worried about this, though. The arrow slits is in. He's just one tree chop away from being hit. These are the only trees he'd be able to gather. So he has a very limited run with this. He has got a second tree line, but you know that's a harassable tree line. Especially now that Keshiks are coming in. This is so messy. Archer's getting the kills. Vortex, he's going for Steel Arrow. I Makes a lot of sense at this stage. It will give him the edge, actually. Wham is just kind of struggling to rally the new troops out. He burned a lot of double production, guys. Like, this is really bad. The amount of times he, like, used double production and then just, like, lost one of the 2 archers is pretty rough. And Spearman already getting great value. I think Vortex is in a bit of a spam, so he's just not quite getting enough wood. I switched on the berries now. And yeah, he got harassed off it. So he went for the tiny Ford tree line. And when I say tiny, oh my dear God, what is that? It's barely a tree line. It's just a tiny splodge at this stage. My God. What? Not just the archery range. He pinned the racks. Oh, wow. All right, Vortex. Last time, this cost him in a big way. You know, he kept idling TC. I think it's happened slightly again here. Most definitely. But not to, like, maybe as egregious of a stand. Also, he's much further ahead. So, guys, Wham got 1 worker kill. So, it should be a 1 worker lead, not 2. On top of that, Wham spent some time moving the TC, which means Vortex should have been producing more workers. So, I think there's been a slight idle again, but nowhere near as egregious. And he's gotten so much more out of this. Sick snipe. And sick explosion. That's how OP Yumi are. They make things blow up. Uvu is what? Wow. Guys, that's 450 wood down the drain for Wham. Vortex is feeling it. You've got to be. You just know you're ahead at this stage. You need to be careful of this one detail, though. Undermesh Stilled Arrow, and he doesn't have a single blacksmith tech. Yeah, because Vortex doesn't want to play the Age anymore. He's prepping for the tech up. What an incredible game out of him. I'm impressed. Japanese aggro like this feels quite rare. Like, Yumi massing into attack, sure, but, like, he done it straight away. It wasn't even like there was a breathing room. There wasn't a let's wait for 10. He was pretty much running out with the first Yumi. I mean, this is sometimes been Vortex's biggest negative is how he gets caught being too aggressive, but I don't think so. Not on the opening. I think that's where he actually thrives. Sometimes it's after that. It's all in commitment that can kill him. And I think that's where the breaks of Vortex into Stormgate, you know, into Zero Space, into Age of Mythology has allowed him to become a more rounded player. And then, of course, you guys remember at the start of 2025 when Beastie won the EGC tournament, he referenced how him and Vortex rubbed off on each other to kind of adapt their playstyle a bit. I think you still see that even now. Age up. Now going to be on the way. Mounted Samurai the target. Wham has invested. Yeah, but how do you do damage? Because Vortex has already taken the berries. Love the ballsiness to play farmhouses here, knowing that he was the attacker, by the way. This is usually a big no-no against Mongols because they come in and burn it. Not so much in this game. So yeah, all but 13 of that food gets taken. Look at the reserves. He's got 12 sheep underneath the TC. And just that, I think Wham just got a sniff of that. He saw the landmark, but there's no dive to be had here. Wham's food income is also pretty bad. Yeah, he's trying to stake a claim in the corners. At home, he just doesn't really have much. 10 sheep. 360 food income. Mount Samurai now queued up. Yorishiro drop exactly where you'd expect it. The first of the heavy cav hit the field. Range damage 1 coming in for Vortex. And there's no spears here for Wham. No, they're still in the tower. They never came out. Oh, this is problematic. Yeah, so it looks like it's a Mounted Samurai surge, but actually this is now a Yumi timing. You can re-secure your tree line with this. But be careful with that wave of Keshiks. We'll slow him down a bit. Mounted Samurai barely able to get away. The spears were held back here. Wham. Quick reaction. Let's get away. I think he's paranoid about that timing, though. Like, you know, the Yumi, you're expecting veterancy soon. Once they have vet, they can actually contest Keshiks as well. Wow. Fresh Mounted Samurai arrives. 2 of them. Uh-oh, this is full retreat point. And without the Yam, he does not run quicker than those Yumi. Formation shuffling is going to be broken, as it always is. Somehow gets him away a bit better. Actually, wait, Wait, Vortex? He brings the villagers forward. Are you kidding me right now? Wham tries to go for the snipe. Not able to do so. He actually gets baited. Maybe into his own death with that move. What? He didn't re-secure the back. He just goes straight for the center. This is such a Vortex type move. Why would I split between defending and attacking? Just stick my villagers on the attack path and they're defended. So Vortex now able to just keep pushing forward without having to worry about what happens at home, because this isn't at home. It's a frontline gold. You mean still not upgraded, but the Mounted Samurai are key. The problem right now is the count doesn't look good. Wham! Close to breaking them. Yumi just trying to snipe down one by one. I'm shocked we still don't have veterancy on the way. Mounted Samurai, though, their main job is just to absorb. Take the hits, allow the Yumi to finish off all the injured. Oh my god, that Micro Vortex on no HP is killing the Keshiks one by one. Finally actually gets punished, but fresh Mounted Samurai just arrived. That was sick. Gets 1 or 2 extra Keshik kills courtesy of the no HP Mounted Samurai charging at the right moment. Wham! Now taking even bigger risks. He's playing forward on the resources, similar to Vortex here. Difference being one of them has much scarier heavy cav. And we do now have the killing blow. Vortex has got veterancy. The Yeoman, or Yumi, now feeling like Yeoman. Yeah, and this is where it gets truly scary. These Keshiks now get more than just a sting. This is a deep cut. 8 damage versus the 4 armor. Half damage going to be going through from these cheap Yumi. Mount Samurai just going to mirror the move the Keshiks. Looks like the Yumi are going to get ready to forward on the left side. I think Wham's just lost too much. I mean, the destroyed value difference is insane. This is almost the entire cost of going castle. Relics have also started to come home. So that's another thing to keep in mind, is the Vortex will be able to inflate more in the coming minutes. Wow, just a rotation around the back. Thinks about a dive, just not easily done here. Drops the Vortex, man. After that game number 3, I imagine it must have felt a little bit scramble-brained, but you'd think it didn't even happen the way that you played this one. Yumi, now just beating the Keshiks, and a Mounted Samurai has slipped into the base. Idle time being achieved there. He's starting to ripple out across the map. Is Yumi a 2 hitting the Keshiks? Am I seeing that right? Yeah, I'm just trying to get him away. It's just not working. No, he didn't get wheelbarrow. He's slower. So more worker losses. Attack speed arrow gets activated, but you can just walk away from that. He walks in instead. Finds him on the berries. I can't believe this. We talked about how great the gold spawn was for WoW. We didn't think it would matter up to this food point, but it has. All this forward food has exposed him. And now he will be tossed out of midweek muster in the semifinals. Vortex, he's too far ahead. The GG comes in. Vortex first sign up in season 2 of the midweek muster, and he's already made it all the way to the grand finals. Damn, that was impressive and fast. Signature element of Vortex. He loves these aggressive, fast games, or at least historically has. Gets it right there with the Japanese pick. So, that will be a 3-1 victory coming in for Vortex, which means we are going to be having a best of 7 between Vortex and B in just a few moments. So let me pay that out. Vortex with the dub. And I believe the lad should be drafting momentarily. No, I'll bump him just in case. I imagine he was already watching, though. So, let me update everything. B versus Vortex. Love to see that. Some different names making it all the way to the grand finals. I was like, are we just going to be the Wham Anatan B show? Maybe. When is the final today? It is indeed today. Every single Thursday, we've got these midweek muster finals. Fridays, you can catch the third place match. So tomorrow we'll be probably opening up with Anatan brother versus Wham in a best of 5. And then we'll have our opening round of 32 games plus some pub games. And then usually on Mondays, we do the round of 16 games. And then Tuesdays tends to be the quarterfinals. So Monday, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays, every single week, you can catch midweek muster. So reminder to people, those are the times to tune in. Definitely should be your go-to place on the weekdays if you want to catch top tier competitive Age of Empires action. We got you covered. All right, so that's updated. Let me now reset this. Best of 7 time. Put the boys' names in. And I believe... I wouldn't be surprised if Vortex just quickly getting a drink or whatnot. Back-to-back series can make a boy sweaty. And he's earned a few minutes. I mean, his side of the bracket was delayed, but it wasn't anything to do with him. 1 second, just double-checking something. I'm getting pings about things. Vortex drafted and played well? Dude, he played phenomenally well. You know, outside of that third game where it definitely looked a bit shaky with the villager queuing, like outside that, I mean, he played a very clean series. The Byzantine French game in particular was phenomenal. Like that was one of the quickest, most brutal unravelings of like a top player on Byzantines I think we've seen. My Shades of Fire? Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I got them from Gunner. I'm talking to my guy about getting the code sorted because my code for some reason isn't working. So if you guys were considering Gunner purchases, hold off. I'll get that code fixed so you guys can get 15% off. Yeah. I need to get them to send me some new ones because like I basically had a eye test. These ones are very close to the right prescription, so they should be fine. But my old ones are like out now. So I need to get some new rims sent over. Where are my boys? Is B here? Yeah, he thumbs up. Okay, so we should be getting the draft set up shortly. Oh, also, let's update the bracket while we're here. So reminder, guys, we just had our second semi-final, a 3-1 victory for Vortex. Yeah, I really thought that this was going to be a 5-game series, actually, and super close. But, like, props to him, man. The games that Vortex won, guy was vicious. Incredible performance out of him. So 3-1 victory. Means no NA representation in Grand Final Showdown this week. Which is becoming a rare statement, actually. NA had a good start to KPMM Season 1 and a good finish to Season 1 and start to Season 2. Yeah, it started off with Puppy Paw carrying for NA and then Wham really coming in later on. Does being your Discord mod allow me to get a discount if I order some? I mean, yeah, you'll be able to get the 15% discount. Like I said, I'm getting that code sorted again. Although, like, everyone gets that discount. But, you know, yeah, you get that discount. It counts. And keep the talk in English. I'm not bothering to translate people's stuff from other language. If you want to speak here, you speak English. We speak one language here. Vortex now facing the KPMM veteran. Yep. And also an interesting thought here. If you guys look at our map pool for this week, it does feature some new custom maps. So we've got Danube Divide in there and Front Range. And B has looked formidable when it comes to adjusting to new map environments compared to other players. So I think those would be the very clear edge that I'd lean towards B, is in a longer series here, those two maps could easily be the difference makers. What is next game? Next game is Vortex versus B. We're just waiting for the draft to get set up now. Oh, by the way, guys, I'm going to be talking to my contact about how you guys performed on the activation in the coming days. But I think they're still tracking. So !Gigabyte, if you want to help out the channel, we're doing like an awareness campaign about Gigabyte's amazing monitors, their GPUs, the whole line of products, actually. It's an awareness campaign, not a purchase one necessarily. So actually just learning about the products helps out a lot. So if you click the link after putting it !Gigabyte and go on through, that supports the channel. Outside that, by the way, if you guys have been enjoying the quality of broadcast, be sure to check out the laptops from PC Specialists that is powering everything. It's broadcasting to 3 different platforms at 5 different resolutions. It's recording locally in 2K, and then bring it all together to look beautiful, as good as it is. All on this one laptop, which has today, by the way, you can see behind, got the water cooling on, which I have once again set up the wrong way around, so I'm blowing hot air into my face. I'm a genius. But yeah, and then obviously, if you guys are liking the look of the visuals, that also is courtesy of Elgato, that we also have a discount code if you ever want to get your hands on them. Stream Deck, capture card, we've got webcam, XLR. We've got a lot, key lights, green screen behind me we're not using right now. I have a lot of Elgato stuff. For good reason. They're top quality. Okay. Are my boys ready? They are not. Nani? Alright, give him a sec. Every day is Christmas for that KP guy. Don't, dude. I had this, so a family member was like, he just gets all this stuff for free. Why can't, like, he was like, I want this stuff, why can't I get this stuff free? I was like, I don't get it for free, though. I work my ass off. We build this community, we deliver value to those sponsors, that's why we get things. I'm not saying you'll, like, feel like that, it just reminded me of, like, a certain sport, so-and-so acting that way. I'm like, dude. Yeah, I mean, like, you can say someone gets stuff for free, but they have to work their ass off to get to that point. Oh. Also, a lot of the time, like when you're a decent size, product for product placement is a really good deal for brands. It's easy for them to get across the finish line because they don't need to draw up contracts or have fixated deliverables, but they just get value. Like the Gunner guys, there's I think he does it, if I remember correctly, he's the, what's the name? The co-owner of the football club of Ryan Reynolds. So he does a podcast apparently. And he really likes their lenses, so he asked to be sent a bunch of them. And they're like, hell yeah. Here you go, Rob. That's an easy win. You only get losses in Age of Empires 4 for free? Just gotta choose your teammates better. Or pray that your opponents choose their teammates worse. Alright, draft is finally underway. Let's get that loaded in. Remember, every single map could be played, so there's no map draft. We're just straight in to the full draft. And reminder, after game 6, you're allowed to use civs you lost with. Now, that is especially funny because last week, Anatan and Wham didn't realize that. I checked with Anno afterwards, and he was like, what? It's been in the rules for a while. It's the same rule set that EGC also uses, so it's a wider spread thing for sure. Oh, nice. Sorry, I'm just, like, noticing something on our agency side. Oh, hell yeah, that's awesome. Nice, I'll look into that later. Yeah, we just signed a new creator. Oh, dude, I'm so excited. So, like, there's... Without going into too many details, all I'll say is like there's some very big flaws like in the agency model with a lot of like content creator agencies. A lot of them are like doing their creators a huge disservice. And we've been doing a good job of being better than those people. Basically because like a lot of agencies, middleman or creator representative ones, take the mick. right? They take absurd amounts of money off their creators and they don't provide much in return. Whereas we are like our agency that we set up 2 years ago, we're a lot more empathetic. Right? Like I get the struggles because I do content creation myself. We're more thoughtful to like the plights in a way that I think a lot of other agencies should really go back to the drawing board and think about how they act. Not all. Some agencies are okay, but like there's a lot that's got given them a bad name. Like if anyone who pays attention to the VTuber market, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about there. Where was it VJ Shoujo stuff? Freaking outrageous, the stuff that like has been coming out about that. Like how do you go 13 million in debt and call bankruptcy? Like I called it the moment that crap happened. I was like, these guys are just going to reestablish a different company a year from now with 13 million in funding. So scummy. What's my agency called? You can see down in my description, if you click on Epic Talent, that's the agency we set up. So yeah, we have some really cool creators on there. Some that you'll actually be familiar with. No, it's a best of 7. After finishing KPM Season 1, did you get to the spot you wanted to be stream-wise? Not entirely. We were on course at the start of the year, and then viewership just kind of dropped off because I think interest in summer plus after the DLC went down. We made good progress, though. Like, we over doubled our size compared to when we started KPMM. My goal now is to do that again. If we do that again, then, like, we're in a really good place. But, like, you know, I set myself the tall order if I want to be approaching being 1,000 average viewer streamer at the end of 2025. Some people say that's kind of crazy and high expectation, but like, what's the point in doing this crap if you're not aiming high? You know what I mean? Right? Like, aim big. It's nice to get the morale booster of like easily achievable objectives. Like, woo, we've done that one. But you know, if you spend your whole time going for like tidbit objectives, you don't set yourself up something big to aim for. It's like go big, think big sort of thing versus go small, think small. So yeah, my hopes is we can get towards being like 1,000 viewer streamer. Then we need to figure out the next steps of YouTube. I'm privileged to say we've got an amazing editor. They do a great job on thumbnails. But I think my next step there is to adapt the content and maybe break him. And what I mean by break him is I might try and see if we can revisit doing like edited down games. So turn a 50-minute game into a 15-minute game. It's tricky with Age of Empires 4 because it's a very different design and structure of the game than like Dota 2, etc. But like I feel like the next step is we need to do something different with that content arc, because otherwise I think right now you have people that watch live and then they'll go and watch the video, but then they're like, I've seen this, and then they won't watch the video. And because they do that, it drives the viewership down, because the way that YouTube tracks like how things perform, first you have click-through rate, but then you have the average viewer, so you have click-through rate, which is CTR, and then you have AVD, which is average viewership duration. And both of those things drive how YouTube treats your video, right? That also, by the way, is why, for example, Drongo didn't tell people about One More Turn, the Civilization channel. That's also why he didn't put the content on the Age of Empires channel. Because if he'd done that, there's a bunch of people who would have watched his videos on Civ, they would have clicked on it and went, oh, I don't care about this, and then clicked off. Or they would have seen the thumbnail and went, that's not for me, and they would have went past it. And then YouTube's response to that would be, this content sucks. When in actuality, it might be very good content. It's just capturing the wrong niche. And that's why like having a 200k plus subscriber channel that's in a certain niche and switching completely is a bad idea for a lot of creators. In a lot of cases, it's actually much better to just build a new channel. And yep, we've indeed got Vipey and B2W. I love those guys. They're hard workers, and I love that we're able to help them how we do. Thank you, Nick. Appreciate that, mate. Tournaments after next DLC is going to be interesting? Absolutely. Am I streaming also Outback Octagon 4? Unsure. We'll see. I usually kind of leave that be because like the extra production layer that goes into that and requirements for it is like messy as all hell. Do I already have an editor? I have got someone helping the YouTube side, yes. We switched editors 3 times this year. So the first one was like, he just wasn't investing in like, you know, trying to grow the channel, which is what I needed. The second one was a wonderful dude, but like he just like it just didn't work out for like issues getting money to him. And the third one is a cool kid. He's a hard grinder. But like I said, the next step is like pushing for something more than just optimizing thumbnails and titling. It's been interesting the style we've been settling on with thumbnails at the moment, actually. Mixed results, but I think it is kind of working. Did I see XQC's tweet about view buying? I did indeed. View buying has been a phenomenal issue. I'm proud to say that we've seen minimum impact on our roster's channels after the change to view buying, which is like, I'm proud of that because I wholly believe that we as an agency serve our creators well, but we also don't screw over brands. That's really important to me because my goal is to build lasting relationships. I'm a very big believer in everyone walks away content with the deal. Because if someone's happy, then someone got screwed, right? So what I want to do is get people to a point where everyone nods their head and says, we can make that work. I always use the one I like to reference is anyone who's watched Billions. There's a great, Billions is a great TV show. You should watch it. But there's a great piece in that where he's negotiating with a guy and the guy goes, I'd be happy with 15 million. He goes, 10 million. Nobody leaves a deal happy. And I was like, holy crap, he's right. Like, your goal isn't to make someone happy with a deal because it's like someone has to get screwed over for that quite often. It's great if everyone's happy, but that doesn't usually happen. With a deal, you want people to leave and be like, this works. But yeah, because we don't have view bottles on our roster, or at least, like, I think maybe we had 1 or 2 creators that saw a slight decrease, but like nothing egregious. Because of that, like, you know, there's good trust in us. It has been a weird time because some of our creators have become Kick exclusive or TikTok exclusive, which we help facilitate. Thumbnails have gotten wild? Yeah, just a little bit. Second to last Civ on Bs, that is the Abbasids. KP developed into a billionaire dollar entrepreneur. We'll see. Is that the same as when someone drops a link to get easy views? I just assume this is a scam. Yes. You know when you see those ones like, yeah, buy viewers or whatever. You don't want to do that anyway. It's bullcrap. Name my agency, Epic Talent. But like the thing as well is like the viewbot and crap. Like the problem is Twitch created a structure where that's how you get ahead. It's sadly the taboo like discussion point that didn't get talked about enough over time. But because it didn't get talked about actively, what happened is brands noticed it through lack of activation. That's why I'm always like, you guys are here, you guys are cool. You see an AMD or Gigabyte link, you're like, this seems intriguing. Clicking on it lets them know that real stuff is happening and it's worth the sponsorship. Because it's a really hard sell to sell Twitch streams to the majority of brands because they've been burnt. There are agencies out there that will intentionally inflate the view count of the creators without the creators knowing, or they have creators they know viewbot and they just allow it. And the reason is because at the end of the day, when you go negotiate a deal, the way that most deals on Twitch are negotiated is based on a raw ACCV. You've heard me talk about it, like your average viewership numbers. That's how most of them do it. So like if someone viewbots to 1,000 people and a brand comes in and says that they've got, you know, like, hey, this guy's got 1,000 people. They're like, great, we'll pay you, you know, like $1,000 per hour, whatever. And that's just that. But that can be terrible. The brand then ends up sinking 10K into like an elongated deal and sees no return because the person viewbotted the entire thing. Right? It's absolutely wild. But yeah. For 8 years and you have average of 5 years, I'm starting to think I'm not good at this. Silver, do you YouTube? Do you do YouTube, TikTok? My number one piece of advice is if you're just streaming on Twitch, you're not doing it the right way. Twitch should be a conduit for creating your content for other platforms. If you're not doing it that way, you will not see traction, sadly. The only way you'll see traction that way is if you become part of a clique. Like, you know, you go and you feature on like Kai Sennett's University, or you become part of like a WoW raiding group and they regularly raid you and crap like that, right? If you're not doing that, if you're not getting those type of situations, you should be utilizing other platforms. Look at Ludwig's journey and you'll start to understand. Ludwig is the perfect modern example of how to grow a Twitch community based off of your content tailoring. He built it with YouTube. All right, let's get ready to go. It's time for game number 1. Let me start predictions. I was about to call B beer. Welcome to Beer versus Vortex. Our $20,000 esports circuit has returned, and there is a new challenger in the grand finals. Join me one and all in welcoming Vortex back to Midweek Must. That's right, Season 2 kicks off. His first week entering here in week number 3, and already he is broken through into grand finals after a convincing victory over Wham 3-1. We kick off this grand finals with a Byzantine pick for Vortex. B's response will be Japanese. Map is going to be Cliffside to get us started in this best of 7. And it's going to be an interesting best of 7, folks. I think B has a potential edge here. You know, on paper, Vortex definitely favored on results. But the interesting part is that we have 2 maps that are relatively new. Front Range as well as Danube Divide. Those are the areas where B thrives. Experimentation is really key for him. It's why I think we've seen B maybe pitter off in results a little bit in the last few months compared to before. And I just realized, oh my god, thank you, Shakes Pears, for the 5 gifted subs. I hope you're still here. I do see you. Sorry, I had a deep discussion there. You're a legend. Appreciate everyone who's been subbing the channel, everyone who's been tuning in. You guys are what is making these type of tournaments possible. And it wouldn't be possible without you. That and the players who've just been delivering. Guys, if you haven't been watching these tournament series live, I mean, you're missing out. It's jaw droppers all the time. You know, we already had some crazy upsets. MSN taking a game off Wham. You know, Numadon last week was a phenomenal eye-opener of performance, being B in the third place. 3-1, I believe it was. And the list just goes on. But Vortex, Goldberry's back. Stoneford is bad, though. Luckily for him, Japan's not aggroing at all. Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised by that. Did B rush the scout? Not really. It doesn't look like it. It would have taken him a bit while to get around the back. The reason I'm shocked by this is that this is the most vulnerable civ in the game to outpost rushes. The berries, right? You go after them. But Vortex clearly was already worried about that and gathering berries at the start. So I imagine B was chuckling to himself when he came around the back and saw this happening because he wasn't intending to rush him. Props to him, man. What? Oh my god, what a switch up. It's a game of bamboozling. So first we have the expectation of a Dark Age rush, forcing the berry gathering. Then we have the reaction of, oh, no rush? I'm going to drop Grand Winery on this second berry patch. That is wild. I appreciate all the kind words about KPMM, but you gotta praise these guys as well. This is phenomenal. Grand Winery outside the base is something taboo, but it has been happening recently. I think most notably for a lot of people, they might recall the Anatan done it in the last S-tier tournament to great success, actually. Oh, this is an absolute pleasure. Stone gathering from B. Okay, so he's looking for the Uma timing, right? Yeah, a little bit of out-of-time walking like this. Level 1 Daimyo does require 175 gold. So he's just going to hard commit. He does have Tawara to make this a little bit easier on him in terms of movement and gathering. And how are we looking sheep count-wise? I mean, Vortex is smashing it. 20 sheep. 9 for B. All right, guys, this is nightmare fuel, man. He has got the ability to go into berries, which will gather really fast. But if he needs to go pressure-oriented, he does not have much food to do so with, even with the Kura storehouse. Damn, this is a great start by Vortex. You start to think about the way that Vortex has played today up against Wham, and now with like, how this could easily go against B. Is he about to be the new boogeyman of Midweek Muster? Oh, we got to pause. All right, and we're back. Wait, maybe not. All right, skip this out of the video. All right, bear with us a sec, guys. How do you do on predictions, by the way? Let me have a look at that. 50-50 or close to 58% for Vortex. And registration should be open for next week. I believe it closes at the end of finals. So if you want to sign up, go across the Start GG, find week number 4, sign up. Remember, you need to do that manually every single week. Top 16 automatically are entitled to an invite back to the next edition of KPMM. And then the remaining 16 slots are filled with a combo of tournament ELO ranking and ladder ranking. All right, there we go. Back to Vortex. He's going to be able to scout this out. He should see the lack of sheep. Might open up an aggressive line for him here. We have got the stables drop, which he also scoured. So probably presuming an Umabanum beginning. And Vortex is also gathering stone on the front side, so it will be system scaling. Rack's opener to guarantee you can stay there. It's going to need it as well in the Grand Winery. I mean, this just feels illegal. Like, it's crazy as well because you could technically just shove the deer in a little bit later on. In theory, in the late game, when you wall this as well, like, this is the perfect Grand Winery because you'll be able to full farm it. There won't be a TC in the way. But that's far, far down the line. And we have got the Yumi follow-up. Yeah, so B with the 1-2 step. Are we going to be seeing javelins from Vortex? Usually when you open Limitane, you follow up javs. It's just organic that way. Javelins counter archers. Limitane counter horsemen. And that means you also protect your javelins. Whereas if you go for Limitane Lombo, you're countering spear, you're countering cav, but you're not countering ranged, really. At least not Yumi. The big problem with Lombo versus Yumi is Yumi tend to get overkilled by Lombos a lot. And they also gap close you quickly. Oh, he's going them, though. Okay, so Lombo. So maybe Horseman is a follow-up here from Vortex. Normally, we see Limitane Lombo when you're eventually going Horseman as well. It's not bad defensively as well if you just want to camp in your base. And Horseman not getting queued up. I mean, it's kind of expected to see more investment than just the Uma here. We used to see these cheesy builds where you'd one Uma Bannerman and then fast castle, but I feel like those are pretty dead now. Not a common sight. And double Lombo pump by Vortex, by the way. Because he gathered the initial berries and then he's on the Grand Winery, he's got a phenomenal timing for back-to-back Lombos. Uma's going to be trying to rotate in, but the Limitane will block that. Yeah, just tricky. The Yumi should be good at rotating, but not against this double Lombo timing. I think that's the other thing that's convinced Vortex to do this over Javelins. Is with Lombos, it's more about the quantity as well. It's really nice because you scale up a lot quicker. Blacksmiths as well. B has at least got Steeled Arrow coming. But remember, it's level 3 system, so techs come in very fast for the Byzantines here. Courtesy of the Dialecticus ability. B is full punting it. Is he going to be quick enough? Second group of Lombos is coming out in 20 seconds, so this is going to be tight. Also, on the front, like, it's kind of baiting. He's got 12 Yumi, but only 8 are here. Limitane? I'm going to start to get thinned a bit, but Uma Bannerman down to half HP already. Well, Steeled Arrow is there, but he doesn't have the extra ranged armor is problematic. So Yumi are now getting sniped. Limitane have to back up a little here. Remember, he has got the Akratoy. Things get really dire. Might be needing it soon. Let's charge in there. Gets the Limitane low. But now the Lombo backstab's coming through. A bit of an overextension there from Vortex. We'll pull it back towards the TC just in time. And I think he has dodged the most dangerous phase of this attack from B. Undermesh is now in the way, but remember, these Blacksmith techs... Well, when he remembers to switch over to Dialecticus, come in like 40, 30 seconds. Interesting enough, Vortex did stop at just level 3 system, so we haven't got that full scale into 5 like we're used to seeing. This is something weird and new. And Vortex, just keep an eye on to see if B is fully committing. The idea here is if you know when he stops producing, when he looks for castle, you can go on a counter-offensive. Cliffside is actually a really good map for Lombos because of the short distance to the enemy base, but also the choke points make it hard for you to get surrounded. And B, good eyeballs. He has moved out to the boar, but he's actually on the berries. Tawara plus Takazaiku, boar's still better with survival techniques. But without it, it's not. Little funny detail there. 0.69 base gathering rate on berries, 50% increase puts you up by 0.34. So you're actually better off gathering berries. Unless you want to get survival techniques. Villagers being harassed here. B. He did force him off the Grand Winery, but it's already been gulped, man. He ate everything. So getting the maximum he can. I believe he can afford one more group of Lombos, right? Oh, no, that's right. They increased it to 520. Oh, that's so tilting. He's so close. And the next berries, where are they? Oh my god, they're all the way out here. All right, so he's never touching those. That is so far out. At what stage do you say screw it and buy some olive oil? Instead, he's going to be teching. Could be seeing some groves added in soon, right? Is what you normally say, but this is not a normal Grand Winery. Yeah, normally the Grand Winery is here and you just add them in. He's going to do it anyway, but these are much less efficient without the Grand Winery buff. At least for mercenary attainment. Still, it's only 30 olive oil, so it will be worth this investment. And we are going to be seeing a kata switch. There's 94 per Lombo. Yeah, but the thing is, like, the prices that they cost aren't necessarily what it shows up here. I mean, it's just weird because when they increase the cost of the Lombo contract, they did update the front UI. It's very odd. Golden Tower in a very bold position from Vortex. No secrets to be had here. Which is scary considering B is blobbed. He's ready for a push. Yeah, but going very wide. I am worried that this won't be quick enough unless B steers. Hold on. Oh, the scout. The scout comes in clutch. So B, he now knows. We'll look to aggro in. He can rotate around the north here. And realizes that, yep, jumps into action. Golden Horn Tower almost complete, though. It needs to be faster than this. Sees the exposed Lombos. Yumi pushing this back. There's not many Limitane left. Golden Horn Tower is indeed going to complete. Army is small from Vortex, though. Not many Limitane left alive. The horsemen are looking for the flood point. Can you find it? Lombo count is decent, but everything else is moo. And here we go. Destruction time. B jumps on in. Looks for the villagers. Checks the gold, but they already pulled away. Shivs are going to be coming out here. Akratoy has been activated. He just leveled up, which means he does get extra damage to keep him a bit more tanky and a little bit more effective here. The horsemen now diving in. They look on top of the Lombos. Veterancy just kicked through, and B is going to be kicked out of the base. So close, but yet so far. B was not able to crack skulls. No, the Lombos do survive, and that means B has to go back to the drawing board. I mean, it looked like for a second he was going to have it there, but patience from Vortex. He didn't panic. He didn't overreact. Now moves out to the Deers. He looks to make this more about Cataphract than Lombo. And the Lombos will just organically now come in via the Golden Horn Tower. B, I'm a bit shocked by this. Not even trying for the age up. I mean, in fairness, he got some kills, right? 2 worker kills, but it's not incredible here. Hence why we're seeing this double down. It's quite often the case these days. Still Cataphracts are going to be able to chase this away, and I think B probably has about a minute to do real damage, and then you need Castle. Like, I almost feel as if these spearmen are to protect him in case he gets dove, but we talked about how effective Lombos are on this map. The short distance makes it very hard to grab them, to ambush them. Still, with this many horsemen, there is maybe hope. Marches in, Lombos, they're going to get caught, they're going to get surrounded! Vortex, an overextension! Oh my god, B. Vortex was clearly expecting an age up. Not this. Lombos get wiped. And Cataphracts now can be contested by spears. Without Lombos there to protect them, spearmen can solve the puzzle. Marches them forward. Horsemen still rotating around the back. Paling's drop from Vortex is going to be a big fat L as the army has been obliterated. Man, the reinvestment was looking so shaky for a moment there. B, you started to wonder if he was going to get what he wanted, but Vortex just walks up to his door, lays out a plate, and says, "Eat me." And the horsemen Gobble and oblige. So Vortex now just trying to get the cataphracts online, but without Lombos, I don't know what catas are meant to do for you here. Raw Spear is going to just make you fearful of all engagements. They're at least not here for the moment. They're just diving, looking for kills instead. More spears are arriving, and Vortex. Remember, guys, that Olive Grove setup that's usually quite easy with the TC. It's really far away on this Grand Winery. And, wow, marketplace drop. Is he thinking of just buying into olive oil? Because you need longbows, right? Like, longbows is the only thing that's going to scare spears, or you have to go archers. I mean, Varangian would kind of seem, I don't want to say dead obvious, but you'd think Varangian would be desirable here. Probably just worried about getting kited. Buying oil, is that a thing? Oh, wait, can you buy it? Yeah, you can buy it. It's just no one does it. Because it's expensive as all hell. Oh, he sold it. I think he's selling it, right? Or is that just over time the olive grows? I'm trying to remember if the olive oil rate doesn't start that bad, right? Because you only get 70 gold from 100 olive oil. Because I know it used to be really good for selling, because people used to sell the olive oil for fast castle. But I can't remember if they ever nerfed it. It's always been a weird dynamic, because this civ is the only one that gets olive oil. So you can't market manipulate like you can in other resources. Now, Vortex is just trusting in the Kata to carry. Breakthrough coming in, though, B. This is ridiculous. Several minutes of feudal. And he's still not done. Farms now being idled out. Farms that are fairly fresh for Vortex. Horseman. Ready to gobble up what little Lombo there will eventually be. Sistens also easily targetable. Instead, he just goes after all the farms. B, a remarkable game one. He's now ready for castle. Vortex still not looking ready for a fight. Just expensive losses here. And this, folks, this is exactly why the Grand Winery gets built near the TC. I mean, in fairness to him, an army this big would dive a TC anyway. But there's a feudal army, so you'd at least be killing a lot of them. You see that Vortex desperately wants to punish somehow. He knows. If he tramples in 17 spears, Cataphract are going to melt. Vortex with the chase. Can he get it? Trample. Decent connect. Trims a few of the Yumi here. But here's the important part, folks. B was just full offensive. Pretty taboo to do when you're attacking, but the benefit of doing so is in the retreat, you run all the way home, veterancies will be there by the time you get home. So he's trying to punish him now on the extended resources, but I don't think you can stay here this long. Mad Samurai just started to get queued up by B. And we also have got the Yumi as a priority veterancy. Not just that, Spearmen. Yeah, honestly, like I feel like a lot of the time Spears get slept on in Castle for Japanese, even though they're very powerful. You know, the Bannerman, once you get level 2, worth investing in that extra increase, plus the extra 1 tech into melee over most civs. Like, Spears for Japan is subtly quite effective. Of course, an obvious one here. And there's just no Lombos to really contest you. Horsemen are going to rotate around the back. Lombos now feel threatened. Veterancy for the Spearman has not come through just yet. Vortex is a hard commit. The Yumi have also been upgraded now. Target fire comes in on all Lombos. Cataphract do remain king here. They have 5 armor versus the 8 range damage. B knows he now needs to contest it. Vortex may have lost a lot of the backbone of the army, but the Cataphracts are the real punch power here. Trample comes in. Sidesteps it, beautifully done. Intercepts the new mounted samurai. Vortex is not dead yet. No, B needs to get more spears out ASAP. Also, kind of at risk when he keeps posturing like this. I think B's just trying to buy time for the spearmen to build up, because if you trickle spears out here, they'll just die. Props to Vortex, man. I'm impressed. With how this game looked just, what, 2 or 3 minutes ago, you'd just assume dead. By some miracle, he's thinned B's army, and he still has the majority of cataphracts to show for it. But it doesn't get easier from here. No. Because of these farms, it's always exposed. Good news is the walls are starting to come up. And the relic game is an interesting detail as well, right? Vortex, he secured a relic. B's only secured 1. But, I mean, I say only. He just teched up. That was quick. And he does still have map control. Double Shinto as well. I think we've got a 4 relic game for B. Where's the Mango Tower? Probably here, but you got a lot of places that kind of need a Mango Tower. Like tree lines down here. Farmland area. The gold. Guys, mangoes are like OP, but they're not cheap. Vortex now with the Varangian switch up as well. Yeah, but is B onto him? We've got Onimusha. This is the perfect reaction. Oh my god, yeah, the Varangian, they're in there. So B knows exactly what he's up against. Yeah, and this is the difference the Lombo losses make, by the way. You know, if this is your standard 5-level system game, Golden Horn Tower's printing out a lot of Lombos. If you're not losing so many of them, you keep like a core comp of 20+. That's really powerful against Onimusha. That actually blocks Onimusha play. But with what he's lost in these engagements, B realizes that actually Onimusha is a viable investment. Whereas most of the time, it just feels like you can't do it against Biz Lombo builds. Yeah, like actually a lot of the Biz builds really just spit in the face of Onimusha. You know, it's either Javelin or Lombo, and either way, right? It's hard to ever justify, especially when you consider that Onimusha are more expensive crossbows. The full wall in. It's like, all right. I mean, I feel like you need to raid me to death, but if you can't raid me, there's a beast just looking to unshackle himself from worrying about angles here. Now, there is some concern for him. Like, remember these systems? We're talking 65 villages now. 20% extra count there. That's another 12 villages. B doesn't really have much to compete with, but love this Yorishiro drop. The TC over time is going to allow B to extend a lead. This is such a good play right now for the second or third Yorishiro. Typically, the third one is the soft spot, is the sweet spot, rather. It just allows you to start pumping that lead, to plump up. Yeah, and just doesn't feel greedy. You know, some people will highlight, but the Yorishiro can't be taken out the TC. It's permanent. You can't delete this, right? I don't think that's a bad thing necessarily, though. Like, yeah, that matters 20 minutes down the line. But if it builds you a 20-worker lead over time, it's trade-off logic, you know? Like, when we talk about mine work, if you're not going to use all pikes, really you're just getting cheaper and quicker techs and blacksmiths. That's still a good thing. Longbow counter haul is just a double archery range, but it's a good thing because of the timings. So what are we doing here? I think Vortex should probably be suspecting the TC Yorishiro by now. Like, I think it's become quite standard for most Japanese players. Like, there's still a few holdouts. But I feel like I'm seeing it more than I'm not now. So I don't want to say full urgency to attack, but definitely some requirement here. And props to him. The Lombo count is back up to 20. Did B play this too slowly? I mean, 20 Lombos is good enough to snipe out Onimusha for sure. We'll begin by sniping out the spears, actually. Varangian are available as a forward unit. Now he can commit the trample, and there we go. He goes straight to the back line. Tries to cut off the retreat, muddies it. Lombos need to be target firing down those Onimusha. He targets them. And B, is he actually going to be able to mop this up quick enough? The Lombos are mainly the only thing left. Vortex has lost all cataphract. Barely any Varangian standing. And B, I think it's broken him. He's done it. For a moment there, Vortex, it looked like he had enough Lombos to carry through, but no. The front line gets melted. And B will now be able to plow on through. 8 Mount Samurai scaling. It's the only longbow left alive, which are atrocious here against the heavy cav. And an open base and an open and shut case. Game 1 goes to B. But what a crazy one. From the Grand Winery placement to the relentless feudal pressure. I got to give B a lot of props, man. I see him run these deep feudal plays more often than most pros at the moment. And it's crazy how often it comes out successful. That is wild. Probably some like extreme mind games over the Grand Winery. Who's better at 1v1, Cataphract or Mount Samurai? Cataphract, I believe, are meant to win that without any sort of other involvement. Because they've got 130 more HP. And then also, they aren't as impacted by the negative element of like deflective armor because you're not missing out on a charge anyway. But like, they're meant to win that because the difference in cost is huge. All right. Game 1. Let's pay you guys out. That's going to be a win for B. Mark it up. 3D Clan member takes an early lead. Where are we going next? So what's that? 500 people watching on Twitch. What up? Keep on pumping. Let's hit 600. Did we have any raids today? I think that's all organic, right? Dude, look at you legends. See? Starting to get in the flow of it, being like, hey, this is the place to be on a Thursday. It's also the place to be on a Monday, a Tuesday, and a Friday. So keep it going, baby. Reminder, tomorrow we will be casting Wham versus Anatan to start off our day. That's going to be our third place matchup, a best of 5 between the two players. But let's get ready to roll. Game number 2. Dude. What? Oh my god, I can't believe it. It's grand finals. You're 1 game up. Is it time for mind games? Or is he just secretly a genius? Because who does this? You're 1 game up, you're leading. Surely you want to extend that lead in a best of 7. So why did you pick the Abbasids? Welcome back to the channel, folks. Game number 2 coming in for Pigeon's View. And B has picked the Civ that everyone spits in the face of and says, why the hell would we ever pick this right now? I want to say the only Civ that gets ranked lower on land maps is maybe English at the moment. B has picked the Abbasids. An Abbasid pick that ended terribly for him in the semi-finals against Anatan. This time, it's not Ibids he has to worry about. It's Vortex on Rus. A Civ that I think he made all his own and a signature one back in the proxy Borax days. If you guys remember that, the old school archer rushes. Vortex was one of the lead aggressors for that. That being Pigeon's View is an interesting one. You know, TCs now do see into the stealth forest, right? So a little bit harder to get blindsided. Last time we did see B play the Civ, it was a free TC build. I'm not entirely sure if you want to do that against Rus here. Look in this one, actually. Double deer back for both players. B, he could just drop a TC here, right? Like, that's actually a big play. TC here and then short wall here, and you stop both of the deer stacks. So curious to see if he's actually going to play for that, because, like, I'm assuming we're looking at a 2 TC build at least. Going melee wing against Rus isn't a bad idea necessarily, by the way. If you go military wing, you're going to force your opponent to defend their pro scouts instead of just full ham sending it into, you know, 8 scout plus. And how are we looking on sheep? Yeah, pretty decent. He got a nibble at it, but I think they've covered almost everywhere now. So yeah, 11 sheep compared to B at 12, and I think B maybe has... No, he didn't eat any. Okay, he's stranded the berries. This is the nice thing, though. Like, with Abbasids, you know, against 2 scout, you can stay out a lot longer because you don't need the sheep at home. It's like that guy in your raid that rolls for a piece of gear, even though he doesn't need it. It's not that he wants it. It's that secretly he just doesn't like you. Some people right now are like, wait a second. Stone gathering. So, that got scouted straight away, right? Vortex knows that it's 2TC, at least. Do we see an aggro build? I think Rus are decent at aggroing into the Abbasids, especially if you think it's Eco Wing. Because with Eco Wing, you don't get the extra health from boot camp. And Rus get 20% more wood. So, like, spamming archers to push in feudal is pretty strong. One danger, though, is if B does have a lot of food, his villages are very cheap. They'll be only 30 food each, which is why Abbasids are one of the best civs for spamming horsemen in the feudal age. There we go. Tech out complete. Fertile Crescent straight away. Actually, would it have been more optimal to get fresh foodstuffs first? I'm just thinking on the timings here. I'm actually curious about this. So, Fertile's 10 seconds away. It would have taken them 30 seconds to get. So, if he delayed it, we'd be looking at him at 4 minutes 40, 45-ish. So if at 4:45 he doesn't have what he needs for the TC, then it would have been better to do Fertile Crescent second. And yeah, he hasn't gathered enough wood. So, there you go, folks. If you're trying to, like, optimize this, it looks like it's actually better to do fresh foodstuffs first to make your villages cheaper, and then Fertile Crescent second to make your TC cheaper. Now, B's not done, though. It's free TC, of course. Let's not be too surprised by this. Yeah, double forward tree line. This is such a nice TC. Sometimes these secondary TCs on the stone suck because they're just there for the stone. But this is going to allow them to just easily wall in here and just chop deep. And then it creates this nice little padded area for farms down the line. Like, this is a really nice spawn for B. Vortex is just taking his own greed. Yeah, so going to be Pro Scouts versus free TC. And I wonder, if he drops the TC here, it's a full blocker. Still, that's why Vortex probably wants to start with his opponent's deer. Yeah, has still got the 2 scouts out here. Free TC Abba's the new meta. I think you don't know what the word new means. Hasn't that always been the Abba meta? That's what they live and die by, man. You guys remember the good old Boulder Bay days? I still remember those games casting back then, like 4 or 5 TC Abba with fishing. Oh, man. Can we just acknowledge in our past that we were horribly greedy people? We've come so far. We've evolved into a beautiful butterfly. We were dirty caterpillars. And, I mean, in fairness, when you think about the TC Boom meta days, that is the pace we were playing the game at, was Caterpillar. Players have gotten so much faster, so much more aggressive on their timings. Everything's so much more refined. So, B. Third TC, like here. Wait, no. Okay, I thought he was going to drop it more towards the deer to block this out. So instead he just anchors on the gold. I guess the issue of placing it this side is like your opponent can harass you on the gold vein, and you will eventually need to access gold to tech up. You know, I'm just disappointed we didn't get trade. In fairness, against Rus, that would probably be a quick way of losing the game. Just because horse archers will run the traders down. I don't think, like, have we in tournament play had one Abbasid trade game in, like, the last 3 events? I don't think so. It's very, very rare. I think we've had it once or twice in tournament play so far. Remember, They changed Abbasids and Ayyubids to actually have camel traders now, which give less resources but run a lot faster and have less health. All right, folks, high trade house on the way. Get your numbers in. It's... That's my official opinion on it. Kind of unfortunate. Like, you wish you could just jam it into the stealth forest, actually. That would have been perfect. But I think for Vortex, he values the timing more than the gold. Because he doesn't have wheelbarrow. If he pulls here, it's going to be a long walk. And not just that, it's a long walk out and then a long walk back to get your people back on deer and wood. B, inspired by Wham's walls. This is quite bold walls we're actually seeing. I also love the way that he's trying to sneak it in the stealth forest on the wide flanks. It is a little bit more subtle. Although, yes, very weird to see this early. On both sides, man. Yeah, so he's worried about horse archers. Definitely makes a lot of sense. In fact, he's just suspecting horse archers already. You can see we've got horseman spam as well as a Rax drop. And remember, this is the thing we talked about Abbasids. They are probably the single best civ in the game at spamming horsemen in H2. Not because of the quality, just the quantity. They have so much food income because of the cheapness of their villages. You know, they're saving a pretty lofty amount, right? It's like 40% cheaper for them. On top of that, you know, outside of the cost of the villages, you're also talking about a civ that gets a 15% gathering rate buff across the board very early. High trade house, 116 gold. JJ, very close, but slightly off. You know, didn't count your pennies. Deer Drabback's underway. It looks like B is riding blind trying to find him, and actually might. Yeah, he intercepts. Nicely done. So we'll deny the pro scouts on the flank. Vortex will just try to drop and run. Reinforcements are on the way, and that is going to be the knights plus the horse archers, so B will have to back away. Able to slow down pro scout slightly, but ultimately not deny it. Big ass lead already, by the way. 20 workers ahead for B. But he still has to solve the age issue. Yep, this is like trying to get into the bar without a fake identity. Good luck. People earlier were asking me about my beard and how I grow it. I have a feeling those are the same people that get stopped from entering the club because they can't grow a beard. Remember, Vortex doesn't really need to enter the base quickly. There's only one relic that's technically in B's domain. And he is going to wall it in. Yeah, still hasn't done that tiny wall we were expecting here. So Vortex has a lot of area to kind of sneak in, actually. It's so tricky these days, by the way. I remember TC expansions used to be a lot harder on High View and Pigeon's View because you used to not see into Stealth Forest from TCs. They made a change a while ago so that now these town centers do fully see into the forests. Actual game changer, man. Like, we've had so many games where people would build TCs next to the edge of a stealth forest and then get full dove without noticing. Now it's just so hard to creep up on them. I guess I'm kind of okay with that change. Like, in some ways it makes sense. Because of how difficult it is to do multi-TC builds right now. But I have a feeling this is going to become very toxic when TC booming returns. I think the Byzantine upgraded house, and double check this for sure, I think the Byzantine house doesn't see into Stealth Forest. I'm pretty sure of that. Unless they updated it when they updated the town centers. He's still doing this. What the? These walls. Oh my god, B. Has he been scrimming with Louis? This is such a Louis-esque type move. What the hell? Yeah, Vortex, you better dive while you can, mate. There's a blocker coming soon. We have a pressure dive in. B still playing age 2. Yeah, he's over 2 minutes away from getting into castle here. A lot of food access and an extensive worker lead, and it just keeps going. Oh, you have to laugh at it. Wallow. This is going to be a whiff. He actually dove for that relic. I can't believe that. Horse archers do have boys' fortitude already, by the way. Horsemen looking to charge in. Knights will need a body block soon. The horsemen are starting to reach their target. Damage not that impressive because of the extra health the Rus have got on those horse archers. Oh no, he's going to get seen. And the horsemen, man, I think they're just dying a bit too fast here. Yeah, the horse archers are just killing them 1-to-1. This plan has failed. B, he needs an age up now. Double Sacred Site locked in. Vortex with 4 of the 5 relics on the map. Military lead most definitely with him as well. He has vision into the stealth forest, so he'll be able to snipe the spearman from afar. And B just looks dead. I mean, how do you now rebuild that army and also tech at the same time? I don't see the picture. Yeah, I've been watching a lot of the Demon Slayers. I'm catching up on them right now. I don't see the thread to cut. Knights will just slow down the charge in. Normally, this would be a scary dive with flimsy horse archers, but really, the 25 health is going so far. And I mean, this is pre-undermesh. So this is where he's a little bit more exposed, not as tanky. Finally, the villager has been seen. Not this one, though. This one's coming around, man. He's almost completed the wall in. All right, this is where you all chat type to him. Okay, here's the deal. If I full wall you, you have to insta-GG. Oh, man, and B, there's just no firearm on this TCs. That's going to be sacrificed. Horse archers step up. B just doesn't have the numbers. Horse archers pathing a little bit weird. Rulers a few there, but I mean, it's just start step, right? Micro, micro, micro. This is the way Vortex wants to be able to play the game. Warrior buff coming in to make it so that you can actually kill 2 horsemen at once. And I think this is just relentless pressure now. You know, B, he has double the worker count, but the problem is they're not efficient for much longer. The food is running out fast. He's having to add in farms. At which point, this food income is going to plummet. Oh, I mean, wow, how many? Oh, wait, what's 16? Okay. Eat my words a little there. I'm impressed he's at 16 already. TC now on the fire. Could he actually do that? The fact he's making a farm transition behind this makes it a little bit believable. Vortex. He does pun the knights in, but I mean, military lead is being sustained. Could he do this for 7 more minutes? That's the question you have to answer. I think we're about to see a drop in food that is going to slow him down a bit. Yeah, I mean, the deer has got maybe... Okay, he's still got these, but like, it's contested territory now. TC was repaired. This is such a weird game. Complete an oddity here. B. How is it that he has 2.5k food income a minute and he still can't get castle? Now, that's the thing. You want to say that B's doing it, but the problem is that he's just getting drained of resources. This number is eventually going to have to go down, at least temporarily, and he's already struggling to keep up. Yeah, meanwhile, Vortex is to switch into Spearman now. He stopped producing knights. This is it. This is the thing we were waiting for, a transition to get the win con. This should be the perfect one. Torches out on the TC. Spearmen are going to turn. Charge into the fight alongside the knights. And this time, Vortex does not have to fear. His front line is not going to break quick enough. Game number 2. On the verge of belonging to the Spaniard. And it looks like he's got it. Spear count is way too low. The archer switch is not going to come in quick enough. I don't know how they're ever meant to beat 40 horse archers. Prepare for a dive. Stick your scuba, your snorkel on, because Vortex is about to go in deep. Horse archers. I think he knows as well that this is the point where you can just split off into 3-4 different groups. And it'll only take a matter of 2 or 3 minutes to completely destroy the village account. GG called. Free TC is still trash. Whoa, free TC sucks. Clearly the answer is 4 TC then. Oh dear, oh dear. Well, Aber at least not like a high pro pick loss, I guess, is the upside for B there, whereas Roos got used by your opponent, which is very powerful. And yeah, I don't know. I find that comment about Sacred Sites crazy. I mean, you can dislike it, but I think the only people that really dislike Sacred Sites are ones that want to play very defensive or like, you know, SimCity-ish type stuff, right? Because like, if you think about the design of Sacred Sites, it's intentionally designed to stop people who don't play the game. And I think that's good. I think having game mechanics that stop people from just sitting there is actually a very positive addition. Like, it's one of the better like inclusions they brought with Age of Empires 4. All right, so up next, we are going to be going to Danube Divide to, well, stop dividing the score. Mongols versus Ottos. I don't know, I haven't been like overwhelmingly impressed with the Mongols. We haven't seen many games. I find in general these maps that have extra stone gen, like on paper, it's very, very good for Mongols, but in execution, it's just falling flat a lot. Like, it feels almost gimmicky with the stone. It's fast KP? What do you mean? Oh, what? Because we got the zoomer glasses on. We're going at a million miles an hour, baby. I got my tracer glasses on. Have you? Yeah, where is my... Let me message my gunner guy again. I want to get this sword. Hasn't for a while. Need to send them my new prescription too. Gotta be careful to type this down right as well. That -0. Yeah, actually, like, it kind of looks like I'm less blind in some ways and more blind in others than last time. Actually, I'm kind of surprised. I just realized, like, Gunner, I don't think they have, like, a system where you request through. We always just message our managers, which is a bit... Probably creates more work for them than if they just create an automated system, now that I think about it. No suck. B did a mistake not using archers. Archers would have trickled out into horse archers. Probably been overwhelmed. And then knights are able to chase you down quicker. It's not that simple. Like, I see where you're coming from, but you're kind of just envisioning that he gets to do what you're thinking of doing. You know what I mean? Like, Age of Empires 4 isn't just a game of you get to do the thing. Like, people react to your plays. They stop your plays. This is probably one of Abbas's best matchups since they're slow. What you mean in, like... Well, slow in some ways and not in others, right? I think, like, maybe 2TC works better there than 3, though. I get what you're talking about. Like, Abbasid can play a long feudal. I think High View maybe in some ways makes it trickier. Free TC or no balls? Well, apparently you got no balls. Because they got chopped off by your opponent when you lost. Whoa! Alright. It's time for a new map, and this one is a fun one. One and all, it's my pleasure in Grand Finals to welcome you all to Danube Divide. It looks like Mongolian Heights, but it plays nothing like it. We've got gold focused to the north, food to the south, no fishing, and contestable objectives in the center of the map. And we've got two great players to show it off. B in the south side, in the green playing as the Ottomans. Vortex in the north, and the red will be playing as the Mongols. Really cool map, actually. Mongols has been pretty popular here so far. We've seen it a few times this week. Forgotten Ruins makes it popular. These allow you to generate a lot of stone, which is incredibly advantageous on Mongols due to their double production. On the other side, Ottomans is also a desirable pick for that stone due to the eventual usage going into your military schools. Gotta say though, Mongols, quite often when I see them on these maps with the Forgotten Ruins point of interest, they almost look a little bit gimmicky. The idea of more stone is nice, but we've seen plenty of players become over-focused on getting that stone, and it costs them dearly because of it. Yeah, big shout out to Kavayu. He worked with Corvinus to set this one up. This is actually the first tournament using this map. Really cool one. The other points of interest are abandoned outposts. So there's a lot of vision control on the flanks, which is going to be important because, especially against cavalry civs, they might try to raid you there on the wide. We also have got relics fully located north side. So when I said you have to choose between gold or food, really is the case to the extremes, right? You've got boar and deer down here in heavy amounts, same with berries, and then the gold on the far north. Only 2 woodlines? Yep, and a lot of stealth forest as well. Honestly, I wouldn't mind them upping the amount of stealth forest, come to think of it. Puts more credence on the abandoned outposts. But yeah, there's no fish at all in this map. So just think of that Mongolian Heights element as like, oh yeah, you can block the crossings. Alright, Vortex. Gonna be capturing the first ruins. But this has slowed down his tech timing, right? Like, he's still in age 1. In fact, B will be age 2 before Vortex even starts the tech up. Horribly slow timing. And B's made the right call. You don't really want to start contesting the spears here. I don't think it's worth it for you. It is going to be a little bit tricky because the interesting thing about these Forgotten Ruins, it does allow you to catch up from behind on age up because of the double production into archers. You're going to generate a lot of stone now. Remember, you get 70 stone by default in Dark Age. This is almost doubling your number, up to 60. And you only have to invest a villager for that, which is really good considering at this stage in the game, a villager is maybe going to get you like 30, 35 stone a minute by comparison normally. One weird one I'll highlight, and I think the devs probably need to reassess this point of interest is absolute dog water for Order of the Dragon. Because Order of the Dragon's villagers are embedded to be much more efficient per unit, but they don't actually get more resources when they go into Forgotten Ruins. And to make matters worse, remember, when you gather in these for 6 minutes, it drops a relic. So it's another thing that, like, all the Dragon players kind of feel compelled to interact with eventually, but are getting punished for doing so. B, is he going for an outpost rush? Might be. Or is it just a wall up? Wall up's kind of interesting here. Oh, wow. Wait, what? B. He's just straight up sending it in. Yeah, because the spearmen are on the other side of the map. Khan tries the kill's not going to be able to get it. That is sick. Just walks that far forward like this. Yeah, I mean, look at the gold, the berry. If he just outpost drops this, are we about to see Mongols being the ones getting outpost rushed? What? That's crazy. What am I looking at? And the village is like, oh no, what happened? Yeah, remember, when it gets decapped, you get ejected. That was quite the death cry. Might be the same thing that Vortex is screaming right now. His spearmen are just stuck on the other side of the map. Quite worthless here. And remember, this looks really inefficient with a double villager pull, but it's not. You garrison one. So you only really brought one villager out here. The other one's meant to stay here. And also, this is now going to generate the stone for arrow slits, for fortification. And the other villager can just walk back and plop in here if need be. To make matters worse, secondary goal for Vortex is far out of the base. Khan's still trying to be a nuisance on the other side of the map. And B has gone Rax. Yeah, I thought we'd maybe just see stable so you can raid, even though he's into spears. But it's a good read, considering that Vortex is steering into Keshik's. Wait, did he glimpse that? I think he might have seen it, actually. Archers are now going to show up, so no use of all this stone. Guys, like, Vortex, he's got almost 400 stone, and the only thing he can double produce is the countered unit. That's horrendous. Archer now showing up as well. Vortex has at least got the Yam to try and run away, and will be able to do so quick enough. Keshik's going to be pumping out. It's only archers here, so yeah, he will be able to clear this. B calls it right, pulling away. And the villagers... Oh, wait, what? I mean, with the spearmen here, you might actually just be able to camp. Yeah, Keshik gets scared away. He has to cancel the archery range. And the spears... Oh, Vortex. What a ballsy dive. He actually does get the worker kills. So 2-1 so far. Vortex having the edge there. Keshik can actually clear up that spear. That's not threatening. B he needs to get more troopers out here. He's got the Imam pull. This is clutch if he saves the spearman. One club. Oh, he just about gets the kill. That was very close. I think about 2 HP difference when the Keshik came down with the cleaver. An overextension now from the other spearman. Gets the chain heal in. This is so freaking scrappy. I love it. And now with the Imams, Vortex's life just went from hard to nigh on impossible feeling. He has to set up the archeries at home. He has 500 stone. He cannot use it in any meaningful way right now. Vortex trying to save up for a Mongol castle. He did just snatch another worker kill. I don't even know if he gets to ever spend here, man. Next step would be meta, right, for B? And then what do you do as Vortex? Like, the only things that are really missing for B is meta blacksmith. So it's going to move back towards the outpost for the time being. So actually, looks like Vortex gets an opening. I'm a bit surprised. What possessed B to back up like this? Props to Vortex for this, by the way. Those worker kills are a game changer. Slows down B's timings. Like, even just the idle time was top of the kills. But we do have double archer production coming through. And yep, I love that. B's already getting in position. He's like, okay, I outnumber you. You can't fight me. Gets the kill. Backs away. Has the imams to kiss his boo-boos better. We've got double. There's a lot of stone here. He's just trying to rush the burn down. And a Sipahi switch now on the way. So actually just kind of delaying this archer timing, knowing your opponent desperately investing into it. But this is working out well for B now that he has prepped Sipahi. I'm still a bit shocked he does not have blacksmith. Just feels like he's missing the big haha. You never see Mongols put TC on Uvu? You wonder why? Because they already eat rocks enough when it comes to their win rate. They don't need to eat rocks literally. So you put it on the tree line because tree gives you a lot of solutions. Allows you to get into Archibald, allows you to build infrastructure, allows you to build pasture to get food. It's like wood and gold is usually what you're prioritizing. And going for double village is also insanely expensive. You pay 124 stone per worker for the double pump. It can be very good on these maps with Forgotten Ruins in theory, but even then, I think you're often better just building more army. Nice grab there. B gets a kill. Only cost him 1 archer, so definitely worth it. Look at the size of Vortex's army. He's on the march. That is going to force B all the way home. Now, he's starting to prep some Sipahi. The spear count is really low for Vortex. The blacksmith timings are coming in. It will be an advantage for him. Not there quite yet. Spears are going to be able to chase this away. The Sipahi about to arrive in the fight. And there is no spears left. Yeah, only one. Triple Sipahi can do a lot of work here with the Fortitude. So Vortex, in a fragile state, has to respect this. The Imam's also healing up the danger, the damage done on that backside. Like, the archers are barely hit at all, but the spearmen are gone, and that's going to allow the Keshiks now to commit. Flash coming in. Undermesh would have been a big deal, but Vortex prioritized the damage instead. The meta still not here. B, he goes for the Akinji point. All right, we're in desperation mode. He needs an archer to Keshiks. In fairness, this isn't the worst one in the world. 7 base damage. I mean, I kind of feel like maybe even the drum meta play would have been just as good here. Double meta would have meant that your opponent couldn't snipe you straight away, and you would have had the ranged armor at least. Instead, B, I don't want to say we're going to scale Akinji here, but obviously he can go for meta. He can just build that eventually anyway. Whereas you only get access to these by going for the point. Oh my god, could you imagine if we actually get Akinji? Into Mongols, that sounds a bit weird. Because Mongols have Mangadai. Props to him. I think if he didn't actually pull the Akinji there, the Keshiks would have just kept committing. So it does get him a stay. This outpost has been so obnoxious. You notice Vortex has to keep steering around it instead of under it. And I love this. B, he's creeping towards that back gold. If he gets the timing right on this and baits the army to fight, it could turn into a bloodbath. Remember, these guys attack twice. 14 damage per, which means 3 of them can insta-kill a standard villager. Wait, no. Wait, my math? 7, 2... Wait, did he move too quickly there? There should be 14 damage, 28. Oh, wait, no, sorry. It's not an insta-kill. My brain. It's been a long day. 42. So it does require... Oh, God, that's such an annoying number now that I think about it. Like, I guess free Akinji for free would be broken then. Because you'd just be able to insta-kill workers. Well, definitely not going to be able to insta-kill him now. Only one Akinji left alive. Alrighty. Akinji, what a unit. And that's right, yeah. 3 of them one-shot in castle. You're right, yeah. I think I'm getting mixed up. Does it go to 9 damage, I think it was? Akinji point going to waste? I don't think so. I think if he didn't have them genuinely, he would have been retreating here. You remember that fight earlier? Like the Keshiks, there's still 4 or 5 of them, and Vortex had Undermesh coming. So it did actually scare him away. B has to be thinking military school soon. Oh, wait, he's already got them, right? Oh, God. So now the stone's just kind of annoying. You can sell it, though. Get a good price on that. And the ram. He's had enough of this annoying outpost. He has got some Sipahi, so it would be a quick clearer, rather. A bit of a weird rush on the gold from Vortex. He could be targeting that down right now. But it looks like he's scared. And for good reason, it's 37 archers. On top of that, B has been neglecting his tech time as we do finally have Steeled Arrow coming. It's crazy to think of just like how big of an edge Vortex got off of the blacksmith decks in these earlier engagements. Yeah, especially when you consider you're up against the Sipahi monsters and you're scaling archers. I still got the stone gathering over here. Oh, he actually popped the relic, by the way. Yeah, he never ungarrisoned. That's... Oh, dude, that's actually smart. That greased Mongols. They can't get double production now. It seems weird because you've donoed a relic in a way, but like you've actually stopped Mongols from getting infinite extra resources. Flash coming in, B. Yeah, it's got the attack speed activated on the meta. Switches over the ranged armor now. Sipahi are sneaking in, so Keshik v Sipahi to see which one's quicker. The Imams pull far enough away that they're not in danger. And now it's going to be a north pull. Love that. He waits for the Fortitude to activate. So now these guys are taking double damage, or 1.5 damage from the Keshiks. So we'll get rid of the Sipahi. Looks ugly in the archer count, but the heavy cav matters more here. That should be the chase down he's looking for. Gets the snipe on the meta as well. Keshik's now diving in. B needs to be careful about that retreat. He knows all too well how easy it is to accidentally stick the Imams at the back of the formation with a shuffle. Avoids that, runs them away just quick enough here. Still a great fight by Vortex. B has to be worrying about food a little here, right? No, he goes back for the sheep point. So he's got 10 sheep to work with off of Anatolian Hills. And Vortex has got a lot of pastures, so his food is never running out. These trickle trades are problematic for Vortex, and I think he knows it. Yeah, guys, if it's a full commitment, like Vortex's comp looks good for it, right? But if it's Kite and Whittle, it's the Imams. If Vortex doesn't get rid of these soon, he's in danger. Archers just stand their ground. Ranged armor is there. I mean, you kind of have to. He's got nothing else to front line with here. It's just raw archers. Great decrease there. I think we had like, what, 10 plus archer lead? Vortex minimizes it. They're going to age up in 40 minutes. I mean, this is the thing about these type of maps, is like you're very close to each other's bases. So age ups aren't exactly easy. And if you don't do them quickly, the army's going to be big enough to dive you. So yeah. Don't really feel like either player is going to be able to age up in a rush here, unless they win a fight big. Netta. Perfect tank. 160 HP, 2 ranged armor. Sends him in, takes the first wave, backs away. Sniping the Khan Hunter would be a good idea here. Right now, Vortex actually has first point of contact with the extra 0.5 range. This is a bit dangerous from B. He does have the number lead, but the Yam, the extra range, does make it difficult to leverage. All right, what are we left with here? Janissary Company actually could just win the game. It's difficult because Keshiks with Yam, like, they're going to kite you well. Did he get another worker kill? I think B actually dodged it fully that time. Maybe 1 worker maximum. All right, so props to him, actually. Against 31 archers? Yes. We had this the other day where we felt like this seems a bit weird, but like the idea is it's very hard for your opponent to target down the Janissaries in a blob. And also, he will overkill with his archers doing it. It's like, if you're right now struggling because of 9 Keshiks, but your Janissaries clear half of those, it's worth it, right? Because then your archers just steamroll the fight. Now, B's getting ready for castle, by the way. How has he afforded this? The game looked shaky just a moment ago for income, but apparently the trickle trades over time have put him in a confident position. So yeah, B is going to be triggering castle. And Vortex is, I mean, quite rightly scared. The meta armor, the healing, like these are very big advantages when you're archer offing. And Vortex, in fairness, he kind of done this to himself when he tried to raid with the Keshiks. Understandably so. Like, the main fight wasn't really trending his way. But B had a great read off the back of that. Like, realized actually that the Vortex wasn't in a position to truly scare him. He's going to be creeping in now towards the tree line. B, we'll see it. Reacts quickly. Able to pull away. Army is on the way to react. Tries to actually pull the villagers back to reform. Great micro there, B. He brought the other villagers back so they get back in formation so that these guys would play catch up. Now Imperial Armory is going to be on the way. Vortex. I don't think he saw that. No, he just saw the idle time on the tree line and then nothing else. You hate formations? Same. You're not alone. I've been moaning about formation shuffles for a long time. I just wish the devs would listen to people. It's dirty. Like, the things you can do. I was talking with a player about this. Like, if you micro hard enough, you can actually use spears and archers on separate bindings and then into formation shuffle to always allow archers to pull away from their chasers. It's dirty. Another Keshiks. Hard commitment in here. Attack speed arrow has been activated. The meta is on the front line, so she'll be able to snipe him straight away and would be worth doing. Goes for the kill. A retreat into the base. B, he needs a lot of time here, though. 40 seconds out on the veteran C. Has the tech up killed him? A new drummer boy does come out. Backs away just in time. Ranged armor back in effect. And the Sipahi are about to feast. They jump on in. Fortitude activated. And it is going to be an race in the base. Vortex is not able to get the kill. B, beautiful patience, turns it into a concave, uses his own base as a trap to get the win and kill the Mongols here on Danube. Damn, what a fight there. Well played by B. He knew, like, the moment he techs up, ball's in Vortex's court, he has to do something about it. He can't just sit back and allow veterancy on a map so short. Absolutely phenomenal. Well, does mean that we have got B back in the lead in this best of 7, but plenty still to come. What do we call that one? New map lets you outpost rush Mongols, right? I kind of love that. All right, let's get ready for the next game. I mean, it's not often you see the Mongols being the one getting outpost rush, right? Gorge, and we've got, oh god, dude, like, this is gonna be a long day. It's an English pick. Against Delhi. What? What is B up to? Because Gorge has, like, traditionally been a very good map for Delhi, right? Did he think it... I think he was expecting Lancaster. We do see a lot of Gorge Lancaster picks, right? And yeah, I've talked about this before where villages, like, I remember my early days of cast the game, like, oh my god, he gets trapped in with 15 villages, like 10 knights coming in, and he loses only 2 villages. Like, formation shuffling has always been a bit silly. More than a bit, actually. And then we have weird interactions like Camel Lancers not caring about spear charges, which I think is a bug. I don't know, like, it's been there a while, so maybe they just, like, oh no, this is intended now. It does feel like a weird intended, though. This means Camel Lancers always get their biggest advantage, right? Like, they do more damage for a long charge. And yeah, point blank charge is also weird. I feel like almost all knight units should have their charge function like camels do. Right? Like, but then you lose Camel Lancer's unique identity, but it almost feels like all units should be like that. Like, I still love the way that Total War Arena done their system with charging, where you activate it, and then you charge in a direction building speed, but you can't stop. I love that. Alright. Let's get ready to go. Let me flip score. I need to do predictions for you guys. Oh, wait. We didn't do predictions on game 3, did we? Oops. Wait, did we? Did I just not change it? Did I do predictions for game 2 or game 3, guys? Do you remember? How long? Dude, I wish I had a timestamp on it. I didn't do predictions for game 3, right? Yeah, so I forgot to pay out. Sorry, guys. So, choose outcome. So, Vortex 1, game 2. Let's do game 4. There you go. This guy just got baited so hard on the draft. Imagine you're going into Gorge for game number 4. You're B. You see your opponent has got Lancaster. Of course there's got to be a civil war. One that the Yorkists want to win out in. But folks, it's not going to be happening here. B took the bait. He picks the English into Delhi. A matchup that for a long time has been seen as pure pain for the English. Especially on a map like Gorge. Welcome back to the channel, folks. Grand finals time upon us here on this fine Thursday. English for B up against Vortex's Delhi, and we are going to be on Gorge, one of Delhi's cozy maps for sacred sites. Yeah, and I'm curious to see what B's got in mind now, right? I feel like this was him expecting a Lancaster pick, and now you just feel a little bit awkward about it, right? Like, do you go for the 2TC builds? Do you really want to be trying to 2TC against Delhi? Could it be a Horseman healer build? Does that actually work against the Ghazi quick enough? There's a lot of things that B has to answer here. We're going to go 2xp because we're just a minute out from live. Well, looking at the spawn, if he does want to go 2TC, going to want to move on that stone quickly, and it looks like that is what we're getting. Abbey of Kings now on the way. I mean, let's be totally real here, guys. Is there any other build English actually have that truly feels reliable? Not viable, right? There are many things that are viable. Like, if I don't scout your base and you build 50 horsemen, I could actually kill you. But reliable, this seems to be the go-to one for the English. 16 sheep to try and enable them. 14 on the other side for Vortex. Vortex, what could you do here other than just kind of dominate sacred sites? Because I think you just Ghazi up, right? I love how we've just forced all this controversial talk about formation shuffling. Oh, I'm curious to know how most people feel about formation shuffling. Like, it's a very controversial subject. It just doesn't, weirdly enough, get talked about as much as it probably should. For those just tuning in, by the way, it's been a crazy day. We started off with B versus Anatan, 3-2 for B. A 3-1 victory for Vortex, in which every game he won, he looked dominant. And now, into the grand finals, we are in Season 2 of KPMM. $20,000 this time around. B, who was one of our most decorated of the first season, has yet to claim a title. Could week number 3 be the one? In powerful position. If he goes 3-1 up here with English against Delhi, I'm hard stuck trying to figure out how Vortex easily wins this week. Because this would be an incredible achievement. So TC drop should be coming in soon. I don't think you play for the deer. It's going to be too slow, right? So probably we're looking at gold. The gold is on the backside next to the tree line. This is kind of nice because if you TC drop here, you secure your tree line, you secure the gold. And it does make sense to drop it here because usually you want to place your TC near the Abbey of Kings. That way you're more exposed villagers. If they ever take damage, they just get healed. Man, it's going to be a full pullback. So B. Last bit of wood coming in. If you ever want to look at the list of the past winners and finalists, you can go across to the Liquipedia page for the midweek muster. We actually have full track there of like how many weeks people have entered, what their results have been. It's like, you know, a little bit of fun facts for you guys. You know, we just talked about B, for example. He's by far, well, not by far, but definitely, he is the most present force in KPMM. He has not skipped a single edition. He has been there every single step of the way. 35 out of 35 events attended. Interestingly enough, next up would be Myriad and Voldemort, 33 and 32. Dimmu at 31. Vortex has not been as present, by the way. In total, I think Vortex has attended... This is the 11th one ever. And previously, he has won one of them, come second twice, and then finished third, fourth, the other 4. Ah, interesting. B, he does the TC further forward. I wonder why. Is this because he wants to try... I mean, you can't really grab the deer, right? Does he want to have berries as a backup option? I guess this creates more of a forward defense. And in fairness to him, down the line, if he walls this... Yeah, this is a very fat area for farmlands. Apparently he still competes in AOM. Yeah, I don't know how deep B's been going, though. I keep hearing he's competing, but I don't think... He hasn't been making, like, deep playoffs, right? It's challenging to compete in multiple RTSs. Especially as the games develop. Like, for B, the challenge is, like, if you're playing in AOM, you know, that scene is now fleshing out where people who fully commit are potentially getting ahead of you. And then just think of Age of Empires 4, the amount of hours that some of the gamers are putting into this. Like, how do you keep up? Vortex is full Ghazi spam, so we should be seeing spear reaction. This is all going pretty much how every single Delhi English game goes so far. We haven't seen any, aha, this is going to lead to something better for you for English. Normally you get baited into Spear's defense. Vortex will just spam Ghazi and go archers. And you struggle to keep up with those transitions because 2TC is quite expensive. Especially when you consider that Vortex is about to get a 375 gold a minute injection into his bank account. You time travel? Yeah, but the problem is if you time travel, right, then you're putting yourself in a position where your previous self doesn't play everything out the same way because you're interacting with your own timeline, no? Doesn't that convolute the matter? Complicate it? Or are we just going, like, are we going for, like, Doctor Who timey-wimey stuff? Ghazi. We'll be able to scare away the king. Yeah, he just focus fires down the spears. He's got the scholar here. Great micro Vortex. Oh, no, wait. He fluffed it, but it's worth it if he gets the king kill. And it looks like he will. Remember, Ghazi are quicker than the king. So 1-2 doink. And the king is dead. Not just that. Completes the capture. So triple Sacred Sight. He's already rotating to stop the scout. We have got B trying to rush Castle Age, but this is going to be a bit tight. And food income, how's he looking? He's down to just 8 sheep. He's gathering berries. So maybe this will be the game changer for B. If he'd gone for the TC drop back here, he would not be able to gather these berries at all. So what now? Now, sometimes we do see Delhi players just invest in the next age off of this. And I think that's what we're getting out of Vortex. He actually has pro scouts being prioritized. So B gets away with it. That feels a bit rare to say. Stat screen is stuck on relics. That's because I really want you to soak in the 375 gold a minute, which is like 8 or 9 villages worth of gathering. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. Yeah, I mean, you can see it. His income is just better, which is worrisome considering that B is spending more in villages anyway. The other thing that's crazy here is survival techniques pro scouts. The difference it makes compared to B being stuck on berries and sheep. And the white tower drop is coming in. Was he trying to shove some deer? I'm not sure if he was doing that there. The white tower is going to protect most of these deer, though. I think Vortex could snatch these just about. But yeah, props to him. B is doing better than most English players do against Delhi in this matchup so far. You know, Scrappy trying to slow down the Sacred Sites definitely cost him. But the key thing is he got, like, what, double kill in Ghazi. That slows down the dive point. Just enough that the white tower will go up. Vortex ready to go up with it. House of Learning now on the way. A little bit of a poke. Ooh. He sticks the mill deep. Wait, yeah, might want to cancel that. He might just have to add in some farms here. Yeah, there we go. Like, B's trying to be very lean and efficient about this, but the reality check is you have to go farms. You're not getting out of this base when you choose 2TC White Tower. Good news is your opponent's not really getting in the base either. And this is a great intercept. B reads it perfectly, understands that Vortex has to play for an age up, sends the knight out towards the Sacred Site and the relic. So gets the double blocker potentially. Ghazi are now at least reacting. So you can just hide inside of them. He just pulls away before he gets surrounded there. Still, B can't really play a night spam game just yet. His food income is pretty abysmal. He actually can't afford 2TC right now. Like, it's a struggle. If he's just about making it work, in terms of based on his income, he needs to have 300 food income a minute to sustain double TC. Man, Vortex. It's a 5 relic pull. The signature, the perfect situation for a Delhi player. And he even has additional scholars, so the king can't actually snipe them. 5 relic pull, 3 sacred sites still. We're down to 6 minutes. I just don't see how B's cracking this quick enough, man. He's going to have to rush out. There's going to be knights waiting for him. And now with 5 relics, Vortex can afford them. Yeah, this is pretty much how every single Delhi English game plays out, right? Sometimes there's a Ghazi dive in Age 2, but otherwise, you just reach this point of inevitability. Rax is coming up from B. I mean, what else can you do but spam spears? The problem is, Vortex already is prepping more archers. And Hone Blades is not far off either. Yeah, just 35 seconds out. With the skulls already being home with the relics, it's time to go back to reading books. Goddamn nerds. I mean, the farms are looking good. I'm just trying to find the upside to this. It just feels like this is the type of game where you absolutely didn't expect this pick. But like from B's POV, it's worth the gamble when you're a game up. Because if you read it right and your opponent has picked Lancaster instead of Delhi, you can do really well as English. You can play 2 TC and you can outscale. You can even go for like a longbow all-in timing, depending on the spawn. And like based on the picks, I mean outside that, it could have been what, French or HRE? I think there's other maps you're saving HRE for. French versus English. You probably have a better success rate with the 2TC build than you would with Delhi. A lot better, actually. B, just trying to get men-at-arms online. I mean, it means archers are kind of worthless, but the Hone Blades offsets the armor clad, remember. +3 damage versus +2 armor. Lancers, archers, now into the farms. He's going to smash him from both sides. Everyone has to shift towards the White Tower. B, getting the army in position. Farms are starting to idle out. Reminder, folks, we're 4 minutes away from a Delhi victory. The sacred sites have not been contested, and Vortex will now invite himself into the English home. I mean, it is poetic. Historically, English did welcome themselves into the Delhi territories, into India. And now, India is just returning the favor. Oh, no. No. All right, that's pure pain. Dude, these 4 tree lines are always crazy. It just hides the play, and now he sees it, but it's too little too late. Yeah, he was trying to rush a castle of his own. These 4 tree lines are so freaking tricky. We've seen it so often, especially with Delhi, like keep drops into siege workshops. By the time you know what's hit you, it's too late. B doesn't even notice right now. He's just distracted at the back of his base. The villagers... B? Come on. No way. Lancer's shop as well. B has not realized what the hell is happening. All stoneworkers go down. This is over. No doubt about it. B calls GG. 2-2. The grand finals gets deeper and deeper. Yeah. Just your standard Delhi English experience. Trash Civ Lamau. Alright. Left side win. Oh, getting a bit hungry, actually. We ride the hunger. 3 more games. 2 of them are going to be an hour long. Alright, Sunken Lands. We've got Jean versus HRE to break the tie. Easiest bet ever? Oh, yeah. Like, dude, I don't know. I could never back English in that one. It's a horrible matchup. Especially on Gorge. It's like, there's nothing complicated about the Sacred Site capture against English there, right? It's like, it's almost as, probably the most organic it can be. The only other one is like maybe like Hiveview's even more organic, but you'd rather have the extra gold gen anyway. Barely delays your timing. Sorry, just double check something. Ugh, lots to catch up on today after stream. Yeah, you know me. We do the 7-hour stream, and then we get to catch up on all the influencer stuff. I mean, you know, it's nice to be busy. Compared to a few years ago when, like, when I would legit just be kind of like reaching out to TOs and waiting between events. I do need to find more time to put into finding new tournaments to work with, though, for sure. But yeah, like, it really is true what they say. It's better to be busy than not at all. It's a weird thing about being freelance when you're just kind of like doing nothing, twiddling your thumbs. Oh no, Frey, what's up? You love me. Love you too.
Yeah, you did a bathtub.
Are you gonna have a bath?
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
you're not having a bath. Okay.
I'm having the bath.
Thirsty girl. Smell of juice.
Hi, Ice Train.
Say, sub train stream.
Such train.
Say, Daddy's the best.
Say, Daddy's the best.
Yay! Give me a high five. Give me a kiss. All right, off you go. Say bye, stream.
Bye.
Okay. Yeah, bye.
Daddy, you go with Mommy.
Yeah, go give him to mommy. She's gonna steal my shoes now. She keeps stealing my freaking shoes. Well, they're Emma's, but they're like they're just casual Crocs or whatever. It's easy to get outside in a rush. All right. You guys ready? Yo, what's up, Vigo? Thank you very much. It works. There we go. Guys, come on. An adorable daughter of mine asked for subs. You guys now have to spam. That's the way it works. We're 8 away from reaching our plus goal. If you directly sub yourself, it helps increase that. Freya, Daddy's got to work now, darling.
I'm in the rush.
Okay, you're in a rush. Off you. She's like, I'm in a rush. All right, off you go. Bye-bye. Oh, bless her. She literally is like, I'm in a rush. Oh, dude. Kids are awesome. All right. Score set up. Did we do predictions? I think I set up predictions, didn't I? Yeah. All right, here we go. He is the only person who rates Jean d'Arc in competitive right now. Welcome back to the channel, folks. It's time to check in on B. You knew it had to be him. We're here in the grand finals of week number 3 of the Midweek Muster Season 2, our $20,000 esports circuit, where Jean has been picked up against Vortix's HRE. And we are heading into Sunken Lands to break the tie in this best of 7. This is going to be an interesting one, actually. Like, spawn placement is dirty. What? Okay. We've already had Vortex try and build a grand winery out of range of the TC before. It backfired. Could we be seeing an Arkan Chapel out of range of the TC? Because this is compelling, man. You can't against Jean. There's no way. Against Jean, you build an Arkan out here, you're going to die. But it's so tempting. Speaking of Jean, B has already moved out for deer. Yeah. Both of them getting really good deer spawns, actually. So I like this from B. B has really been trying to justify no pro scouts in a lot of his builds right now. I think we're going to see that here. Jean is one of those civs that has been doing a lot of pro scout still, but I don't think you necessarily need it. You're meant to usually be the aggressor. HRE can make it a bit tricky due to marching draws, but still, I think with this type of spawn, you're pretty comfortable. Vortex, it is going to be an Arkan at home. I think we might be getting pro scouts from HRE, though. I mean, there's 20 deer that you can grab. 20 deer that you buff the gathering rate by 35%. Deer that get buffed like that end up gathering at like 1.25 food, 1.38 food a second. For reference, by default, when you gather on a farm, you gather at 0.75. So it is a very big difference. How do you guys predict, by the way? 79% for Vortex. 79. Yeah, I kind of had a feeling that was coming when we said that Jean got picked. I mean, a lot of people still feel like HRE is pretty broken. At pro level, it doesn't... I don't want to say it's broken, it's strong. The thing about HRE is they're very robust Civ. You can pick them in a lot of situations and feel good about it. They're not absolutely broken like certain other ones. China. I would say, actually, I rate Byzantines higher than HRE right now. Yeah, I put Japan and HRE on similar footings also. How are we looking, sheep haul? 18 sheep. Okay, that's kind of crazy considering that B went straight onto deer. So B completely lost the scout game, really. Well, not completely, but pretty heavily. Like, maybe he gets 13 here. For your opponents at 16 after gathering faster and starting on them. Like, if you're Vortex, you're very happy with this. Gold now being dropped off. Last piece of wood coming in. Hold on. HRE is the negative on win rates in all ranks, even Conk 4. I'm talking pro player, though. Always remember there's a big difference between pubs and pros. Very big difference. Double night queued up. So we're definitely not getting pro scouts, but that was to be expected here. What is Vortex up to? He's got way too much gold gathered. This feels like maybe a delayed pro scouts. He chose double production first. Actually, in fairness, that makes sense. I thought he might just start pro scouts and add in the spears. But remember, like, he needs to go spearman anyway first because of the knights. It just feels a bit off on the macro, like 400 plus gold. Wait, the pig? Oh my god, you're right. Oh, for God's sake. Sunken Land sometimes does this. It's really silly. I can't figure out exactly... I think it's because boar gets added in after berry spawns, and the boars may be trying to spawn on the berries. Yeah. It might be something to do with the elevation code as well. That's unfortunate. It doesn't happen too frequently from what I've seen in comp games, but it crops up as a pain in the ass. Like, I think it's probably elevation. Because I think we've had it before where it almost looks like deer weren't going to spawn because of the cliff. Hopefully the devs are looking into it. I hate the idea that, like, they leave the map in this state and then move on. Especially considering it's a map that, like... Actually, I think the maps were free, right? Or were they paid for? I think you had to pay for the map access as well. So B. Looks like we are subscribing to only knights. The Pro Scouts is coming in as expected here. Vortex will look to hunker down. He's already got walls up to try and make his life easier. Didn't bother with the full wall, though. It is going to be melee, John. Makes sense. I mean, there's not really anything that Vortex can build that Melee John hates. Usually, Melee John sucks against civs that have heavy cav. And also, because your opponent's going pro scouts, he can't really just rush castle to get heavy cav. So nicely read. Is going to be able to move over to intercept. And it also makes sense when all focus is on one location outside the base. Which right now, all focus is on this jackpot screen. Deep. Now that he shows up, I don't know if Vortex wants to be here. No, especially with the cleave. Nice bait there, just wasting the spearman's time. John's being ignored so far. Cleave count, he only has one more though. Archer follow-up is on the way from B, but Vortex is already anticipating that with the Horseman switch. And it is going to be double archery as well. Alright, so this is scary if B can't start delaying his opponent some way. Because now you're just inherently producing, yes, very good knights, but you're producing them against a Civ that has a much better economy. Pro Scouts on Archon is insane. Like, you're going to see this food count ramp up. Yeah, there we go. I was about to say up towards 1,000. Look at the difference that already exists here. Almost 400 food difference between the two. And B has more people on food. Archery just looks dirty like this. A bit of poke from Jean. Nice pinch there. The spear switch kind of caught me off guard, actually. I wasn't expecting that out of Jean here. But considering Vortex was so late into archers, I'm not sure if he's going to get enough value now that it's double archery range. I've got scouts still creeping out. I mean, B knows about the pro scouts. He can't really afford to stick anything on the north and south side to stop it. Vortex can't age up if he can't re-access this area, by the way. So, like, don't think that this is, with the food, him going castle. He needs gold access for that. That's why B keeps pressing here. It's, like, the best location on the map to attack. Because the other golds are really far forward. I wonder if B's just trying to let Vortex age up, actually. B's really threatening right now with Jean and French with these timings where he waits for you to age up and then full commits into the base with mass knights. But, I mean, Vortex isn't exactly weak on the defense so far, right? 13 Spearman is healthy. He's not being overly greedy in this game. Spearmen are going to start marching over. And does get eyeballs on. Okay, so nice. We'll be able to slow down Pro Scouts a little bit here. B forced to fall back and secure his gold as the Horsemen were looking to raid. Still, it kind of just feels like B has lost all aggression. Right? He's just opened up the game for Vortex to do what he wants with it. And obviously what Vortex is going to want to do here is fast castle. Not as quick as you'd always like. You'll take the wins where you can. And B, we talked about this delayed timing. Almost like he's waiting for the perfect moment where you would age up. He marches across the map. Regnets now to be built. B is tricky with these walls. The villagers, they did cut through. And I think B just noticed. Good body blocker there, Vortex. He got just a fragment of wall up in time. B backs away. So, inevitability of castle upon us. Horsemen are also taking a stab on the other side of the map. Good reactions by B will scare him off, though. And yes, Wham and Antan did indeed both lose. That's what we love to see, though. I'm hoping we continue to see this escalation of more and more names that could easily be in the grand finals. That's when you know the midweek muster is truly working. Villager snipe in here. Vortex does get a double kill. Cost him a pony, but the important thing here is that B is at home. He's not doing anything to attack Vortex. That's crucial. It now means that Vortex can secure the Ford Gold and also can start pulling prelates for relics. Not just that, it's extra deer. There's so many boxes being ticked by that small group of horsemen. He will get cleared up in the end, so maybe not the best exit for Vortex, but time bought. Yeah, Horseman dead, sure, but he still has Spearmen that will get vetted up to defend him. And he does have Castle Knights now on the way. XP-wise, almost halfway towards level 3 for B. Still got some work to do, and Castle Age doesn't really seem feasible in a rush here. Right? Like, the food is not great. He's got 4 sheep left over. He's already eaten through, like, a third of the deer. Maybe, like, a quarter. Prelate? Yeah, no. Spearmen aren't being vetted, by the way. The problem is B doesn't know that for sure. So he has to be a little bit scared that it's going to pop in any second. Like, when you see this many spears, veterancy just looks like a no-brainer. The Vortex put all of his gold behind knight production instead. Horsemen, they're going again. That's going to be another 2 worker kills. No wheelbarrow. Like, B, this is starting to add up. Okay, are we back? Okay, dude, I'm going to have to contact Shure. I don't know what's going on with the mic. I'll message them tonight. See about getting a new one sent out. I mean, it might be the XLR. I don't know. Is B fishing for an all-in? Because it feels like that's where we're at here. You got almost 20 knights. If you back away, you know that relics would have been secured. You're just not sure how many. And he's now blocking gold again. It's not a terrible position to be in. We talked about these forward goals being problematic for Vortex. But he has got veterancy on spears now. Yeah, he's at the point where he can easily start to kind of rebuttal this. He chases on, so B has to retreat. Gold reaccess as Vortex rushes out. He just wants to get the knights online. That this is getting scary now. You got 20 knights. Your opponent's going to have 10 an age ahead. He's just kind of devaluing the knight play overall for Jean here. Also makes it much harder for archers to counter these spears. Jean does just forward. Knight is pulled all the way back. A little bit surprised by that. Now the clash is going to come in again. Spears held in reserve. Go for the stab, but B, he's still got Divine Restoration. He forces Vortex off of the gold. Spears will turn around for another hit there. Cleaver just being ignored. John close to level 3 here. Knights with a recommitment, but B, can he hold on much longer? With the Divine Restoration already used, it's now on Vortex to try and stand firm with the remaining knights. Level 3 John comes through. Archer's now being cleaved down. Vortex. His knights are winning, though. This is the big problem. Yes, the spears were sacked, but in a heavy cav game, he's gambling that his knights can carry through. And he's done a good job of clearing out the French ones. Jean did level up because of this, though. She's just going to keep circling. This game's somehow not over after a fight like that. B, still starving out the gold. Vortex, though. It's a handful of knights. This should prove quite threatening. I mean, B, his are inherently weaker. He does not have a heal for 60 seconds. She herself, the maiden, is getting low, and it doesn't seem like anything can stand against this. So Vortex, looking to reacquire the gold, just sends the workers in. Knights have to be ignored. John has to be chased. She's low, but not dead yet. It's a chase away. The shivs come out for the feudal knights. Vortex, veterancy is on the way for the archers. Not in yet. But the shivs, man, this is ridiculous. He's just defending with villages only. Jean is going to go down, though. B, his biggest pushes are gone. He's lost the knights. He's lost Jean. And Vortex now able to re-secure the gold. We'll chase this away. A valiant endeavor. And it did lead to Vortex losing more than he's been able to gain off of his raids. But the worry now is like, B, with barely any knights, surely Vortex just walks for relics. All this focus on one location. Sprint replacement coming in. This is where it gets problematic for B. The dives before is one thing. Sprint replacement is going to be dirty. As long as Vortex doesn't auto-fire onto Jean. Yeah, because remember, Jean does have the range damage reduction. She won't die quick for the emplacement. Dive in, gets another worker kill. And wait, Vortex, the seat shelter. What? Oh, no. And Jean? Oh, she's getting close. My God, I think B is actually doing this. Like, how long has this been Castle v Feudal? 6 minutes, maybe? Sprint placement is now in, though. We'll make Jean think twice. More spears are now on the way. Vortex, how many farms? 3, going up to 5. No more food after that. Hasn't got any scouts to secure the remaining deer on either end. And B's now playing for the boar. In fact, he pulls all the way back. What a wacky game. Vortex, he does have the veterancy now in, right? So the archers are a real threat. B was correct to back off. If you go in now with your plastic knights against veteran archers, the archers are going to be the difference maker. So he needs to time this right. Jean has a mile and a half to go still for level 4. Third of the way. When the armies are so small, it's difficult to get that type of XP injection. Would have loved to have seen maybe some Sacred Site captures from Jean, though. Just some extra gold gen, right? Actually, wait, no, crap. It's not level. It's not age free. It's level free. My brain. Villagers on gold are going to get harassed away. Yeah, he's starting to slip out. I mean, this is the thing. When you don't put a leash on the dog, he's going to bite you. And that's what these knights are. Like this creeping. It's on both flanks. Vortex able to find the exposed economy. B. Now running. At least this time around he has wheelbarrow. Earlier on in the game, it looked like that was the thing that cost him most dearly. Still, idle time achieved. The champions are going to be coming through. Makes sense. Your opponent hasn't gone crossbows, so there's no value in going for the riders. Yeah, I mean, B forgot about that earlier, right? That would have actually allowed him to tank underneath the outpost a lot longer. It's possible that he done look at my micro. You know, where you summon, but you click too fast, so you don't summon and it goes on cooldown? That is actually a thing. I think last time we saw that in Midweek Muster, it was Myriad, bless him. His high APM cursing him. B. Looks to aggress again. Fortification just kicked in for the outpost, and he goes for the burn. John, she's drawing the Spring of Fire, though. This is big. Remember, she reduces the damage taken. So it's not hitting for 51. It's actually hitting for half. We dive past. Actually ignores the outpost in the end, so full commits into the army. Jean continues to chase. Is this the type of game where we're going to be talking about level 4 Jean? Quite possibly, actually. It's going to return with the melees to try and burn this down. Spears just front it into the knight. Jean is going to give chase as well. She's got cleave stockpiled up. One more to work with. Coming off cooldown in 5 seconds. Knights do recommit. Only a few torches here. We'll pull back fully now. This is an expensive dive, though. Those Springolds capable of, what, 4 hitting a knight? 2 hitting an archer. Jean is getting targeted, but Divine Restoration available. Does pump it. This is just getting ridiculous. I've seen way too many games lost over a Springald placement. I think we're going to see it again. Jean dives too deep. Flew too close to the sun and got clipped. Knight Spear now on the chase. But folks, we're talking about a situation now where this Springald Tower has griefed the Jean army. B has lost a lot trying to break this thing. So this is do or die. Dives in. Knight count low on both sides. And Champion's actually griefing him on the retreat. B, he's grouped the melee together. So Champion slow down the retreat. The Vet Archers are going to clear the Knights. Is this the breakout point? B, he still has not cleared this goddamn outpost. This is so frustrating, man. Fortification outpost. Remember, it also gets the extra, like, fire armor from the fortification. Not to mention the extra damage output, the range, like, all these details. Springald plus Relic is so powerful. Vortex doesn't even care about the repair. He just wants gold. Crossbow switch now coming, so his life about to get easy to stop knights. B's not about that knight life anymore. No, it's mainly spear archers now. Walls are coming in, so he will look to just secure the pocket resources. Whereas Vortex has to add in more farms. Very slowly. Might be in a bit of a rush soon, though. The berries are about to be exhausted here. These knights. It's also just the irregularity of their attacks that catches you off guard more. Like, oh, wait. I forgot he has these. And yeah, guys, no, there's no emotion repairs. He's not in range of the TC. He'd have to daisy chain out. By the way, Vortex is up to 4 relics now. The 4th one's coming home. I think this might not be over. B's been stuck feudal a long time, and he almost starved the food, but now it's about gold. Crossbows knights. See, maybe he's hoping that Vortex overextends and he catches him off guard. Like, it almost feels as if B's win condition in his mind now is to get level for Jean. It's going to be difficult now with a crossbow switch, though. Crossbows are a good soft counter to Jean. She's melee, so she does have the heavy tag. Crossbows, they go for the knights first. Vortex tries to fall with his own. Jean de Cleve goes in deep. Gets the hit off. Divine Restoration is still available. Chases on. B, is he about to do this? Vortex, the crossbow count is actually not high and also slower than the archers, so they get exposed. And the knights dive in. B, what the hell is happening in this game? Vortex confidently marches up, and B, it's a perfect bait. Vortex overextends. Chases on. What a timing there. The patience, the ballsiness of it. If B had just been left standing there, Vortex had not stepped up. This may have been an impossible dive to achieve again, but now the breaking comes. No gold left there. This outpost relic might not matter anymore. And level 4 Jean getting ever so close. Only 400 XP away. Chases on. More worker kills. Another cleave coming through. Divine Restoration. Min-maxes the damage absorb. And now the knights commit from the backside. No retreat. Vortex baited into an overextension. Archers can contest the crossbows cleanly. Only thing he can do is try to clear out those knights. But B, he's once again going for this outpost. This game has been cinematography all captured over this one building. It is ridiculous. But now it is working on fire. It's gonna go down when it's not worth anything anymore. And GG gets called. B is making everyone reassess how you play Jean. I can't. The way that he plays Jean is freaking wild. It's like a whole game over one outpost, what I'm thinking there. Unbelievable. What a game. So, B with his comfy Jean pick, able to get the win. Puts him up now on match point. If he wins the next game, he is your midweek muster champion. Map pick goes to Vortex. And we are heading into Dry Arabia. Shushi versus French. Vortex also acknowledges the power of the French spam. He just goes about it a different way. I think we might have a no pro scouts build again from Shushi, which is really ballsy, but with the outpost spam, like, B made it look very good against Rus FC. How B win versus Anatand, and I don't get any idea how you're doing this. It's like, I mean, go back and watch that series. It's up on the YouTube VODs. It was a crazy game number 5 between B and Anatan. Like, wild the way he actually was able to pull through there. Definitely worth a watch if you haven't. That was the game of the series, the final deciding one. HRE versus French. Actually, sorry, no, HRE versus Jean. Dude, it's like, his Jean is something special, is all I can say. And as for Wham versus Anatan, we will be casting that tomorrow. We should be live by about 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. UK time, so make sure you've got notifications turned on YouTube, on Twitch, so you know when we go live. Actually, easiest way to do it is !Discord. We always ping out when we go live, whether I'm doing it on this channel or if I'm working a tournament channel. So that's an easy way to stay in the loop. And also lets you meet like-minded people to maybe game with or talk about different matters, whether it's Age of Empires 4 or other gaming things. So go ahead and join that, guys. We're trying to build the Discord. We talked about like sponsorships and ways we can sell them into like, you know, the community. Like that's actually another one that's underrated, but it's something I'm looking to build. Is I think Discord is highly valuable. I need to talk to Grim more. I want to expand what we're doing there and make it more welcoming for that element without being too bloated. Because like Discord communities, especially with things like Twitter being really worthless nowadays, Discord communities are going to become the new value play for brands, I think. Right? It's basically, it's gamers' social media, really. It's how most of us communicate. Do I play AoE 4? Not much, really. I spend all my time casting it, man. We do like 120 hours plus of content each month of AoE 4. That's a lot. Oh, dude. I need to catch up on that. We may have just signed an epically large creator. So freaking excited. All right. I need to do Predickies, don't I? Oh, wait. They're already done. Nice. Thank you. My mods are back. Whoop, whoop. We just saw how epic French can be in the hands of B. It's time for Vortex to prove that he's no pushover either. Welcome back, one and all. It's Midweek Muster Grand Finals time, and we've got someone special. Vortex's French up against B's Shushi on Dry Arabia. And nope, that score's the wrong way around. B is the one game away from winning. What a momentous outcome this would be to topple Vortex. Or if it doesn't happen here, we go to another newer map where B, usually in these experimental maps, is favored. And what is up, Backlap? I see you the bits. Thank you very much. Remember, guys, if you want to help and support the channel, watching, tuning in Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays does that. Subbing is a cherry on top, of course. Definitely helps as well. Especially when we're trying to, like, commit to our unique goals. If you sub yourself, it actually helps us get more money out of Twitch. So putting less money in the bank account is a good idea. But you guys are all phenomenal. I mean, this has been a remarkable day. I think I love the fact that we're seeing the numbers trend upwards with these midweek musters. And I hope we continue to do that towards the DLC coming later this year. And shout out to the players, man. Just look at this caliber. Yo, we were talking about this at the start of the week. If you look at that bracket right now, you basically say, like, is this an S tier tournament? Right? Like, practically all those names, well-known entities within the scene. We got some upcomers in there still in the round 16 where like Starflark and I think Scatterbrain is still finding their flow. But, you know, a lot of the others are familiar faces for a long time now inside Age of Empires 4. And my goodness, have these delivered. So Vortex, with this French bit, could he get us to a Game 7 decider? I wonder if we're looking at Pro Scouts. He's already got Wheelbarrow. Looking at the macro, free staying on gold, I think we're probably going to be getting PS here. Meditation Garden coming in from B is going to be a bit wide, but it's going to be able to secure the 36 food, 25 gold, probably about 25 wood. So reasonable, not crazy. Yeah, he had to go out of his base because his gold and berries are quite split. I wonder, would B try and play forward food? See, B, we had him the other day. I believe it was his series against Numadon. It was Roos versus his Shushi. And on his Shushi, instead of going Pro Scouts and mirroring, he decided to play pocket resources onto Deer and Boar with outposts. Pretty cool idea that could also work against French that like to spam those knights, but might be risky with the amount of idle time that you'd incur. Why do Beastie and Marine Lord not play my tournaments? Because you'd have to ask them. It's really up to them. So I'd put the question to them. I think for Marine Lord, he just likes to rest up between S-tier tournaments. I think Marine Lord likes to hide his strategies and whatnot. It's a big part for him. Like he scrims relentlessly and then turns up for the S-tiers. Beastie, you'd have to ask him. More coming up. Yeah, actually an interesting spawn for this type of walling, actually. Makes me think that B isn't going pro scouts. Like, why else would you wall like this? This is like a Byzantine player's walling. Yeah, I did get scoured early, but... I mean, with Vortex, if he chooses to prioritize pro scouts, he won't have the timing. I mean, even if he does prioritize the knight, it's going to take, what, 28 seconds to get out? The wall's going to complete before you start queuing that up. The secondary wall is definitely going to be up, so... Yeah, no way you get into this base. 2TC Shushi would be a little bit surprising with the Ford Stone. You'd have to build racks first, which heavily delays your timing. And if we see the Pro Scouts play come out for Vortex, it's going to give him a really good pump into 2TC. And I haven't seen Lucifron. I really hope we do get him back and involved in these. I think we tried to make Midweek Muster as accessible as possible by utilizing the full span of the week and allowing people to open schedule. But I think even then for some people it can be challenging. So like I know for Puppy Paw, you know, he's got a real job now, right? He couldn't just sustain off of AoE4. So I think it's challenging for him to like make the time in his schedule while also finding time to scrim, to prep for S tier, etc. You know, I do like to think that we do a remarkable job of being accessible for people who aren't just full-time playing Age of Empires 4. Because I think Lucifron has gone back to his day job. I believe Puppy Paw is working full-time with Magic. If I remember correctly, I don't know if Magic's still here. I think it's accounting that he said he'd done. Decent money. Reminding people how much money they own. Also, just, I don't know, there's something about being an accountant that, like, fits with someone who's being a pro in AoE4, you know what I mean? Like, managing resources, optimizing your macro. It does seem like one of those careers where you can just nod your head and say, yep, that seems, yeah, that makes sense. Like, it's, in some ways you want to say Misters is more wild, but, I mean, it's farming, bro. We got farming in this game. You know what the interesting part to think about with Puppy Paw, though, is, guys? So Puppy Paw used to be known for his signature Chinese. And what do we always say China does? With their supervision, they're technically cooking the books. They're, like, looking... So, like, Shushi in China are, like, looking at this sheep right now. And someone's like, that's 200 food. And they're like, no, that's 240 food. No, it's clearly 200... I'm going to write in the books 240. And then they're going to... Then the people are going to be... So... I'm not saying that Puppy Paw is cooking the books. But if you're an Age of Empires 4 pro who plays China and Shushi, you already know how to. You just have to stare at a building until people agree. Do I have a real job? I am a full-time content creator. And a full-time influencer agent. And a full-time commentator and host. Freelance commentator and host. And a full-time dad. Yeah, I have a lot of jobs. It would be nice to be at a stage where, like, I make enough income off of just content creation to just be doing that, but, you know. Got to optimize. If you've got the time, break yourself while you're young. Let's see which one really pays off in the end. No, calling it a real job is the meme. You know, when mom and dad are like, you can't just play games all day, Timothy. You've got to get a real job. Yeah, weirdly enough, if Timmy was really good at Rocket League or Age of Empires, or he could make more money. So, in the end, we did get Pro Scouts. And we did get it mirrored. Yeah, so B, despite that wall in, did just go for it anyway. It's kind of smart, though. I think the idea here is that if his base is insulated like this, he can play wide with the spearmen into Vortex's side of the map. Whereas if he didn't wall, his spearmen would be camping at home guarding him. Yeah, very cool but different approach coming from B here. They mean a 9 to 5 job? Yeah, but like, why do a 9 to 5 job when you can do an 8 to 12, right? It's only 16 hours, guys. Yeah, for better or worse, one of the warped things that esports preps your brain and body for is availability around the clock. So for my influencers, they're globally located, so you never know when you're going to have to sort something for them. With our content, you know, there can be like shifts on things you want to try and cover. Well, I guess content's a bit more anchored. But even like commentary, hosting, you know, I'm crapping myself that like a gig is going to come up in September when I'm going on holiday. Because I've literally had LANs contact me less than 24 hours before they start. Which is wild. 4:30 till 22 sounds better. That does sound like me, yeah. So Vortex. The Knights... Wait. Is he actually trying to pin him? That's crazy. That was so dangerous by B. Only 5 horsemen and he tries to pin the Knights. Shouldn't Vortex be more villages ahead at this stage? As it happened, you're right, actually. Like, the mass of it. So every minute, it's like, so every 2.5 minutes you want to be generous to be an extra villager. So he should actually be, or be about to be, rather, 4 villages ahead, right? I think he's not too far off. Maybe slightly. Oh, wait, no, don't. Actually, yeah. Oh, my God, yeah. He's skipped on, like, should we say 1.5 villages worth? And he didn't go textiles either. We had this, though, in the Vortex WAM series. It was a sinful outcome, actually. The Lancaster versus Delhi game, where any chance of him keeping his aggression going failed because he missed out on his villager production to the tune of, I think, 4 or 5 workers by about 15, 16 minutes. Wow, Mountain Academy already coming. Vortex has got a decent-sized army, but I don't think he really done too much to stop the pro scouts, right? It feels like B got a decent amount of it. Not sure if the horseman really paid off. You're studying uni to get a real job, but you played collegiate? There you go. Well, the thing is, like, I studied uni, right? I got a real job. I got a secure job at a big, fancy, blue chip company, right? Like, I technically done everything right, and I can't think of a point in my life where I was less happy, right? And just think of the wildness of that. I was at the point in my life where me and my partner were able to go buy a house together, right? Where we were able to begin living our life together. And having a normal job at a big, safe company made me the unhappiest I'd ever been in my life. So, yeah. You got to decide if you're chasing money or chasing your dream. And decide what the value of either is. Guildhall now coming in from Vortex, so he's playing catch-up. But we've got supervision pumping, man. Regional inspection completing in just 2 seconds. And this is going to be great, actually, for Monk timing. Doesn't have the gold for it, though. So we'll just be more lances and a gradual queue up. Chasing money is your dream? And that's fine. Like, you have to balance it and figure it out, though. I think, you know, I've talked about this on the channel before. For me, that job, I remember I was basically... I wasn't doing transactions in my life via money. My brain was calculating it via time. It's like, this was an hour of my life. And like, from a business optimization standpoint, that can be interesting, but the way I was doing it was depressing. Anyway, more positive things. Vortex versus B. 12 minutes in. No one with a clear lead yet. I mean, B has secured himself a bit more when it comes to extending food later on, whereas Vortex, a little bit more exposed in where he goes. I mean, Vortex did have that slowdown in food income because he built primarily the Guildhall food workers, right? So he's going to ramp back up. The spear spam is real from B, man. 19 spearmen in total. I mean, you could just run Vortex through with Lancer Spear here, right? I don't feel like the Archer count is that crazy. still, I think instead he's slowing down to kind of optimize around the relic timing. As he's spamming out, Vortex is going to be notably later to try and pursue relics. And interesting, we have got red seals coming in. So BC's high value in getting the extra 2 officials here. Thank you, Sherman. Yeah, I mean, I've been doing this since 2018. I feel like at this point, if I don't continue to commit, I'll have wasted my life. It's tough sometimes. You know, you got to grow your kingdom. But seeing some of the people and the great success they've had in the early days of entering esports is at least inspiring. Whirlpool. B snuck to the south corner, actually, unnoticed. And the Knight's now diving into the base. Handful of Lancers to hold him back. Does make Vortex think twice about the entry, which is crazy, actually. He doesn't know how far the Spearmen are out. I think he was expecting more Spears in reserve. Reminder, this is not a raw Bloodlines game, so it's very difficult to just headbutt mass Spears. Are at least finding numerically advantaged fights, but Vortex seems very hesitant. Not really sure exactly what's coming behind it. By the way, to turn the depressing story into an inspiring one big thing I'll point out, it's not like a cop-out, it's actually a fair point. Me having that job I hated makes me love what I do 20 times more. Life is ups and downs, my friends. And if you have no downs, you can't have ups. The question is Vortex's score going to move up in this one? Because the Knight count is now neck and neck. And my concern is that archers might struggle to clear the spears quick enough here. B does have to worry about a farm transition down the line, but for now, he gets to raid. Lancers start to move in. Catches Vortex trying to actually prep for the castle drop to discount. This is a great time to raid like this. Yeah, only 2 Knights reacting. And the weird back and forth from Vortex's villagers. It's a little bit scramble-brained right now. He just keeps running them back and forth. It's a nice strike in there. B gets rid of the worker lead that Vortex had. Should I say barely had. Now the clash on the other side, but the Spearman... I mean, B, what happened here? Didn't he have so many more than this? I could have sworn we had 20 plus Spearmen. Not anymore, though. Knight's just trying to access that archer line. Small group of Spearmen held in reserve are going to try to sneak in onto the fight now, but Vortex step retreats into the choke point. Difficult to surround him like this. Archers just premium focus. Vortex bringing that count down. The spears just don't exist anymore. Now the veteran Knights are able to hold their own. B, he does not have Dali horses. It is a raw disadvantage to fight like this. He's not exactly winning the relic game either. B is trying to get 1 relic home right now. Nothing else. Vortex has already secured the one. Great plays by Vortex, man. I can't believe that he peeled back the Spearman count so cleanly. Vortex now with the Chivalry on the way. Just to kiss all those boobies better. I mean, definitely worth it after that type of fight. And also it's the type of fight that makes B slow down. Right? Now he has to reassess. Okay, direct fight doesn't work after that. Has to be raiding. Takes time to get in the right position for that, and great job by Vortex. The scout positioning, man. He's going to see it coming a mile off. Gives him time to steer the army. And the castle drop. Oh, come on. You just can't. You can't dive this area now. And here's the interesting thing. France is phenomenal for castles. Not only a defensive structure, but discounted by 10%, saving almost 100 stone. And then to make matters even better, discounting all the buildings in range. Yeah, beautiful savings. 20% off. Great for more night spam. A critical point in the game where food is starting to run a little bit thin. Yeah, B, he's been waiting for that moment where Vortex will go for the food. But I'm impressed, man. Vortex has still got berries to work with. He hasn't burnt through it all. And it looks like he's been leaning very hard into gold. Wouldn't be surprised if he's been trading it. Oh yeah, and on that comment, like, what was it? It's not hard to make a lot of money when all you want to do is make a lot of money. Well, the interesting thing is, like, quite often people who have a lot of money don't think of it in terms, like, there's not... It is money in some professions, but it's also not, if that makes sense. The most obvious one I can give you guys is if you ever watch poker, high-level poker players don't refer to the bankroll as I've got, you know, 100 grand or 200 grand or whatever it is. They call it big blinds and small blinds. Right? So it's almost like the way that people who, once you have a lot of money, the way that people treat it is it's more like an investment type of like, what can I get? You know? I wouldn't be surprised if billionaires speak to each other in terms of like, I am 400 Bugattis rich. We need new measurements of of wealth. Like, Vortex's army size is almost 2 red palaces of value. And speaking of, red palace now coming in. The guild hall has been ticking up. I think that's the other thing that's had to be a bit urgent. Guild hall always kind of just puts you on the clock, but props to him. No, I'm not going to say props. I'm going to look away from that. Like... Are we really this desperate? I mean, he has to be. He doesn't want to go into song. Vortex now an age ahead. This gets dicey. I'm free monthly rents in New York rich. Yo, that's a lot of money. You can like go up north in the UK and buy a house for that. Still, this is pure sadness for me, by the way. At least the one thing that makes it a bit better is he can supervise them in a rush because he does have 6 Imperial officials. So that's a positive. Also, another nice thing of having the Mountain Academy, all this taxation is generating a little bit of food. He's running out of food fast, though. Vortex sets up that second town center. Congrats, you now have a shotgun. Remember, these things have got an Arbalest emplacement that hits for 42 damage. 5-hit kill onto a knight. Man, I wish I was 5 Bugattis rich. Damn it. Actually, how much is a Bugatti these days? I mean, it depends on the model. New models like the 2026 will cost you around $4.6 million? Alright, am I imagining things, or Bugattis like $2 million or 1.5 a few years back? It's crazy as well, because if you go all the way back to the feudal age, they were actually only 80 resources. Times have changed, man. Inflation's real, guys. Also, they were bigger in the feudal age. Shrinkflation is real. Knight's now upgraded. B's knight count definitely hasn't shriveled up. Oh my god, 42 to 13? Imagine facing knights, French knights, and being like, I can do better. He's just full ego challenging the best knight civ in the game. And in fairness to him, if he ever cracks Imperial, even without the elite tech, remember, he can get 20% more damage on his knights. This is pretty freaking scary for Vortex. Goes into flash. Still poke and prop because he does have the chivalry. SCP is now being stockpiled up. A smart play considering the Vortex has gone pretty hard into the Archer blob. The poor man farms continue. I continue to cry. Is B trying to get pagodas? I think so. He's got a 4th relic coming, guys. Yeah, 4 relic grab. Dude, the only reason he hasn't gone song here is because he wants the pagodas, because they're huge payoffs. And yeah, these gold spawns. Oh my god. That's brutal. He's blocked out the 16k. Triple Sacred Site, now feasible also for Vortex. Difficult to hold though with the spread. And that means that B has got, what, 4k vein, and then 1k left in his base. B, I think we are about to get the pagoda strat. Yeah, a little bit more than you can go for Shaolin Monastery. Kind of sad he couldn't get Yuan sooner, though. Yuan would have been huge when you're spamming this many lances. You know, like 15% discount doesn't sound like a lot, but when you consider his army cost is like 7,500 resources now, it adds up. B has taxes. Ah, that's why he built the mills, guys. So you can get like more things to pull tax out. No, stop. Yeah, like tax helps a bit here, but it does have its limitations when you're spamming lances. However, B is looking to trigger that tech up soon. Vortex. Wow. Okay. No, like I thought he was going to dive deeper. He just hesitates, backs off. I mean, in fairness to him, Raw Bloodlines is coming in. What's the rush? What's the point in Song when he has half the farm set up? That... Are you sure you want to call that half? That's like when someone says that 5'4" is tall. It's only 13 farms. He needs a lot more. Seeing the food income actually down to 700. Oof. Raw Bloodlines just a matter of moments away. Nesta B shot's going to be able to scare the archers back a bit here. 15 seconds until the upgrade comes in for those knights. Spearmen are starting to show up though. Yeah, the Nesta Bs, he tried to die for them. Did snipe one of them. B, full reinvest. He queues up 9 more lancers. This does not feel safe. We better give chase. And the problem is, the more that B delays that tech up, the worse this gets due to sacred sites. Right, like Stone's being gathered by Vortex, so he is considering keep drops. A few knights do get pinned against the stone. And now it gets difficult. B's, he didn't know. He now knows there's a castle. This has to be a retreat. So we'll back up. Good news is the counteroffensive is difficult for Vortex if the Nesta Bs are here. Which they are. Vortex now switching to Arbitrary, the desirable. Still countered by Nesta Bs. It wouldn't be B if he didn't spam Bs. We're up to 6. Make that 7 knobs. Here's the problem, chat. Whenever I say knobs, I immediately think of Warhammer 40k. I just all of a sudden hear a British voice in my head. Fighting just before upgrade? Yeah, because the idea is your opponent commits, he doesn't see the upgrade because he checks you, and then you're fighting and it comes in. It can be very strong. Okay, is B forgotten about this relic, by the way? Where the hell? It never got dropped. And ooh, keep drop is going to fail here. Decap coming in. Okay. Yeah, Vortex is split. Damn, B actually going to be able to stop that timer. Gold workers are in trouble, though. Remember, Vortex has had 2 TC going for a while now. It's becoming quite the healthy lead. 30 workers up. Nice. No quick reaction there, Vortex. I think he was a little bit blind to it without a scout. However, this is a bait. Chase me. Oh, no. You outnumber me. I'm going to lose the game. Oh, wait a second. Vortex. Well, that's an open goal. Knights are going to march in. Wall's been broken. B, now completely out of position with the lances. As the Knights do hop on in. Sacred Site timer was not cancelled, by the way. No, he pulled off the site. That rotation with the Knights made B react with everything. Tick-tock, still goes the clock. By the way, this is actually really methodical by Vortex. If you remember Vortex from the olden days of AV4, you would think someone else is playing right now. He has been so disciplined with this. Not just full diving, putting his opponent in a position where he has to attack him. Respecting the Nesta Bs. Like, he went for that attack. As soon as he saw the knobs, realized how game free it was going to be. So instead, he's just anchored himself on a clearer win condition. Should be having another castle dropping soon. Incendiary is also going to be coming in. Agree, but that's sad? I don't think it's sad. I think it's logical. He's lost so many games with these over commitments, you know? Like, if you ask people to assess Vortex and talk about maybe his biggest, like, drawback, it would be these all-in timings that just cost him games. He still does it when it makes sense. He just doesn't overcommit. Now the cannon's going to be the answer to the Nest of Bees. The answer they needed here. Knights are going to spread out the line. Nest of Bees shots are being wasted on the Knights right now. And Vortex now goes into full A-click mode. Here we go, Archers trying to clear those spears. The cannons are doing a good job bringing the knob count down. Vortex is going to have to start retreating slightly here, but he has destroyed the cavalry line. B, only with 4 lances left alive. Great fight there. Risky one into the Nest of Bees, but pays off for Vortex. And B, well, he's only added in 1 more cluster of 8 farms. How do you now remass Knights? How do you deal with this Sacred Site win condition? B. Got to be feeling it after that one, man. That's 700 food income. Not to mention the guild hall. Yeah, Vortex did pull up recently. He stopped piling again. Another farm cluster is coming in, but it's never going to be Song Dynasty. This is not going to be your competitive late-game Chinese farm economy. It's pretty. Don't get... Well, actually, no, it's not pretty. These are very weird looking. The double overlap mill. Vortex now with the answer to the Nest of Bees. Just more cannons on the way. I think that's the other problem for B is like you can't sneak a decap because now you're playing siege as well. So you're slow. Can't really maneuver. Guys, I think we're getting a game 7. That's wild. Wait, is that 3 out of 3 editions that went 7 games? I think it is. That's incredible. Damn, we are consistently delivering banger after banger after banger. Wham versus Anatan last week, 7 games. Wham versus B in week number 1 of Season 2, 7 games after it looked like it was going to be a 4-0. And once again, Midweek Muster will deliver the full set. 3 minutes away from a Sacred Site victory now. B has 1 push left. Treb start moving in. It's going to take a long time, though. We'll look to fish the kill on the cannon. And I don't think he was expecting this many Knights. Yeah, at this point, Vortex just needs to sit here. Because if you're committing Trebs here, you're not committing Trebs elsewhere, right? And there's castles to clear. Love that as well. Vortex went double castle down here just to guarantee there can be a dive-in for a decap. Wow. You said you missed Vortex's style. Well, here you go. He's not waiting around. He'll commit in anyway. Says to hell with it. Castle drop now on the way from B. Necessary spread shot is at least clipping into the arbitrary, but these are elite arbitrary with full upgrades. Everything, crossbow stirrups, incendiary arrows. They are the arch nemesis of the lancers, and the cannons are the murderers of the bees. As Vortex will be the slayer of 3D Clans B here. Game 6 goes the way of Defense. That is now 2 games in a row won by French Bix. Starting to see a little bit of a pattern here. If you like what you're seeing here, guys, remember, you've got to be following, got to subscribe to the channel to get more of this because we are going the full 9 yards, 7 yards in this case. You'll have to excuse me because we have got 1 more game to decide week number 3's champion. Ay, ay, ay. And a long, long day continues on in which I am getting very hungry. Oh my God. I usually eat like 2.5 hours ago. I was like, weather the storm, baby. Weather the storm. We ride on through. I'm feeling hungry, man. Why Beastie's not streaming? Because he's not. Why does it matter? You've got us. There you go. All right. So, final game. Let's see if they remembered that you can use civs that lost. They did. Oh, thank goodness. Dude, last week, the players didn't realize you can use civs that have lost, which means we would have had OTD versus Lancaster. I don't like just having one civ pick. It's pretty lame because it's very linear. So we're going to get Shushi versus Byzantines. Not so sure about Shushi on Front Range. Front Range is the map where you don't have much food. I mean, you can play Pro Scouts, but we find there's a lot more value in playing Ford Ball, rather. Byzantines also could feel pretty weird because of that detail, but here we go. Byzantines versus Shushi. Easy shift at the movie theater. You're just watching movies at the movie theater, mate. You there to work, or you there to entertain? How much less percent do Beast farms get? It's 10% per granary that's in range. So on average, like 20%. What's the weirdest but successful build you've seen in these games? Oh, dude, we get loads of kind of crazy ones. The 1TC, yeah, the 1TC from MSN versus Wham. That caught us off guard, man. That was very creative. Horseman spam into dive on Fast Castle. Yo, what's up, M7? Feel like it's been a second. Thank you very much for the Prime sub, mate. Hope you're having a good day. And welcome back to the Swarm. Remember, guys, perfect time to get those subs in. Because although week number 3 is almost done, we've still got another week and another week. And then did I mention another week? So let's get another sub and another sub and another sub going. Because we've still got to get, what, 8 direct subbers? If you sub directly, 8 more people, we'll be able to hit the plus goal. Which gets us an extra 10% of the revenue split. I don't know about you, but it does feel nice to take money away from Twitch. Oh, man. So, let's see. Oh, nice. Thank you. Predictions done. So, get your predicties in. I'm so hungry. Tomorrow, like I said, we'll probably go online about, I'd say 2 p.m. UK time. So an hour and a half later than today. Probably about that. And then we'll kick off with Wham versus Anatan. After which, we'll probably have a few series scheduled up. If not, there's always pub games. We can always watch a few pub games as well. Not meaning OTD. The funny thing is Anatan destroyed B with Order of the Dragon on this map. Prime drink deal? I don't think so. Anyone could say that one. I don't know. Like, Prime seems to have a lot of interesting ingredients in it. Where's that Red Bull deal, man? Let's go. Our tournament series is a rarity to see. I can't believe we've done this, actually. It's pretty incredible. Welcome back to the channel, folks, for Grand Finals Thursday, a 3rd week in a row in which a best-of-7 Grand Finals goes all the way to game number 7. It will be decided here on Front Range, a map that should allow for some creativity, an area that B has thrived in. But Vortex is not going to make it easy. We've got a Byzantine pick into B Shushi. This actually may be the first Shushi pick we've seen on Front Range. Byzantines has definitely been experimented with once or twice, but also not your go-to pick. This map usually is dominated by aggressive civs, ones that leverage the boar and continue on pushing. So, pray tell, are we going to be getting some boar shenanigans? Because looking at the opening moves, it's a full stay at home. Why is the boar so powerful here? Not only does it posture towards your opponent, but your opponent has to posture towards you. The thing about this map, folks, is that there's not that much food safely in your base. You will get 9 sheep per player. That dries up fast. A small 3 deer stack next to your base. That also disappears fast. Then it's deer, berries on the flank, and boars towards the center. So for most players, the boar has been king to win this map. Yeah, outside that, the other awkward detail to balance is gold can dry up fast. You only have 2 1600 gold veins in your base, after which you have to get weird and go live in the mountains. Yes, front range does not front all the gold. It sticks it up in the mountain passes. So let's see how these two want to try and approach this. I mean, Byzantines, not really a civ known for their immediate opening aggro unless they're playing Hippodrome. But Shushi are kind of in the same light there. You know, I don't feel like we see Shushi rushing opponents that much. Normally, they're just thinking about pro scouts. Look at the gold gathering, though. It's only 2 on gold while he techs up. So I might be getting something different. Meditation Garden. By the way, did someone say there's a bad Are you kidding me? That's decent. That's not too bad. 25 stone, 25 gold, 36 food, 86 resources. That's like an average meditation garden. It's hard to get a very good one here because of the way the resources spawn. Like the 8 stack of berries tends to be really far out, next to nothing. So you can't leverage that. Even if you went up in the mountain for golds, I mean, maybe you could clip this here with the stone and the triple gold. That actually might be doable. But you're not going to gamble on that. The thing about this map is, like, you have to know what your opponent is doing. So you don't tend to scout the mountains. In fact, if you look back at the early attempts on this map, I think most of the time people fell flat when they scout the north for no reason. You know there's gold up there. You know there's deer up there. Do it later. On the opening few minutes, you need to grab the initial sheep and then figure out what the heck your opponent's doing. And no, it's not illegal to board deny. You're allowed to. Brown Winery now on the way in. And level 3 assistant already, so Vortex is ramping up fast. B, I mean, I'm still waiting to see what the move is here. Because I'm starting to think he wants to attack. I'm just not sure it's quick enough with Chuk. Also, Chuk get countered by either Longbow or Javelin here, right? Yep, it's going to be a good old-fashioned Chuk rush. Well, I guess I shouldn't be too surprised. On this type of map, attacking is rewarded immensely, something we've highlighted. And boar denial is where you go and kill the boar if you're a Muslim civ. So, you know, if you're playing civs that can't eat boar, if you're playing the Malians, the Ottomans, the Delhi, the Abids, or the Abbasids, if you kill a boar, when it dies, the body just disappears. So no one can gather it. So it is a strategical choice to deny resources away from other civs. The only civ I can imagine that would be capable of leveraging that well in this map, though, would be Ottomans. All the other civs, I don't rate that highly on front range. This feels so cheesy. And it's already been scouted. Oh. Wait, is he going for a Chuge new outpost? Wait, what? No way. No way. Game 7. And it's over already. Oh my God. We came all this way for a 5-min GG. B is secretly a goddamn genius. I'll check now to see if it's a remake, but I don't think it is. And I can explain why. So, yeah, Wait, maybe it is? So, like, the one thing I was going to say is, like, looking at his base, did he idle villages? We might have a remake. Because the thing is, right, like, in some ways it could just be a GG if, like, the Chuk hit and you just don't have a reaction. No, it's okay, thank God it's a remake. So the reason why it could have been is, like, I didn't... Nice eyeballs from chat on the villages. I didn't see the villages. But the thought there is, like, you've got Chuganu halfway across the map and you have no answer to them, right? And an outpost can't be stopped there. Oh, thank God, dude. That would have been disastrous. All right. That would have been a very underwhelming way to end this week. Alright, so we've got a re. God, you can tell I'm hungry because I would have noticed the villages usually. Alright. Let's try this again. This channel delivers the most epic grand finals. How many tournaments can boast this? 3 grand finals in a row, and all of them are going to be going full distance. Game number 7 between these two epic names. B versus Vortex. One map to decide it all, to see who will be Season 2 Week 3's Midweek Muster Champion. Vortex with a Byzantine pick up against B Shushi, and we just had a remake. A crash occurred, and I'm a bit worried for B because if the idea here was a Chuganu cheese, Vortex may have seen that. Hopefully for B's sake, no, but you can't necessarily risk. I mean, the problem is, last game, Vortex scouted the Chuganu early, but B didn't know he was scouted. So there is now a risk that B could recommit to the Chuganu again, only Vortex will have adjusted his build to block it. There's none of this gentleman's agreements bollocks. It's silly. You can't treat any game of AoE4 the same and play it out the same. Because the map spawns different. Like, for example, last game, did we have berries and gold next to each other? Now we don't. So that changes a lot. Yeah, I hate any scene that has to resort to, like... I hate the scene, but I hate the idea that scenes have to resort to gentleman's agreements. It's been a heartbreaker to see for COD for years. I love some COD, but... the amount of years where they have to gentleman's agreement out machine guns, sniper rifles, and smokes just takes so much skill diversity away from the players. His Medigarden is indeed going to be worse. Is he going to go for the extra food? I think so. Oh, wait. Ooh, hold on a sec. Is that actually good? Okay, that's kind of interesting. So he gets the 3 berries here. And then gets 5. So that ends up being 8 total, my brain. So he's going to get the 48 food. And then he's going to get 25 gold, 25 stone. That's pretty good. That's actually an improvement over last game. Vortex will just look to now set himself up for his Grand Winery. He's got berries on the back. This is a really nice spawn defensively. Also stone gathering, so should just be able to sneak up the systems without much risk of pressure. Yeah, I don't think this is a Chuganu rushable game. Because they take a while to arrive, and the only thing you're going to find is the gold. Like, if you Chuganu rush Biz, you want to stop their berries and their stone. Otherwise, womp womp, right? You're just going to be running into counterplay. Alright, did we have predictions? Do we redo them? It's pretty deep now to redo them. We'll let it stand. So level 3 system already. Now remember, the key thing is you don't want to send your scout north. You want to be looking at this all times. You want to know what your opponent is up to. Opening moves are crucial to understand and read early in front range. Front range is a map designed to reward aggressive play quite often. So if you know what you're up against and you can get a counterplay ahead, you can starve your opponent in. You do not have much food on this map. Start with 9 sheep. Maybe you get more if your opponent doesn't scout well, but normally it's 9 to 9. And then berries and 3 deer. It doesn't sound like a lot. B, he's doing it again. Okay, no, he's going to try once more. So Chuganu opening. But Vortex has scouted it again. But B does not know. Oh, okay. He reveals it early. This is actually really good news for B. It means that he doesn't need to overinvest and get countered necessarily. I wonder, do we see maybe spears to assist? It's tricky because your opponent could go horseman, but he could also go javelins. Javs are going to take some time, so the most logical counterplay Vortex has on this opening now is to go into horseman. So it would make a lot of sense now for B to drop the racks. I think the only thing that scares me about Chug Spear is technically Byzantine longbow counters both of those things. Good play from B though. It was actually Vortex that started aggroing it. But we have got the ball pull, and remember, this has been a key focus point for front range. Ball play is heavily advantaged on such a food-limited map. Vortex. Ay, ay, ay. I mean, these berries aren't really going to be attainable. Southside, maybe. My only worry is, like, if you look at the way resources are spawned for Vortex, bar the first berries, everything is, like, southward steered, which is pretty standard for this map. It happens most of the time. But that means Chuganu can patrol between this very easily. And that would mean that your liquid gold is blocked. Looks like we had the correct call, so Western contract going to be coming through. Yeah, he just scouted in the back, I believe, so he saw the racks. Chug, nice snipe. Catches him escalating the systems. Vortex has been very greedy, by the way. He's been trying to resist Horsemen. Yeah, so longbows will eventually secure him, but it does just put you at a disadvantage at this point in the game. Especially now that your opponent's playing boar, you're not able to do anything to stop him. Yeah, and boar is the type of income that would now allow B to switch to a 1-1-1 with Horsemen to complete the comp. Stables is usually where you want to be as Shushi. As you scale towards castle eventually, like, that's going to be your #1 prerogative, is to get lancers out in force. What does Vortex see as his win condition? Usually you're thinking about eventual castle, because once you have level 5 cistern, castle rushing feels really good. The Golden Horn Tower produces out units every like 1.5 minutes. That's 5 longbows for free every 1.5 minutes. It's a pretty damn good deal. Before that though, like, longbow scaling is very difficult with this type of pressure build from B. Chug are going to be slow though. You see why we said longbows are advantaged. You're both moving at the same movement speed, but the longbows heavily outrange you. B, now that he has confirmation, it is going to be Horseman. Vortex, he's castle rushing. Look at the macro. 600 food income a minute, holding 700, and he shifts all the workers over onto the gold. So B, he does have an opening here. Pulls for the second boar. Isn't going to be rushing out just yet, right? It's just prepped there for when he needs it. B might actually need a ram timing. Blacksmith is coming. This could be a very quick game. I think Vortex, like, ideally you open with Varangian here. And they're not capping the point of interest on the left because it's only abandoned outposts. It doesn't really matter. Like, wow, you can see more things when nothing's happening. It's good later on. No. Second. Wait, is that the second group of villagers? Okay, yeah, so he does double pull. This is a lot of food income for B. Still, has he timed this perfectly or too late? Or could we be seeing a repeat of game 1? Reminder, this entire series started off with that Byzantine versus Japanese pick, where B played behind on age for about 7 or 8 minutes to try and get ahead. Shushi, in theory, capable of something similar if they can suffocate with Chug numbers. But if the numbers aren't high enough, it's very difficult. Heavily armored units just cripples your timings here. Even the wall sneaking in, just trying to funnel the game. He must know. And I can't imagine he's sitting here thinking this is like a long feudal commitment. Right? He's going to find out soon. Vortex. Gets the info. B has started prepping Palace Guard behind this. Now that being tech up, what's the judgment call? Because if you just choose an age up, you're giving Byzantines more time to inflate their longbow count, right? Feels like you've built a big army to potentially get nothing out of it. Like Chug in particular here. One worker kill's nice, but this many Chug built for it doesn't sound like a great deal. Vortex has got the first cataphract in the way. which come out fast, by the way. 20 seconds to produce a heavy, heavy cavalry unit. Damn good deal. Problem for B here as well is like Lombo blocks spearman counter very well. 4 gold now being locked in. Now, Cataphract are very pricey on the gold, by the way. But he can still get up to about 10 before it becomes a real problem. Yeah, and after that, it's a matter of sneaking the north side. That's the surprising part about his choice to go Kata. Like, Kata can somewhat be countered by spears from age behind. We say somewhat because the Lombos are a good counterplay there. But the cost on gold is kind of crazy. Like, he's already exhausted the first vein. This is not going to last long. So B is just going to keep extending because, you know, we saw him able to do it on Cliffside in a game where Byzantines will have a lot of gold options. But here, your options are limited and predictable. And small. B is just going to start saving up himself. He's got central map control, which means relics are also blocked. Vortex has got 1 relic coming in. That's going to be very helpful. Remember, when you garrison these in the Grand Winery, it generates olive oil instead. And this is all about getting those Lombo numbers up to make sure he can dominate the fight with the assistance of the Cataphract. Mountain Academy now coming from B. I mean, he's got great food income, right? And food access, so we could just be seeing a full Lancer spam. Makes a lot of sense into Lombos. B will deny vision, doesn't want to let Vortex know what's coming. If Vortex moves to the next gold, he's in trouble. It's going to be seen. And this is like something that kind of makes Abandoned Outpost very ridiculous. To decap this, to get rid of the fact you have vision, I'd have to come over here and reveal myself first. At which point, it becomes kind of obvious what I'm trying to do. The horseman? Hold on a sec. He's actually pinning the Cataphracts. The spearmen are coming. Vortex is going to commit. You can't really pin, though, is the problem. Like, if these guys get low, he can trample out. And there you go. Just the get out of jail free card. Cheeky Monk tried to sneak out for the second relic. Does get blocked. Goal for B. First one just ran out. Kana's going to try to play him, but unfortunately for him, does wait around a little bit long there. So we'll get chased away. Monastery drop now coming in. Remember, B is the one with map control for relics right now. What's Vortex's play? Gradual scaling of Lombos. So you're going to get the Groves coming in. You've got the Berries, which is now exhausting. He's looking to win this game off of Longbow Clump. Dangerous against Shushi, though. I've seen this backfire so often because of the Nest of Bees. That's where Cataphracts are meant to come in clutch, and normally do, but we already mentioned the issue of Cataphracts on this game. You just don't have that much gold. Horsemen eventually are able to beat the Cataphract. Took a while. The Chug. Oh, they are going to get in. Love that. Goes a little bit deeper to guarantee multiple kills, but formation shuffling continues to be broken. Able to get away a lot quicker than he otherwise should have there. That should have been 3, maybe 4 worker kills. Still, every little counts, and every little's going to be required against these systems. And there we go. There's the tip-off, and oh my god, he walked the villagers in range. B now knows. He knows that Vortex is out of gold. Why else would you walk up there? Could he pressure? He's queued up Lancers, which would make sense for going up into this area. The other problem is Vortex has a delay because he needs to figure out where the gold is, right? It's random in how it spawns. And he didn't bring a scout. He didn't reproduce one. Oh my god. What? Okay, he's going to find them eventually, but my god. The easier gold and he just completely drifts past it. Pain. Pain and pain. I mean, this is the nature of no scouts. He's going to walk... I swear to god if this bites him in the ass. Okay, props to him. Vortex, he has the foresight to check it. And now you kind of facepalm all the golds here. Like, oh, okay. Vortex is expecting B to make the same move soon. B has a little bit more lifeline here. Taxation plus the relics, right? Like, he doesn't need to go up there in as much of a rush. I think he's gonna, though. What's coming up now? A good time, actually, B. He's like, well, he's not on the gold here, so where the hell did he go? And B is creeping out, but... Oh, my God, no. Are you serious? The jackpot! He finds him straight away! B has to run away. Cataphract's going to give chase, so a few worker kills going down there, and now Vortex knows that B is also starved for gold. Not as much as Vortex was. Horsemen are now going to move across. Lancer's also showing up. He's just sneaking by. Cadis try to dive in. They'll stop at the TC. Army able to react, so we'll have to steer the Spearman over here. That's now going to buy time for Vortex to send reinforcements. Vortex has to make a break for it, though. Rushes a gate on the other side. B saw him, though. He saw it all. Yep, he's just going to walk around and says, where the hell do you think you're going? It's Om-Nom time. Our boys are hungry, B. Weird little rally there. We'll send one back. Beneficially, actually, the Lancer goes down. So well played, Vortex. 18 Limitane now. Gold access has been now secured by B. Won't feel safe until the Cataphracts are dead. And this game is so weird. We've had these different dynamics, but this feels quite unique in the timings, right? They've been mirrored in their requirements to get towards gold, mirrored in their denial of said gold or attempts to, which is just fully slowed down the game. I don't think that slowdown benefits B, though. Vortex is now up to 45 longbows. He's got more common with the Golden Horn Tower. He's got scaling off the systems. There is one way this can be good for B, but he has to read it. If he doesn't realize just how many longbows it is, he's going to get overwhelmed. But if he notices it, Nestabes is his best friend. I just don't think he's going to do it because he's seen Cataphracts. Like, when you see Cataphracts, you freak out because they can just dive onto your Nestabes. Oh, wait. Hold on. Did he notice? For a second there, he saw the longbow ball. He hasn't shown signs of switching yet. We do not have siege workshops anywhere. Horseman Chug. He wants to be moving over to this gold with the Juganu. This is such a slow army from Vortex. Soon, brothers, soon. It's actually ridiculous that B has this much map control, and yet Vortex is looking pretty cozy. Like, this is the ridiculousness of Golden Horn Tower, this build. I don't even want to try to map out how many free troops he's gotten so far, because he did rush it, right? Like, it wasn't deep in the game. He's been generating them for free every about 1.5 minutes. And we're back at this again. He's going to split up the groups. It doesn't take the bait and send everything in one direction. That would allow B to enter the other. But Nestabes just got queued up. Chug. B notices can just start targeting villagers. Has to pull away. Burn through has been split, though. It's difficult to break in here. Villager also coming up, weirdly enough. The Chug are overextended. B didn't react straight away because right now he's got issues on the front line. In fact, he's steering all of his army up here. What? Yeah, barely anything being held in reserve, actually. This is quite the gamble. I don't think he was expecting the army of Vortex to be this big. Breakthrough. Able to start accessing that gold. And now, with the army split, maybe an opportunity to overwhelm. Lancers charge in. Lombos, completely unguarded. They have no front line. The panic palings. But a great hit. Takes out about 15 of the Lombos. Vortex has plenty more where that came from, though. And he's using it to go into the base. It's a race. Vortex He's got easy access here. I mean, B, the few spearmen he has are not at home. The nest of bees, there's only one of them. What do you do now? Because you build Chug, you aren't able to get home fast. The relics are now going to be denied. The Springolds have been discovered. And also the nest of... No. I mean, the taxman kind of gives it away. It's abandoned ship. He's getting out of the base. More villager kills over here. But Vortex has been going blow for blow. And he's ready to blow this all up. B. It's not going to work. His base is now getting denied. Curious siphons onto the primary town center. Vortex's villagers will look to sneak out. They are going to be seen. Lancers can deal with that. But his army is completely out of position. They played a game of Russian roulette. And the Russian blinked first. Vortex, he knows. There's no dive coming. If it was going to happen, it would have been by now. Town center down. Vortex still with a healthy military lead. B, he's throwing stock behind the idea of these Springolds. Landmarks are being torched, though. He's looking for that as a win condition. Curious ciphers are moving over already. This could just be ape click down. That's it. Vortex, he doesn't need to fight. B is nowhere near in position to defend. Another week and another new champion for Midweek Muster. And what a way to do it. B, he took that wide route. He looked to deny the gold, but forgot the #1 rule of front range. Just send it down mid. What a game, dude. That was sick. I mean, that was different. I've not seen front range played like that. Not quite like that. Incredible final game. GG's and props to the lads. So that does mean that Vortex will be our week #3 champion. That is now 3 editions of KPMM Season 2 and 3 different champions. And B has been denied twice. Twice in the grand finals he has not made it. And twice it has come down to a deciding game 7 to deny him. He's got to get it eventually, but it won't be here. Now, props to Vortex. Lovely to see more players, additional additions to the Midweek Muster. There's the results for this week. If you guys didn't catch them, we haven't updated grand finals. That just happened. That was Vortex winning 4-3. But yeah, 3-1 victory by Vortex over Wham. Really kind of set the expectation. Anatan versus B went all the way to 5. We even saw Wham bleeding a little bit to MSN. Really cool week. Hopefully, we got all these names and more signing up for the next week because I want to keep going bigger and better. I mean, this is great. You guys are incredible. If you are new around here, make sure you give the channel a follow. Make sure you share it around with friends. When you see things on Reddit, etc., be sure to sign up there. Get notifications turned on. Also, join the Discord, !Discord, free to do, and it'll allow you to know when we're going live. We will be back tomorrow, kicking off week #4, and we will be doing so by finishing off week #3. Our third place match will be played tomorrow around 2 p.m. UK time, and then we'll hop into our round of 32 for KPMM Season 2, week #4. Then Monday, Tuesday, through to Thursday. Remember, guys, you catch me here Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Fridays. If I'm not live on those days, it's because I'm on holiday or I'm away at an event. Otherwise, I always am streaming those days. So we're pretty consistent with that. But you guys have been incredible. I think we peaked just shy of 600 people on Twitch. YouTube, I think you guys peaked at like 190, almost 200. Actually, yeah, 200. And stable around 180. Absolutely incredible. I love the support you guys have been given. Let's keep it up. Hopefully, this has become your go-to place for your weekdays, and we can keep on growing this into something bigger and bigger and specialer and specialer. But that is going to be it from me today. I'm going to get ready to raid someone. You've all been absolute legends. Thank you very much. I hope you'll join me tomorrow when Midweek Muster continues. But for now, YouTube, Kick, I'm going to end the stream. Twitch,